You said we need a new model. I would say no, we don't. Because models, guys, scientific models are physical representations of a particular phenomenon in nature. So we can model everything, bro. I'm telling you, flat Earth's like a Victoria's Secret catalog, but they have to assume that this 24-hour sun proved a gravitational orbit, which I've been asking people on TikTok for 8 months, atmosphere around it and no physical barrier, they can't. So this observation just was layered with assumptions that they need for their globe religion. So they're cooked. They just keep cooking themselves. That's all they do.
Yeah, and I didn't say we need a new model, and I agree with everything you just said. Look, he just listed, I think, seven, I lost count, seven arguments that had nothing to do with 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And there's these, I don't know, there's probably like 50 to 100 3+ hour debates, something like that, where this thing is like do you expect this or do you think there is one? And people say no. And that's the end of it. It's not like, let's debate for 3 hours if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Not really. There's that one Lore Lodge one where they talk about it, and Austin brings up that the footage is faked because the footage is faked for the two, like those two prominent ones. But no, I don't care about a model. But yeah, Nathan makes a great point. There's a ton of arguments that have nothing to do with this. But it is interesting to repeatedly be beaten over the head with, don't you know that this like destroys your position? Don't you know that like all of you have been claiming that there's no 24-hour sun? It's like, have we have a lot of flat earthers been saying that? Not really. And I think most people don't even care about it. I think the position is like they fake footage in Antarctica. And now that we've been down there, we can hopefully, after the footage is released, we can put it to rest and say that we have real footage.
Yeah, I don't like the people just denying it. But I'll let them come to their own conclusion when all the information comes out. As I I gotta bring Proud back up. Let me bring Proud back up. But while I do that, let's go to Muhammad. Oh, by the way, Brian, whenever you go live, whenever you open up your spaces, make sure you get Nathan in there. Make sure you send him your spaces every time you go live.
Man, I just followed him, man. Yeah, I check him out a lot on his does a lot of debates, man. Shout out.
Appreciate that. Alan, are you there, bro?
He's probably sleeping, man.
Okay. I just love Alan, bro. I never got to tell him personally how much I respect his work. I've been on TikTok. I've been censored on Facebook. I've been censored on YouTube. I've been doing modern day debates. But Alan is a beast, bro. Love
Maybe
Alan.
he's technical.
That's a fact.
Yeah. And Shane, gotta just tip my hat to those guys, bro.
Oh, shout out to Shane again. Just letting everybody know is he has a standing open invitation map challenge for all you guys out there that like to talk about maps and maps and maps. My boy down there, Shane, man, he's got an open map challenge, maps. So if you think maps prove anything, you know about maps or something like that, my boy down there, Shane St. Pierre, at the Anti-Disinfo 86, for all you guys out there need a little bit of help finding him. He's down there. He's got that PFP, kind of looks like the Grateful Dead down there, he's right down there in the listener section, just in case any globies, in your maps. Just saying, man, he's right down there, so chill.
Facts. Alan got an open debate challenge too as well. For anybody that want that smoke, and you always catch Enoch, just Twitter, TikTok, modern day debates, he everywhere. So all the squad, man, is linking up, and it's gonna be a problem for you goobers. But yeah, okay, Proud's back up here. Awesome. I think I said Muhammad was gonna go, then it was slide to Brock, and then I see Leliana's back.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, just I wanted to chime in. I've been actually listening to the stream since last night. I think you guys been going on all night. I took a nap and I'm back up. But what's crazy about the 24-hour sun is just how much they wanted to do it. The other side, the Globers, like they were so, they were so convinced that was actually going on. So I'm pretty sure that, they just wanted to do that as a show to try to sweep everything else under the rug, the curvature, all the other evidence for the Earth being flat. So there's definitely evidence of that. Like they knew that was happening. The 24-hour sun. I don't know how it happens, but it does happen, according to what's been coming out. But I wanted to ask, because I wasn't listening the whole time. What was Austin saying earlier about the possibility of like Antarctica being a continent? I think I overheard him saying that. If somebody can tell us what he said about that.
Yes, that's actually something that I've been thinking about. He didn't expound on his theory, but just the fact that it could be a possibility that there could be down towards the south an ice continent that is not next to the technical ice wall. Like it's just in front of it, and that would be the same place that they are going to as Antarctica, the continent. But yeah, just a thought.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't think that it makes a difference really to whether they observe the 24-hour sun or they don't that far south, if it's on the ice wall or if it's on some ice continent or whatever it is. um but yeah, I want to know more about this 24-hour sun. I don't even know about those models that Joe Hanvey has made, or I don't know if you guys know Stephen Alonso. He also has that app that with I forget the name of the app, but it has like a simulation of how that could work. Um, but yeah, it's interesting stuff.
What's the
Thank you
guy's
guys.
name, Muhammad? I gotta look
What is
him up.
it?
What's the guy's
Stephen
name
Alonso.
on YouTube?
No, he does have a YouTube channel. Let me give you the actual name of that. Um, Give me a second here. Let me pull it up. He has an app for simulating the flat Earth and how the firmament and all the luminaries work. Uh,
Okay, that's what's up. That's what we looking for.
yeah, it's called Journal of Geocentric Cosmology. I can share that.
And while you guys are in here tuning in for the first time, definitely go ahead and like and repost the space link. Check out Sacred and I's pinned tweet. We got some good content. We got some good conversations from when Witsit first hopped into space when he was in Antarctica. And just a little bit of what was going on. Higher up morale. We definitely want to keep the uh, atmosphere positive, especially while Witsit's resting, recuperating, and then getting down to breaking down that content. So thanks again, guys. Check it out. And yeah, open mics, by the way.
Do you guys have more information on Will Duffy and how he came into the scene?
Oh, I think he's one click away from somebody dissecting his entire life. I definitely think someone already has how they found out like he had lawsuits and people like suing him and debt, like all type of crazy red flag activities.
There's a video out there of him talking about not bearing false witness and whether lying and deceit is akin to that and whether it's good or not. He came to the conclusion that while you can't bear false witness, you can lie and deceit to your neighbor. So he's okay with lying and deceiving. And yeah, so.
Yeah, so he's a confirmed piece of shit.
Yes, very.
There.
He's a banker turned preacher.
Because bankers have always been the good guys in everything. Always. Never the bad guys. don't fund anything.
Yeah, what's going on with that stuff? I also saw like recently an OF model turned Christian too. Like there's some big changes happening. I'm excited for it.
I don't know if the OF models are flat though. Brock, did you want to say something?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I kind of have like a dumb question, but could someone kind of try to explain what's it meant about him saying it was kind of like a desert? Like I'm like getting my mind blown through this whole conversation, this whole thing. Like, what was the elevation that he was at? Does anybody know where they were like doing the test?
You know what? I meant to look that up to see what elevation they were at.
Well, Antarctica is a desert.
What does that mean though? Because when I think of a desert, I think of a place that's very dry with no water or water molecules and very
Nope.
hot.
Yeah, so a desert is established by inches of rainfall per year. So the only thing it's saying is it's getting less than I think it what 10. It's getting less than 10 inches of rainfall per year. That's considered a desert.
Okay, because like I feel like growing up, I heard like someone tell me that like because I like to go snowboarding and stuff, and so they say like the higher in elevation you get, I can't remember. I want to say it's like a magnifying effect through the atmosphere that the sun does. And now I don't know I can't remember exactly. They're saying it's more magnification the higher up you go or less, but I'm just curious, like if he was at like like you have to get up to a certain height for it to get to the cold enough temperature for it to snow, right? Or no, not necessarily. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. What he meant by like, is it dry because all of the water molecules are frozen, so there's no
So
like
uh,
yeah.
Antarctica is approximately 7,500 feet on elevation. Yeah, so the rainfall thing, my guess is that it probably doesn't have a lot of rainfall there because it is so cold, because water goes through that cycle of, becoming a gas and going into the atmosphere and then falling. So with it being so cold, it could be so frozen together, it just doesn't do it. I don't know, but it is defined as like just rainfall per year. Like you can have a desert in the middle of the ocean.
Like low humidity would be like the description I would think of when you think of a desert where there's not a lot of moisture in the
Right.
air.
It is like limited precipitation. No rain, no snow, nothing really falls from the sky over there. Trying to figure out how the ice got there. A lot of the maps didn't depict any ice. Old maps anyway. Now we got a bunch of ice and no rainfall. So
And the storms. Is the storm just pushing the snow on the ground around?
yeah, like windy storms, I guess.
Yo, I'm back, by the way. Sorry about that. My computer crashed.
So it is saying right here that high evaporation rates are in the desert. It says evaporation often exceeds precipitation, leading to dry conditions.
I think the issue is that we only think of ice is from water only, but there is another things can create ice, like dry ice from C2O or carbon dioxide, right? Hello, anybody here?
I'm sorry. Say it again. You said the ice comes from where? From where else?
I think the issue about why it is so dry is that we limited the ice to be from water only, right? to give a feel of a desert, which I am expert in. It can be not ice of water. It can be ice of carbon dioxide, like dry ice.
Is there a lot of ice down in Antarctica that's not made out of water? Like, are there other elements that are frozen there, like
It can be
more than other places?
because he said he get a feeling of a burning sun. You cannot get that if the ice is vibrating constantly because of the sun, right? The sun is high, and the direction of the sunrise is should or must, if the ice is vibrating constantly because of the sun, right? The sun is high, and the direction of the sunrise is should or must evaporate the ice. But as we see, there is no any trace of any vibrating ice, even not from the lungs of the people. You cannot see any fog from their mouths.
So he was probably getting a lot of heat because, the color white, it doesn't hold any heat. Black absorbs all the different light colors, all the different spectrums of it, because it just absorbs them all. That's the
At least
reason black can
1%.
hold so much heat. It's not absorbing energy.
And not all ice, as we see from their trip, not all ice can be used to melt to become water, to melt it to become water. Even when Jaren hold ice in his hand, he cannot hold it for much. Like it is not. It is like what I feel. It is like a glass, like a border of glass border. You understand?
Have you seen the Owen Benjamin interview with Witsit when he's
Yes,
drinking
yes,
like a coffee or something?
yes. I see that.
So it shows like some kind of, obviously there's going to be moisture coming off of that. And, if he's drinking it and there's moisture and water in it, it can produce the, I'm not sure what the whole
I mean, not all.
conspiracy is on that part of it. But you know, when I think when you're usually up in like the mountains and you're snowboarding, that the ice causes moisture in the air, right? So I'm just curious if it's not
All
doing that there
all what
because
we
it's so
watch,
cold. Yeah.
all time we watch, we cannot see any vibrated ice. All time, I cannot see any vibrated ice. Anyhow, what I am thinking now is that the McMurdo station. I think McMurdo station don't have 24-hour sun. I think the 24-hour sun is limited to a certain places, which is, in my opinion, 4 places for 4 corners of Earth, and all other is not giving you the same, because in McMurdo station, if they have the 24-hour sun, from years they will make a video and make it available for everybody to watch, and that's not happened before this trip. Anyhow, this is what I am thinking. I have to land, as you said. I have to drop, but what I want to uh, repeat that if somebody confirm that the 24-hour sun also from McMurdo station or any other station like Oshapia or Oshwapia, then maybe there is a result from that. Thank you for opportunity, and I hope We'll meet again next week. Thank you very much.
Man, Antarctica is really just a magical place. There's so many things about Antarctica that just you just can't find it anywhere else. It's so gorgeous. I'm jealous that those guys got, not really jealous. I'm happy for them. That's what I mean to say. But man, it's just so beautiful.
Morning, everybody. I was just going to say the elevation is 2,297 feet. So that's Union Glacier and super, super low humidity. And they say it doesn't even snow. Like what they thought was snow was it just kind of blowing off the mountain. So you were right, Matthew. It's a desert. And I said this last night. If anybody wants to, they should look up the 2024 Antarctic Ice Marathon because that happened just a few days before TFE got there. And these people are running and doing interviews and talking, and you can see that it's also hard to see their breath because that was something that really got to me. I was like, why can't I see just plumes of humidity just floating in the air when they breathe out? Because that's how it was when I lived in Vail, Colorado. I mean, I lived in Vail at Avon, but I worked in Vail and I was on the mountain snowboarding like 118 days, and the sun would be out real bright and we would see a lot of that, as a kid, we'd like, oh, I'm smoking, look at the smoke. But I think because of the climate and it being extremely dry, it was difficult for that breath to show up on camera. I did see it in the 2024 marathon marathon videos, and I did see some. I went back and I did see some more, like Elizabeth when she breathed out. It really helps to have a dark background, and it's like, oh, there it is, but it just goes away like super quick because of the climate. I just wanted to add that.
Something else that's interesting is uh, like I would like to know, could people go to other parts of Antarctica, like other than Union Glacier? Are we allowed? I mean, yeah, even if you got to pay that much, what the same amount, 30,000 or whatever it is it allowed to go to other parts of Antarctica? Like I think AR was mentioning earlier, maybe it's just one particular place that it happens. It's not all of Antarctica. So, does anyone have any information on that? Is it allowed to go to other places, other parts of Antarctica?
Well, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy has one of the best Antarctic videos. I'll drop it in the purple pill. And so they went to an approved area. And so everybody that's yelling, you can't go to Antarctica. They'll turn you away at gunpoint. I mean, this was a company that does it, and the marathon has happened. I think 19 years they've been doing it. I look back at the results, and I'm hoping to go next year. So this is a spot that they put it up and tear it down every year. And as far as seeing it, that's something that we're wondering. I mean, Joe Hanvey in his model, he can angle his phone in the dome around, and the whole thing with his model is the deep south, so away from the North Pole, he can reproduce a circling sun that would, it does like the same thing as what they saw, which I know that he's just doing a model, but like the bottom line is we're getting closer and closer to understanding how this realm operates. And like from the baseline, we know that it doesn't curve at the rate it's supposed to curve. And with interferometry, we're not moving 30 kilometers a second. I mean, a long time ago in science, they should have said, okay, we're not a spinning ball in space, but they kept, making stuff up to keep the globe alive. And I'm excited because we're closer than ever to dropping that.
Dude, it's definitely a wild time. I mean, flat Earth. I am a scientist. I deal with science every day. And, like I was saying earlier, I'm not necessarily even a flat earther, but you guys have impressed me so much. Like, it gives me so much entertainment to see the stuff that you guys come up with and the different scientific experiments. And I was really hoping that these guys were going to go down, what is it, the 33rd parallel or something, to where they're talking about like the firmament. I was really hoping they would go there and see what's there.
There we go. Thanks for that compliment. I mean, we're all just seeking the truth, honestly. And Matthew, have you looked up Dr. Stephen A. Young yet?
I haven't. All these names are kind of new to me. My flat Earth stuff literally just comes from X.
Yeah.
That's my main resource.
Let me post this Antarctic. It says, sorry, Antarctica is closed, and it's like 30 minutes long from Taboo Conspiracy. That's also a great channel on YouTube if you wanted to check it out. But I brought up Dr. Young because he's the one that has the PhD in nuclear theoretical physics, but he woke up to, Einstein's theory of relativity being, just a theory or just man's invention. Basically, it's not real. Like his heart is what is real and tangible, like what's really going on. And he wrote a book called A Fool's Wisdom. And on Audible, he's the narrator. Like he reads his own book, and he has a cool accent. It's phenomenal. I'm not like appealing to consensus, but he's very, very high in the sciences, and he really breaks it down. And in the later part of the book, he talks about alchemy, and he's like, dude. He didn't say dude. He's like everything that scientists say it's real about the periodic table. He's like, I think it's made up of these basic elements that you can actually tangibly touch and mess with. And I think that you would like the breakdown. I recommend people to that book.
Yeah, dude, throw it up there. I'll take a look at it. I travel a lot for work, and I love listening to audiobooks or whenever I'm working on stuff in my office, I always listen to them. So anything science, I'm there for. And the theory of relativity, there is so much wrong with that. And all scientists know this. They know that it's missing something. Something's just not right because it doesn't always add up, but it does get you close on a lot of things. Like for one, I think that theory of relativity, it's missing frequency, and so you have energy equals mass times speed of light squared. And so, like, where's the frequency at? Because frequency does play a role in all of these different things whenever it comes to relativity. But essentially, nobody's really swearing by it and saying, oh, yeah, it's 100% fact and true. It's just something that does kind of get us close.
Yeah, I've heard you mention that, and I know about your dad and or uncle, maybe the Rife machine, and I respect the work that your family's done and understanding, the human body and just the different degrees y'all have taken, frequency and resonance and vibration, and how can that be used towards healing? Can that target different issues in the body, and can it help the body heal? Because ultimately I think the body is an amazing healing machine if it's given the opportunity and the right stimuli. So clean water and a very clean diet, sunshine and grounding and these different things are super helpful, but big medicine doesn't want you to think that or know that. They want to prescribe you big pharma, oil-based pharmaceuticals, which those have a frequency and a vibration of their own, and they might take care of one symptom, but they'll give you four or five more. My wife's a physician, and she's leaving the mainstream medicine to do private practice so she can actually care for the patient and spend like more than 7 minutes with them, spend like an hour if she needs to. So yeah, I appreciate everything your family does.
Yeah, dude, thanks for that. And like I'm the first one to really delve into physics as deep as I have. But it's basically this. Whenever you're talking about the Rife machine, and it's from point A to point B. If it's 20 foot away, something's 20 foot away from one another. There's only one thing between you 2 points, and that's the air. So you want to be able to work with it through resonant frequency,
Oh,
and the medium is air. But yeah, if your wife's stepping away from allopathic medicine, things of that nature, I can't see your bubble up here. Just
yeah.
tweet at
And
me. Just
also,
tweet at me and I'll follow you.
yeah,
And I'll send you guys some resources for more naturopathic stuff. Like I know some really good doctors that work in this field. One like Brian Artis, or just many different doctors to where I can send some sources for her to check out.
yeah, definitely. And I just realized I didn't look for hands. I just barely woke up and I heard people talking about, well, what's the elevation? What's the climate? I was like, well, I'll tell them real quick. So I think I jumped in front of Lily Hanna or somebody, which I don't want to do that. My kids woke up as well. I'm run Boston Bear, Matthew, JT, and I'll shoot you a DM if possible or a friend's request. But yeah, I'm gonna step down, let other people go through the hands. But much love.
We appreciate you, JT. I was just about to say we should do like an open mic thing. Guys might not have to raise your hands. Brock was up next if he's still around, and then Lily. Do you want to chime in, Sacred? I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, I feel like we had just went to Brock. I think it was Liliana up. Unless Brock didn't finish his thought. I thought he did.
No, yeah, you're right. Liliana's been waiting before me. Let her go.
Oh, well, is Matthew Rife still here? Yeah, he is, huh? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm here.
Matthew's still here. And Brian, is Brian Sweet still here? Can't tell. Maybe he fell asleep. Brian fall asleep? Brian Sweet?
What? No.
Did Brian Sweet fall asleep? I don't know.
Can you hear me, Lily?
Yeah. Okay, now I can hear you. And also, I was wondering if Mr. Xavier was up also. But anyways, what I wanted to tell you, Brian and Matthew, I don't think you guys were here earlier when I put forth my little theory. But what I was saying was that the conclusion I've come to from seeing the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic area is that every degree on the ice wall ring, which is in the Matthew in the flat earth, the basic, very, very basic working model that we've had. The North Pole is at the center, right? And then the South, Antarctic is entire, that's the South. So no matter which part you go from the center, you're headed south. Do you know what I mean?
That was one of the things that I was wondering. How were the compasses actually working down there? I thought down south the compasses weren't supposed to work all that well.
I mean, they should be working anyway, but let me just finish my thought. So basically, what I was proposing, I guess you weren't here, Brian or Matthew, is that the South Pole, there's 360 South Poles that basically every point, every degree of that Antarctic basin ice rim, where the ice wall would be basically. So that entire ring around the Antarctic basin, every degree you have to think of it as a South Pole. So basically the North Pole is at the center, and for 360 degrees outside, when you go southward, every degree is a South Pole. And that's why they see the stars going around, just like we do at the North Pole, like in a time lapse, you would see the circle. And that's the reason they see the 24-hour sun, because as far as angles go, the North Pole is at the same basic angle in relation to the Tropic of Cancer as each of those 360 South Poles are to the Tropic of Capricorn. Do you get it? So, in other words, if you had to flip that 90-degree south where the bottom of the visual dome is, because what I'm proposing is that there's some kind of a visual dome, right, on which the luminaries are projected onto. So if
Did we lose her? Is it me?
Hey, I just wanted to mention quickly before she gets back.
sorry, I got
Oh, she's back.
disconnected as usual. Yeah, so no, to me, that is the conclusion that I'm coming to. And that is why from every point, every degree on that ice wall rim, they're looking at stars going around. Because I think the mistake we've been making as flat earthers is that we think that because at the Antarctic, they're south of the Tropic of Capricorn, we think that it shouldn't be going around their head. But that's a mistake, because angular wise, okay, angle wise, it is the exact same relationship from Tropic of Capricorn to 90 degrees south, which would be Antarctica, as it is from Tropic of Cancer to the North Pole. It's the same relationship, angle-wise, okay? So we're dealing with half a hemisphere, which is like the projection screen, if you will, on which the sun and all the luminaries are shining on. So as the sun goes around the Tropic of Capricorn, remember that if we are even at 80 degrees, which is where Whitsit and all of them were at, 79 degrees, which is almost 80 degrees. So they were basically in the what would have been like the Arctic Circle, except they're in the Antarctic Circle, right? So basically what they're experiencing is the same exact angle that the sun is making on the dome as the people in the north would experience it when the sun is going over the Tropic of Cancer. But now that the sun is going over the Tropic of Capricorn, and because of the way, because I think the mistake we're making is that we think that the sun is being projected on some kind of a flat surface. And so that we should just be able to look up and that's where the sun is, But if you're at 80 degrees, standing at 80 degrees south, which is where Whitsit was, the dome, and if you're facing the North Pole, right? If you're standing at 80 degrees and you're facing the North Pole, the dome, the dome of vision is still behind you because it goes all the way to 90 degrees, correct? So of course you're going to see the sun go around your head. It's so natural now that they came back and told us that they did see the sun. I'm like, oh, this is exactly how it works. Because angle-wise, it's the exact same relationship from 90 degrees Antarctica to the Tropic of Capricorn, as it is from, the North Pole to the Tropic of Cancer. It's the same angular distance, or, the same angular configuration. Anyways, I'm very excited. I think it's just given us it's shed some light, pun intended, on how the sun projects itself on our dome of vision, which is probably some kind of an exotic dome anyway, that is acting as a projection screen. And we're looking at everything from the inside. So of course we're going to see the sun spinning outside of our head. So I don't think that this midnight sun going around us is exclusive to globe. It is no proof of globe whatsoever. All it's done is it's shown us the shape of that dome of where the luminary.
Oh no, we lost Lily again.
Yikes, these damn satellites.
Definitely more information for us, and everybody keeps on saying this stuff. Oh, but it can't work flat Earth, so keep on getting people to prove.
It's okay. I was done. I'm just super duper excited because to me, this has just clarified so much to me. I think we really just have to start considering that there's 360 south poles all around the rim.
More like infinite.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all south away from north anyway, right? Other than if they had better video, how come the government that's been stealing our money for like over 110 years and can't get bigger batteries or something like that to give us a better video of a 24-hour sun down south? It's obviously stitched together. The one up north there looks pretty good. I mean, maybe that's why they don't do it, because everybody would see one, and that'd be weird. But I think we tapped into a new market. Yeah. We can start. We can buy a boat and we can start selling tours to go check out the 24 our southern sun there, because they don't have any tourism going there yet. Go check it out for some reason.
You know, this could actually disprove the globe if we do something like that, and we do observe it like on the outer rim at all times. That is impossible on the globe. So maybe that's the reason they didn't want to show it until now. I don't know why they even showed that. I did want to mention, I think earlier you guys were talking about medicine. I just wanted to mention something. I don't know if you guys know about the virus hoax and Andrew Kaufman and Tom Cowan and what they have to say about that. But I can link their pages to the chat if you guys want to look into that.
Oh yeah, well aware. It's like going inside the body is just as crazy as outer space. And so Kaufman's a legend, and Cowan and Amanda Vollmer and Sam Bailey, and there's so many that are just waking up. It's like a parallel parallel universe where people are like, wait a minute, this hasn't been right from the beginning. This has been assumptions. This has been modeling on a computer. Yeah, like I said, the body's a healing machine, and if you don't fear, like, don't be scared of germs or like not germs, but viruses that are gonna get you. It changed my whole paradigm. Like, I hardly get sick at all. Just believing that how you treat your body, it's gonna take care of itself. So anyway, appreciate anything you post, but I'm pretty caught up to speed on it.
You know, Dr. Tom Cohen has a fantastic book, The Contagion Myth. Have you read it?
I think I have it. Mohammed, have you read The Contagion Myth?
No, I haven't.
It's totally worth reading, Dr. Tom Cohen. Yeah, Dr. Tom Cohen is on Twitter. You can follow him here. But
It's so
his
funny.
book is brilliant. The Contagion Myth.
Oh, I have one here called The Truth About Contagion, Exploring Theories on How Disease Spreads by Dr. Cowan and Sally Morrill. But it's funny, they get shadow banned just as hard as, you know, we truthers on different topics.
Yeah, it's the same thing, you know, it's the same control method. You know, they just want to make sure that people don't know what's actually going on, and that you're fearing, you're always fearing something. That's the only way that they can control us. So it's the same exact thing, like you said, just another parallel universe about, you know, the body and what's actually going on in there.
Yeah, I wanted to mention one thing. It seems like there's been a different, like a change of the tide, or a change of the season, or the era, because they hid this stuff perfectly for a long time, and it seems like the veil lifted all at once for a whole bunch of people. Now it's super hard for some to see. I think they will see. They're going to have more and more opportunities to see, but there's something about truth itself. Seeking truth. I know that sounds kind of like new agey or meta, like I'm a truth seeker, but I think truth has a vibration too. And a lot of us have tapped into what does it feel like when you hear truth? What does it feel like when you speak it and seek it and share it? And mainstream will look at us like, you bunch of weird quacks, y'all are just crazy. It's like, but they don't know yet that the truth will set you free isn't just some kind of cliche saying. The truth will set you free. You should get some of it and then get some more and then get some more. So I think that's why people show up here 123 weeks, is because we aren't fools, and we're learning more and more from each other. And what we're doing is we're coming together. We're joining together our minds, our forces, our energies, and this is what life is about, not division and being angry because we have a differing view. So anyway, a little more meta.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop the truth anymore. It's just all spilling out. I think now it's just a matter of, you know, If you're really too like spiritually dead or you know intellectually inept, you just won't get it. But I think that people that value goodness and value integrity, they're just going to start finding each other and finding more and more truth, you know, because that's how it works. But yeah, I have to say, I think that this is going to be a gigantic win for flat Earth in the near future. But we might have to go through a little rough period now, but
Yeah, it's been wild seeing people spiral, and it's like almost like it's almost like globe believers or globers that were almost toxic, almost have like a free space, or even people in my life that know, bro. Oh man, here in Witsit, like come on here last night, not even home. I mean, and then grabbing an Uber, not even home, sharing updates, more info. This dude is about to completely annihilate the tomfoolery going on. When he goes on Candace Owens and speaks truth to everyone that's like piqued up their interest, their ears are on the high alert. Whoa, did you hear this mainstream flat earther got disproved? And he goes, no, that's not what happened. Listen, this is the truth. Boom. More people are going to start looking into it. More people are going to look into heliocentrism as a whole and where its holes are. I mean, this guy is about to get charged up and he's going to do some work. So that's what's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I love how we get like the exclusives. Like I didn't even really know if it was confirmed or not that he was flying the Candace Owens. And just like he said, that was supposed to be set up prior to this whole trip. And now it's afterwards. So, flat earthers are gonna get the last say, which is
Yeah, but
crazy.
Candace Owens might censor that. I don't. I'm not betting too much on her putting things out there if it has to do with flat Earth or anything like that. I'm not even sure if she's gonna post that completely.
I mean, her cameraman went out there, right?
No, I'm
Yeah,
sure she'll let it go. She'll let that fly. She's not afraid to put stuff out. What is Will's or not Will Austin's stance on it? Whenever, like what you were saying, no, that's not exactly what happened. What really happened is boom. What is it?
I can break
Stance
it
on.
So,
down.
Oh yeah, go
Or
ahead, Dave.
Sacred, you can take it too.
No, go for it, and then we'll slide the Brock out.
Yeah, and if I miss anything, you can fill in the holes. Um, just the way that the whole final experiment came out, we were all watching. I mean, I was already into Flat Earth Friday at that point, and it was like this mysterious secret. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, this media was being made that there was going to be this conclusive test or experiment or thing. Something's coming that's going to put the globe versus flat, debate to bed forever. And then it ended up being Will Duffy, y'all know that part of the story, and he had this idea that they're going to go down there and see the 24-hour sun or not. Well, we all, as we watched, and Whitsit even, as he watched, realized they already knew what was going on down there. He wanted to play it up like nobody knew. Let's go see. They knew that this phenomenon happened. It's just a luminary in the sky doing a thing that, most flat earthers didn't think happened. And in fact, quite a few said it doesn't happen. And some said if it happens, then the AE map can't be right. Or, some may have said something along the lines of like, it's a globe then, but that's not the truth. And they want to nail us to the wall on, well, you said it, you got to stick to what you said. But what Joe Hanvey's really saying is, and other people, as you gain more information, are you able to change your position on something? Like, are you able to say, I was wrong about that thought. Let's see what the truth is. And he's modeling things. But um, back to Witsit and his stance and his take and what he thinks, he realized that the creator was guiding him towards this because he prayed hard, like, should I even go? Is this gonna like wreck me? Are they gonna try to, end me? And he prayed that if he wasn't supposed to go, that he would feel deep in his spirit that he should go away, not go, like just walk away. But that never happened. And then a lot of people were saying, this trip's not gonna happen, it's not gonna happen, but it did. And he realized that it got closer and closer that this is going to be a massive win for Flat Earth because who better to go than Jaron and Whitsitt down there? Honest people, digging for the truth, known truth seekers. Because as the Globers are going to freak out and laugh and like, oh, you've been disproven, and they're going to run out of steam pretty quick. They're like blowing their load fast. Then they're going to say, well, what did the flat earthers think? Or they're going to interview him as well. And you know how articulate he is and his talking points and how much he knows about the heliocentric model versus, the stationary topographical plane Earth enclosed system. He's got that on lock. So he's going to get more and more and more opportunities, which his DMs are filling up right now with people saying, come talk to us about it. Come talk to us about it. And it's just an open invitation to speak, just totally open about what he knows so far. And this is what we've been wanting. So he's excited. He said some of this on his private stream. If people were giving like $5 a month to Kofi, like with Kofi.com/Witsit, he did like a 30-minute private stream, which he really laid out what he was feeling.
Hey, so when's he going on Candace Owens' show? I'm gonna reach out to her and see if I can't sponsor that episode.
Oh wow. I don't think they have a date. She got sick, which he said really he felt like the creator did that as well. So they were going to have it before, but now they're going to have it after. And somebody said Mark Herman was his cameraman. No, Mark Herman is Candace Owens' producer, and he's cool. He's very based. If you haven't seen the episode on Jaronism with Elizabeth and Witsit and Jaron and Mark Herman, it's hilarious. I mean, he's very based, funny guy. I can drop the link in the purple pill.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and message her. I mean, that's good to know that I still got some time. I'm gonna go ahead and message her and see if I can't sponsor it. That'd be hilarious. I'd love that.
That's awesome. I'm gonna have to drop and do family stuff, breakfast and stuff. Thanks for letting me grab the mic real quick this morning. Matthew, thank you for all you do. Sacred Proud. This space is powerful. Thank you.
Always a pleasure, JT. Stationary Saturdays, grab your cup of Joe.
JT is the president.
El Presidente.
Later, JTZ.
Later, brother.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, I just want to put it out there, that, like, when people say that, shit, how do I say it? I'm losing my thought, sorry, now that I came on mic. Oh, it's totally got me. I just lost my thought. Can anyone refresh me?
It'll come back. Don't worry. I'm just so excited that so many brilliant minds from Flat Earth are going to be tackling this issue. It doesn't change the shape of our Earth. It doesn't change the fact that we're stationary. All that is locked. None of that changes. So, but now we get to just understand our realm more, which to me is exciting. Like this is not proving flat Earth any more than we already know. We already know the Earth is flat. We already know it's stationary. This didn't need to contribute to that because that is already an issue that's locked. So yeah, it's very exciting.
I remember now. It was, I seen people already posting saying that, geez, it keeps getting me. It's, jeez. I'm sorry, guys. I keep going back and forth between two topics. I was going to mention with it being out there talking with Owen Benjamin about like the flood happening. Like we were talking about the ice and how it got out there if it doesn't snow a lot. Um, so that is an interesting topic. Like if like you want to go full speculative, if there were lands outside of Antarctica, like what if it's all snowed over because of the flood, and that's where that water came from, and now it's kind of like a desert where it doesn't ever evaporate. I don't know. It's an interesting topic. You guys were explaining it earlier, so I appreciate it.
My bad, guys. I'm just like trying to respond to some DMs, look through the comments, see what's going on. It's been interesting navigating through this conversation, though. I will say that. I actually thought there was gonna be a little bit more smoke than what we got.
I think I
Just from
started
the
a little earlier, maybe.
Little light on the smoke tonight, huh? It's mostly been smoke from people that lit themselves on fire too. It's like a weird kind of smoke. It's that smoke that smells real shitty. It's just like, ugh, why'd you light yourself on fire, bro?
shitty self flame.
Well, they might
Yeah.
show up tomorrow. I mean, Saturday today, later.
But you know when you marinate in your own shit and then light yourself on fire?
That would be a very stinky barbecue.
Yeah.
I remember the thing I was thinking of earlier. They were saying that, like Big Tim was saying, oh, he said he didn't think that there would be a 24-hour sun. But I think tonight we got clarity from what he said. I was going to ask him about it, but he said that, after seeing some data very coming, close to the event of multiple people and new resources coming out, that he did expect it. So it's like a flip flop. Like they're trying to say, oh, he said it wasn't going to be a 24-hour sun, and then there was, and that proves the Earth's not flat. But in reality, he just mentioned tonight when he got back that, he had seen data, and what he had seen made him think that he would see it closer to then. So I hope that doesn't get conflated because I had already seen posts about it.
So was he saying that he was actually a flat earther, and then he became a glober after the 24-hour sun? Like Tune is so dishonest, man.
They're all dishonest. That's the problem. If they were honest, they would say, "Hey, first and foremost, this isn't an experiment, and the sun doesn't prove anything."
Well, one thing we did learn is that perspective isn't the only factor that works when the sun goes away. So we've learned that now.
I think it's cool that what we saw. I mean, we got more information. It's been modeled out to it can work on a flat Earth, and that's the thing. All these guys always say it can work on a flat Earth, but it seems to be working pretty well on a flat Earth. So, data, data, data.
Yeah, that's the benefit of them going. Uh, the only thing is, all these flat earthers that are just sticking to the original model, and the local sun, and that you can't see an apparent sun. They're the ones that I think they're actually doing us a disservice, because right now they're the ones that are attacking Austin and Jaron and everybody that went. Um, but they should be a lot more open minded. I mean, in the beginning when I first saw it, I'm going to be honest, like I did have a little cognitive dissonance, and I was like, oh, how is that possible? Because I had that one model in my head. And then I just had to go back and look at all the evidence for flat earth, and just remind myself that, yeah, the earth is flat regardless of what happens up there. So I don't know what's going on with these flat earthers, because there's a lot of them and a lot of prominent ones that are, attacking Austin, Jaron, and even Flat Earth Dave. I don't know if you guys seen that guy. I don't know what his name is, but he's all over Twitter, and he constantly attacking them.
There's a bunch of people out there like that right now. Suddenly, everybody's a Mason shill and stuff like that. It's like crazy. Like 10 days later, when did they go down there? How long has it been? Suddenly, now everybody's a shill. Whatever. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, the switch up is wild. I'm like, man, if I decided to go down there and the same thing happened to me, like, I hope everybody wanted to switch up on me.
Dude, it's wild.
They don't let cyborgs be Freemasons.
Yeah, you would have froze down there, man. I heard even the even the plane they had when they dropped them off, they had to keep it running and turn around and get the hell out of there because it's freaking cold, man. But yeah, you couldn't cyborg, no cyborgs, man. They had to work. They were in. Yeah, I can't even imagine sleeping in those tents in 28 degrees. I couldn't even imagine. And then, did you see that big old container there with their their liquid? Yeah, yeah. I mean, seriously. I mean, they're worried about the
Oh, you
ice.
talking about that CGI stuff?
Oh yeah, everything was CGI.
You talking about that movie set, brother? You talking about that major motion picture from Warner Brothers Studios and The Boys?
Dude, I know.
You know what's making me think more that that 24-hour sun is just there for, a couple of weeks, is just that the ice doesn't melt. Because it wouldn't make sense if the sun is apparent there for longer than if it's a long period of time, uh, for it to not melt that ice. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm really leaning towards it being there for a specific amount of time, whether it's those days that they were there and just a little more than that, or yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now.
Man, is this like this is a thing to make money for Will Duffy. Even before they even got there, I think he was still in his hotel in Punta Arenas, talking about a 24-hour moon. Like that's his, the 24-hour moon part two. It's like, bro, why does anybody see the moon in the daylight? If it's out there in space, 238,856 miles away, man, it's like, why in Arizona did I look at the moon and some guy in Australia, as I'm talking to him in a space at 6:15 in the morning, why was he looking at it, the same moon at 11 o'clock at night? It's like, but these are the answers that need to be answered, man. The luminaries don't prove anything about the shape of the Earth, but it was a cool effect. I ain't gonna lie, man. I thought it would be a long sun with some coffee cup caustic. I mean, seriously, how does a country steal our money for this long and not have a longer lasting battery where they can get it 24? I mean, they did it up north. We got a pretty good video up north where no one's claiming, hey, but it's like literally match sun flares, man. It's like the chances of that happening. No, I just don't see that happening. But hey,
Even if you put them side by side, the Arctic 24-hour sun and the Antarctic, they look completely different.
well, the
They
one
look,
that they show in the north too, it goes up and down, man.
yeah.
I didn't really see that, but they were like looking. It was like right above their head and stuff, and I was like, "How's that possible?" Because they're basically in the same area as me, as far as time zones go, and I
Yeah.
was above my head in Arizona. I was like, "That seems pretty impossible on a ball."
So then on a globe, it would have to be exactly the same. If it happens in the Arctic and then in the Antarctic, then there should be no difference in how you view them. But the fact that there is a difference means that you know it's not a globe, and that something else is happening in the Antarctic. That's like some refraction, or like the theory that I don't know who mentioned it earlier, but yeah, something else is happening in the Antarctic. It's not the same exact phenomena that happens in the Arctic.
All it is more data, man. It's all about the truth. Now we got more data. Like we would have never gotten this information before. It all been speculation, and it does nothing but help us. I mean, seriously, more models are coming out. Showing it's possible.
Yeah, 24-hour sun. That means gravity exists. They finally measured curvature. Totally solved Michelson-Morley with a 24-hour sun.
Totally, man. It did. Got all that gas pressure without containment. I believe in that now.
Oh, they figured that out too with the 24 hours. I forgot about the gas pressure with the vacuum. Yeah, that whole thing.
Because I've seen a lot of experiments where they put gas inside of a quote unquote vacuum chamber, and it totally condensed in on itself and turned into a sun. It didn't just expand it.
Yo, remember that time when they observed something above the horizon and that debunked flat Earth? But and then on top of that, it retroactively fixed everything, like other mutually exclusive things. It's just that's crazy, dude. That's tight. Shout out to the boys.
Shout out to Will Duffy and his backers, whoever they are. In his I still find it weird that this dude's cool. He literally legit. There's a video out there. He said you can totally lie and deceit to people. He's cool with
Seems
it.
like a fair guy.
Seems honest. You want to deal with people that openly admit that they're cool with lying to you and being deceitful. That's who yeah, bro. Sit at my table, man. Here's some bread.
Being honest about lying is nuts.
Well, honestly, I'd rather have an honest enemy than a false friend. So, at least not you, sleazy slime bag. Just never take
That's
her.
true. Let me know what it is. Don't deceive me.
I don't want to be walking around and have some knife in my back. Now I know to keep an eye on you.
If only Aries had a 24-hour sun back then, man. He would have never had to fill his telescope.
Dude, it's crazy, and they just talk about this dude Airy like he was just some schlub off the street with a telescope. He was nobody.
Some schnarb just rolled in off the streets.
Some scrub. Hey, check out this little trick I can do with my telescope.
Check out this cool trick I can do. Oh, what's that, Airy?
Alan, can you try to bring in Leliana up? Because every time I try, he was dropping.
Oh, you send me co-host?
Oh, shit, my bad.
Now everybody's a shadow expert.
One Liliana coming up. Clear the stage. The Madam Ambassadress is coming. Galatrax, tuck in your shirt. Ahmed, avert your eyes.
I don't see her.
Me neither, man. That's a shame.
Yo, Lily, with an intro like that, you got to show up.
I know, right?
Her battery probably died.
It does that all the time.
Especially in Antarctica, where they have to loop film together.
What's up, everybody? Been waiting on Alan's Prezi.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. I don't know, Alan. You feel
Oh
like
man.
cooking, like chefing something up Saturday morning.
Do I feel like
Hold on.
elevating the community at a pivotal time when everyone is in desperate need of elevation? Yeah, sure do, bud. Sure
Is this
Hey,
do.
wait. Were you guys talking about me behind my back?
No,
Only-
I gave you such an awesome intro that it was
then
like,
Damn, I missed it. What did you
yeah.
say?
I mean, it
Dang.
could never be followed, Lily. You have to catch the replay. I can't even repeat it because it would be a disservice to how awesome it was.
Wait, are you being sarcastic? I can't tell.
No, you should write down the time right now so you can go back and listen to it. Badass.
Oh, well, regardless, Alan, you are my teacher. You know that, so.
Yeah, I heard you're learning Krav Maga from him.
What? What? Beasticles?
I learned my Krav Maga from the Born Identity or whatever, watching it 3 or 4 times.
Beasticles hates me.
Cabal
It's
movie
okay,
magic
Beasticle.
taught me martial arts.
Dude, that bench scene was lit. You know it.
I don't hate you, Lily. I care about you a lot.
Yeah, it's okay. My ego is not invested in any of this, so you know, I would always admit if I'm wrong, and I'm wanting to learn, and I get excited, and I do have a little bit of a sciencey kind of a mind, even though I haven't really I'm not educated like the learned colleagues, but I try and I'm excited, you know. So, anyways, my love for all the truthers, the real ones, and the real flat earthers, and the real sciencers, it's all unconditional. It's not like dependent on whether or not you agree with my little theories or whatever. And also, theories are like underwear. You have to change them all the time.
Ooh, it's interesting.
If you're not willing to update your position based upon new information, you're a liar to yourself.
Absolutely. What a crazy show tonight, I guess. Whew, I was listening the whole time. Pretty wild.
Where's this presentation at though? Where's it at? What kind of presentation?
Alan.
Dude, so I got a little prez. Whenever we're ready to get into it. But it's about basically arguing from a point of null hypothesis and, you know, trying to falsify that hypothesis. And if you can't falsify it, then you don't have to reject it. So I go over a flat earth hypothesis. That's our working assumption. And then the alternative hypothesis would be that the earth is a globe. And I go over some mutually exclusive scenarios because the purpose of coming up with something to falsify your null hypothesis is that it's, you know, the outcomes are mutually exclusive. So it's you know, it's one or the other. The two things can't be true at the same time. So we're gonna go over some basic, you know, back to the basics or whatever, like some really good solid proofs that are geometrically impossible on a globe, irrespective of the positions of the luminary.
Nice. Is there something we should be following along, Alan?
Oh no! Do you want me to start now?
I don't know. I know Sacred's cooking breakfast. He's like, shit, whatever, man.
He's cooking. All right, dude, I got you. Pulling it up now.
Shout out to Dr. Michael Heffron as well.
Yup.
Alan, are you suggesting that the lights in the sky don't determine the shape of the Earth?
Oh, dude, no. I'm suggesting that you can't use them to prove what the shape is, but you can use them to prove what the shape isn't.
I can't wait to hear it. It's awesome. What's up,
Nice.
everybody?
What up, Dave?
Perfect timing. What up?
What's up? Hey, I just want to do a little plug here. I'm going to be on Vika Drazi's live stream at either 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. Hopefully, I'm trying to get them to start early because they got a hard stop at 5 p.m. on Sunday. And I have a lot of information I'm going to break down on the TFE expedition. I think it's going to be interesting. So there you go.
I think we just spoke to him on TikTok. He was telling us about it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Vika's great. He did the Mechanical Realm and other stuff. I love his work. So I've got some observations, some things to consider, and I think it's going to be quite telling.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm subbed to his channel, but I told him to send me the link so I could tune in.
Yeah.
Are you guys having Joe up there too, or is it just
Joe's going to be on there? Everything. But because I have a hard stop an hour into the show, I'm going to go first and kind of just lay out all my thoughts on this, and I think everyone is going to agree. Isn't that fun?
I'm definitely tuning in.
All right. Hey, and just a heads up, the friend finder is back online. Just open your app, click the update button, and the blue dots are back. Security is rock solid. Thank you, Michael McToon. And that's all I got to say about that.
Nice, dude. Every data breach has a happy ending. That's what I learned from watching Hollywood movies.
Nice. If anyone has any questions for me, I'm willing to answer now. I have to mute up in a little bit. I got a couple of things to do. It's gonna make some noise, but if anyone wanted to ask me anything, I don't know. I just tuned in. I'm tuned in late. So hey, can you summarize what's happened in the last 12 hours for me, real quick?
Yeah, a lot of people were upset, and then when they were confronted with the bad man who upset them the mostesses, a couple of them were like, you know what? I was being really overreacting, and I'm gonna chill out and dial it back.
I like that.
And a couple of them were like, nah, dude, F that. I'm going down with the ship, baby. So, that's tight.
All right.
Commitment.
Hey, Dave, I got a question.
Shoot.
Why are you such a big shill?
Oh yeah, well Tyler exposed me because my hand, when I was explaining that something has to be a tube, I put my thumb and my forefinger together, and then you can say
a little Freemason handshake there.
Yeah. And then when Sean Hibbler took a photo with me in Mexico, he gave the gang peace sign, and that matches Baphomet. And then also, I don't say God, I say the Creator. And then, well, guess what? I do purposely say the Creator a lot because I used to be a person that if someone mentioned God, I just run away. And so I carefully but I actually have a little search engine where I can search words spoken in my videos, and I type in God. I actually say God in every single interview I do. So it's crazy.
I hear that your app there is out there to track all of us flat earthers. So when you get your data out there,
I wouldn't know how to extract any information. It's so stupid. If you're worried about that, get rid of your phone. Your phone's tracking you.
My goodness, are you saying that that our phones are taking pictures of us on a constant basis and using Face ID and license?
I would never say that. I would never say that.
But anyway, I just want to let you know that I'm a little worried that you got some magical ship up there and you're going to take us all out.
I am.
Based on that.
That's my plan, to find out where you all are, and then I'm going to take you out with drones. I've already launched them, if you haven't noticed.
Hey, Dave, do you have an iPhone?
I cannot answer that on the grounds it may intimidate me.
All right. Well, if you do, there's some settings you should turn off.
Nah, that's actually just a trick to get you to answer so we can harass you for having an iPhone.
Yeah, I can't answer that because I said intimidate, but I meant incriminate.
Regardless of what you were gonna say, you're gonna be a shill anyway. Doesn't matter.
Either one, it doesn't matter.
So, Dave, real quick, were you
Still
a
a
flat
shill.
earther before you got a job at the CIA, or was this just
Dude,
part of your CIA job?
I was never a flat earther. Hey, I got a question. The guy that's there to film the documentary, they said he's a flat earther, but when he went on camera, he said I'm a glober. Did anyone notice that?
Oh, what a guy, McGuyerson, dude! Classic dude. So you know what? You know what's crazy? Before Guy McGuyerson had all this public evidence that he was a flat earther for a long time, Beast was
Wait,
looking for.
Is that the camera's name? Is that the cameraman's name? The guy?
No, Guy McGuyerson is what I just call random people who I either don't know or are irrelevant.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, it's a universally applicable term. Anyway, Beast was looking for Guy McGuyerson's social media because apparently, you know, he was publicly a flat earther. He couldn't find a single thing. And then when Jaren's questioned him on it, he's all of a sudden he has all this privated Facebook post that prove he's a flat earther that he's like posted for years, and a lot of it was like old retweets from you basically, or just like reposting stuff that you had.
I listen. The setup for this this operation, in my opinion, is bigger than the Beachy School incident in Connecticut. It's bigger than the Boston Marathon, and it's as important as the moon landing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's easier to pull off than those first two events that I mentioned. But this is a well-oiled, well-planned, many-year operation.
Go on.
On Victor's stream, I'm going to go over the whole thing. I'm going to lay out my opinion based on evidence. Based on evidence. Based on evidence.
The most interesting thing I've heard all night, and it's gonna be fucking. I have to wait, not have it right now. Why you do this to me, Dave?
Listen.
Why?
So think about this. Is the globe lie important to the elite? The answer is absolutely. It's the number one most important thing because without it, they lose complete and total control over the earth. So, what lengths would they go to protect it? Right? Because right now it is being threatened by us. Right? The globe lie is being threatened by us, and people are waking up faster and faster. So they need to do something. They're not sitting on their hands waiting to see. Well, maybe these flat earthers will go away. Maybe no. They see what's going on, so they did this operation. I mean, Jaren right now is the most famous flat earther in the world. There's thousands of articles misquoting him, straw man images, everything, nothing new under the sun. And if you read those articles, I read a couple of them, they're written by McToon. You can tell his handwriting is in there. Okay? I mean, they're using the word flurf. They're doing all sorts of stuff. I mean, you can tell this is a well-oiled machine.
They're flurfing.
Listen, they're doing they're making a big mistake. Just like Witsit was saying, you know, no publicity is bad publicity. Even the hit piece with Jaren.
Here's the thing: I gotta tip my hat to the Globers because they work together really well. They meet together. As a matter of fact, they all got there to Chile one full day before any flat earthers did. So they had their little meeting and they got together. We should work together. Listen, we all have differences, but we all get pissed off, and this is what they want. They want us fighting with each other, right? People are saying I'm a shill because I exposed that Duffy green screen glitch as that was a fucking accident. I've done it a million times myself, and it actually
was a public service you did.
Yeah, and that was actually proving there wasn't a green screen. That actually made it so nobody can claim there's a green screen if you understand how green screens work. So I'm a shill for helping flat earthers because here's what's going on. There's so many bad claims being made out there that that Dave McKeegan is going to come out and make videos embarrassing the fuck out of how stupid flat earthers are. So I've literally spent the last few days, week or whatever, defending the globe, right? Or not defending the globe, but defending the accusations against the globe, so to help people not look stupid. Because these shadows things, there's one picture I saw that I can't explain, but all of the other ones are fully explainable. right? The McToon shadow going from left to right, changing sides. The cameraman was going from the left to the right as he was going from the right to the left. The shadow never changed its orientation. Just the camera did, and it was an optical illusion. It's just crazy. Listen, when I see something that protects that agrees with my stance, I was like, yes, I want to run with that. But I say, wait, because I've done it too many times. I run with it, and then I'm like, nah, look, there's an explanation for it. Take the time, look for the explanation. Try to recreate it. Like I was about to go out and film. I was going to recreate these diverging shadows, and as soon as was ready to go outside, it got cloudy, and now we're having this snowstorm. But these things are explainable, and it doesn't make me a shill for looking for the truth. So there you go.
Well, stick around for this presentation that Alan's about to do. You're gonna love it.
You know what? Divine intervention. I tuned in at the right time perfectly. I can't wait to hear it. So I'll shut up for now. And
hold on, Dave. I do got a question though.
Go.
Because I did find it interesting, right? That some of these guys, like I don't know them, but some of the other guys probably know who these guys are. When they started making these like super conspiratorial videos, one of them actually seemed probably the guy that you were mentioning. He seemed like he was almost like, I don't want to say remorseful, but he was like, yeah, I don't really want to do this today, but I feel like
you mean Dennis Flat Earther you're talking about?
I don't know. I guess that's who he is. Like, I'm not really familiar with him, but like, how do you handle that? Because he seemed to say like, he was like my friend, but
he was my friend. I actually thought he was a good guy. I've never met him, but like we would text. If he said call me, I'd call him in a second. I don't call anybody except my friends. And then he texted me. He's like, dude, I'm about to come out with this video, and I want your response. He sends me a picture. I couldn't even tell who it was. It's like somebody who he thought was somebody else. I don't even remember what it was because it's so stupid. And I was just like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. He goes, well, I'm going to make this video, and he shows me making a hand sign. I think I don't even freaking remember. It's so stupid. I was like, dude, put out whatever video you got to put out. I don't know what you're talking about. And he puts out this video. Like I'm Jewish. I talk with my hands, okay? And they're swinging all over the place. And you can just look for when my thumb and finger touch. Oh, there's 666. My two middle fingers go down a little bit. Oh, there's the Baphomet sign, right? That's all he has. And the main reason was because I don't say God, which I do. But to be honest, I try not to say God because it scares people away that don't know about the Creator or God, right? And so he thinks that because I like speculating, and I always clearly say that I'm speculating about more land beyond Antarctica, right? I love talking about that, but I always say we don't need to speculate what's beyond the shoreline of Antarctica to prove the physical shape of the Earth that we walk upon. I always say that. So I don't know what his problem is. Here's the problem. Normally I just ignore people like that, but he's got a massive audience, and so many people are like, oh, good job, Tyler. You really exposed him. He's a shill. Here's the best proof that they have that I'm a Freemason. Russian vids I did with PK from Australia on Caravan to Midnight, the Arc Midnight radio show, which is a spinoff from Coast to Coast AM. We did a 3-hour video presentation on the Boston bombing, and we blew John B. Wells's mind. At the end, he was literally in tears. He took off his glasses. He's like, holy crap. He goes, would you mind if I honored you with a little ceremony? We're like, sure. And he goes, in the honor of Patrick McGowan, which is some television show that I don't even know what it was. And he goes, I want to knight you, Knights of the Arc Midnight. That's the name of his radio show, the Arc Midnight. And he was honoring us for such an awesome presentation and putting us up on the Wall of Fame on his website. That's all. That proves that we're Freemasons because he knighted us Knights of the Arc Midnight radio show. Isn't that the R word? Am I allowed to say that word here? Whatever. It's absolutely stupid. So that's it.
I think they're streaming on TikTok, man. Watch your mouth.
Yeah. So that's why I'm careful.
Oh, they are? Oh, whoops. Okay.
Yeah.
We left him over there. So we can talk. We can speak freely.
I just want to say one more thing. There's so many times where flat earthers are misinterpreting what other flat earthers say. Flat earthers are like, oh, you said this, and then all of this riff starts. We're still on the same fucking team. Everyone needs to just get over it and relax. I don't like everything anyone says, okay? Right? Jaron has said a lot of shit that I don't like, right? That I don't agree with, but that's okay. I disagree with it, but like there's so many misunderstandings. That's what I'm saying. Misunderstandings that we all need to get over, and we need to learn how to work together like the Globers do, or we're going to have a more difficult time in winning. We're still going to win, but we're going to have a more difficult time.
You know, that was very well put, man. It's just when I seen that, it just was the epitome of what I see in the community.
Yeah, his video is nuts. His video is absolutely nuts. And the fact that people fall, that they're like, oh my God, good job. That's more disheartening than the stupid shit that Amy Goldberg says, because it's just disheartening that people don't take the time to actually think and look. Like, how the hell am I a shill? Oh, I know how I'm a shill, because I got on Roseanne Barr and I got on Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer does Goat Boy, and Goat is Baphomet, and I got on InfoWars, and Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, and the fact that I'm on there, I'm buddy with him. I'm not buddy with him. I can't call him. I got nothing, right? So the reason I got on those shows is because I worked my fucking ass off to get this message out, and I'll go on any platform. I'll go on Joe Rogan. I hate that guy, right? But I'm just trying to get the message out there. And now, where did Dave Weiss come from? Why is he all of a sudden the head of Flat Earth? I'm not the head of Flat Earth, but I am probably one of the most outspoken people, and I get on the most number of shows. Why? Because that's what I do 24/7. Why do I do that? Because I'm trying to wake people up to that we're in a created world with a creator, and that they're lying to us and they're stealing our energy, and that's why I do it, right? Other people could do what I'm doing, right? But I'm out here by my friggin' self, with the support of you guys and some others. I do the best that I can do, but we have no unified game plan. We have no unified game plan, and we look like idiots often.
Only when we get way lost in the weeds with it, right? It's like, can't say flat earth is censored, and when we hit the pinnacles and you say, oh, that person's a sellout. It's like, okay, so which one is it? Are we supposed to break through the door, or are we supposed to stay in a sensitive position? What is it, bro? We can't, gotta pick a side, gotta pick a struggle, as I like to say all the time.
Yeah. Listen, here's the thing. Years ago, not all the time, people, friends have, oh my God, someone makes a hit piece like Tyler made, and then people that, are friends with me, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I got duped by Dave Weiss. And then they'll call me. For example, you guys have a beef with Caleb, I think. And Caleb, years ago, he saw the Russian Viz video about me being a Freemason. He actually made a video on it, going after me. And then either I called him or he called me. I can't remember. And I explained it to him. He goes, "Oh man, now I get it." There's people that are mad at me that I considered friends that never called me to ask me about it. They just went off the fucking rockers, and it's insane. It's call your friend and find that clarity. We're here. Jaron always says that. Call him. Although he never answers the phone. If you're my friend and I have your phone number, you can call me. Okay. I try to respond to everybody, but people have literally lost their friggin' minds. And that's what they want. This is all about division, right? Divide. Get us to fight, get us to give up that loose energy. That's what we're in a spiritual war, whether you want to believe it or not. It's a fact. And they're trying to steal all of that energy from us.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest psyop, the fact that they knew that this was going to create some type of divide.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, we've been getting too strong, getting too together. They had to figure this one out. And I think that was the real plot. They said, oh, the plot is to debunk, the flat earth, even though they know that's not what it was. was really let's cause some division within the community. They getting way too strong out here. Which is what I wanted to ask you about that with this whole guy, the fittest guy, because I was just wondering. I'm like, I wonder if he reached out. I wonder if they were to have a conversation prior. He had not dropped the video.
Yeah, he reached out via text, and I didn't even understand what he was saying, and I was so freaking busy. And he's like, "Oh, you can stop me from putting this video out." I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about." I go, "If you really feel something's true, go ahead, put it out." Like I didn't know, like, the picture he sent me. Maybe I can look it up. Can you hear me or no? Can you hear me?
Yeah. You good?
You can hear me when I'm navigating on the phone.
Yeah, you're good.
Let me see if I can find it.
That's only TikTok. Whenever you leave the app, everything shut down.
Right. So he sent me a picture of. Oh, it was Joe Hanvey holding up a solar filter, and he was kind of adjusting it in front of his face, and behind him was a jersey on the wall of either football player, I don't even know what it is, and it was the number 36. And through the lens, you can see the 3. And then he flips the lens over, and you can see the 3, and that's 33. That's like, what? Like, why did he point out the 36? Because that's three sixes. That's like, that's what he sent me, the video of that, and he's like, I'm not going to tell you. Oh no, he sent that, and then he also sent a picture of Austin. Yeah, Austin holding up it looks like Austin held up his hand in Antarctica, and his 2 middle fingers were bent a little bit. That's Baphomet.
Bro, that had me
crazy. Baphomet.
Yeah, and then and the fact that I defended the green screen issue, he uses the green screen. He should freaking know better. And the 36 behind, he goes, no comment on this clear 33. I'm gonna lie, Dave. I'm not struggling over here. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying. He's like, Dad, we're all Masons. You want to convince me not to include you in what I'm about to do? I'm gonna give you a chance to convince me. I have no idea what he's about to do, right? He lost his mind. It's interesting that the people that do this person is that person get really deep into it. There's several people, Russian Vid, I forget the other guy's name, Greenblatt or whatever. They all go crazy. Maybe it's because maybe there's some truth to it, and that the demons don't like being exposed, and they literally make the person go crazy. I don't know.
I believe there was a little bit of trickery in the drone footage that was taken in relationship to the exposing of the green screen, because when he remote controlled the drone behind him, it seemed like it was about 20 yards or so, and then made it back and was like, oh, look, guys, see, there's no green screen. But then the problem here is that would only be true if it was a small room. What's to say that it wasn't a bigger room, like the size of like
so you think
fly a drone? I'm in the middle of speaking.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, okay. But it wasn't even really your turn. It was really
no, but
that's okay. It's okay.
Lying, it gives an opportunity to ask questions specifically relative to what they're talking about.
No problem. Sorry for interrupting. But so you believe that they're in a giant studio and Austin and Jaron are lying?
I didn't say Austin. I don't know where it was, but I know that it's totally possible. They do it in Hollywood all the time. There's these massive green screens where they can do huge movie sets, not just a small movie set, but a big giant movie set where all the walls are green screened, where you would easily be able to navigate a drone inside of a building and it not hit a wall and say, oh, look, guys, look, see, there's no green screen.
So my question to you is, you believe Austin is lying because he was there?
I don't believe that they were there, no. No, there's a lot of people. There's more people I can count on my hands and toes times multiples that I've communicated with that don't believe it. So
he was here for like 3 hours, like talking to Wizard about it. So yeah,
so he believes Austin's lying.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can't convince him otherwise. I get it. But if he understood how a green screen works and the glitch that they showed, the glitch actually proves there was no green screen.
It's literally a filter on OBS that he left on.
Yep.
Because he's a lazy editor, and literally, if you look in Will Duffy's interviews, that's the background that he uses.
Dude, check out on my DITR channel, I easily put the same background up, and I did the exact same thing, and I showed how it actually proves that there is no green screen. And here's the thing: it's so bright there, if you believe they're there, of course, that they can barely see the screens. Everyone said it, like, wait, I can't see the screen, I can't read the chat. So even if it did show up a little bit, nobody noticed it because they're wearing glacier glasses. The screens are being blinded by the bright light, and it makes no sense. Now, did he do it on purpose to get us all fighting with each other?
Did it on purpose.
That I can't deny that.
Yeah.
I think
it's more important for the global elite to control the controlled opposition than the official narrative, because that's where the truth lies, and they want to protect the truth at all costs. So I have a question to you. How many times have you been on InfoWars?
2.
Okay, you do realize that every real truther knows that every single guest on InfoWars is controlled op? Every single one? There's not one that's not.
Well, so now I know that's not true because I was on.
Well, yeah, we all know that you're a controlled op. We've known for a long time.
Yeah, so explain how what I've done is controlled op. How many people have I woken up to flat Earth? More than you?
No, it's not about how much you've woken up. It's to build trust in the community so that one day you can pull off something stupid like this.
So what am I pulling off right now? Can you explain?
You're trying to back up that they actually went to 24-hour sun Antarctica when
no, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Observations prove otherwise.
No. What if you? I'm trying to prove that they went into a psyop and they saw exactly what they wanted them to see, and how they pulled it off. We're going to discuss that, but I don't believe that the Earth is a globe, and I'm going counter to the publicity that Jaron said. Darren goes, I was wrong, and they didn't say he was wrong about the shape of the Earth, and so that's what they're running with, and I'm trying to counter that narrative. So you're nuts.
So no, actually, it's not nuts to believe that you can't see the California sun directly in California when they see the sun. When the East Coast is dark, you don't see the sun lit up in California, do you? So we know that the maximum light distance can't be any more than 3,000 miles that the sun's carrying its local light.
What are you
but hold on, I'm almost done. The sun, 12 hours
already went over this, bro. Hold on, bro. Now you're sounding like a Glober Goober. You're just repeating the same thing. I'm gonna let you finish, but when you're done talking about your perceived actual location of the sun and your claimed distance to the celestial bodies, I want you to articulate the steel man to our challenge your position. What have we been telling you all night long? Go ahead, finish your thought, Rebel.
We know exactly where the sun is at 12 hours after Witsit and every one of the participants got to Antarctica. You can look it up on Google, timeanddate.com, and we'll find out exactly where the sun is directly above 12 noon, so we can put that exactly on a real flat Earth map to then determine how in the world did Witsit see the sun behind him while he's facing south, facing opposite direction of the north, which is the center of flat Earth. So the sun was between him and the firmament facing south. That's physically impossible because the sun, the origination of the light coming from the sun is on the circuit of the Tropic of Capricorn, which is nowhere near where he claims that he saw the sun or the footage that was represented from the time-lapse video shown.
Benai, does the globe Earth claim to know exactly where the sun is, or do they say it's an apparent position?
Let me ask you, let me follow up on that. The sun that you're talking about, is that the helium and gas ball floating in a space vacuum, or is that the apparent sun that we're talking about on a flat Earth?
Talking about it's the sun that you see in the sky, that if the sun is directly over top of you and it's noon, you can then say that where you're at and the geolocation on Earth, that is where the local sun is directly up underneath of you. That's why timeanddate.com can map this for people way in advance, because they know where the sun and the moon is going to be.
They know where it's going to be. Yeah, go ahead.
I brought in the West Duke of Antarctica to see if we can get to the bottom of this. Shane, are you there, brother?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey, this gentleman's got a question about an assertion about the position of the sun with respect to the trip that the lads took. So, Ben, if you want to start over at the beginning of what you were saying about the position of the sun and why it couldn't be where Austin was saying it was or whatever, we have our West Duke of Antarctica correspondent here. See if we can get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, and just real quick before you go, Proud of you. Are you with me still? Proud. Okay, maybe not. Alan, I'm gonna work with you in the back end to try to rotate the mics because I can't really see what's going on.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Benaya, go ahead. Just try to be a little bit more concise, and then we'll go with the beast.
Yeah, it's impossible to see the actual origination of the sun, not the reflection of the sun off of the firmament of the, not the daylight. I'm talking about the actual sun, the ball that you can actually see in the sky or whatever. It's a light. It's just a circle of light. It carries this light with it, but you see it. You know where the origination is from. We know that that light doesn't carry further than 3,000 miles, just based upon everyone's observations. That's just like, that's non-debatable. So how can it be sun in Madagascar, but the people in let's say east of South America aren't having sun, but then Witset's claiming that he's seeing the sun, the same exact sun that's above Madagascar at the same time between him and the firmament facing south. That doesn't make any sense. Like, you all don't have any model to support this information. I mean, if you're talking about a potential dollar sun, then that would be a whole different story, of which I posted a photo of what that could look like. But we would need to prove or debunk those particular multi-sun scenarios. But if you're talking about the same singular sun, that's impossible.
Okay, you said it.
Is he a flat earther or a globe earther?
Hold on, one second. He's a flat earther. This is why this is so cringe. We've been dealing with this all night long. Bro, Benaya, didn't we reference a model and a local demonstration for you last night when you said that it was impossible?
Yeah, but no real true flat earther believes that. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, that doesn't match reality at all.
Wait a minute. We did show you a demonstration that had a single light source that projected a particular rotation in the middle of the map and an anti-rotation of that same light source at the edge. We did show you that, right?
Yeah, no real truther believes that and ever will. It makes no sense at all. Like, how do you believe that? How do you think that you can get away with like lying to people like this? It doesn't make sense.
Wait, hold on. I'm not done.
Okay, so.
But not, we're not saying that there is an acrylic dome in the sky. You're trying to figure out how you can have a sun circle around your head, and you said it was impossible over a flat earth. You then admitted that we showed you how it was demonstrable over a flat surface. Why are you going to say that it's impossible when you acknowledge the existence of the demonstration?
Okay, I can acknowledge that I saw what you're attempting to prove, but then I'm telling you that that doesn't match reality whatsoever, because if you're in Antarctica, or what we're told is Antarctica, and you're facing the firmament, which is due south opposite of north, so you're in between the firmament and Antarctica, right? In this verbal example, then Whitsitt is claiming that he's seeing the sun, the origination of the light behind, like in front of him if he's facing the firmament, and it would be behind him if he's facing due north. So if that's the case, then that's outside of the circuit of the Tropic of Capricorn, which makes no sense at all, because the sun is on a whole different part of Earth. So how can they have light, but then between where Whitsitt is and, let's say, Madagascar at that time that I'm mentioning, people in between that distance don't see the light. So how does the light skip over all those people and then magically come over to the people to where they were at in Antarctica? How does that even make sense?
He totally didn't understand the light. He didn't understand what he saw. He didn't understand the model that we're showing him. He totally doesn't understand it.
But Naya, how much time did you spend looking through all of Joe Hamby's like 80 videos demonstrating this phenomenon since we spoke about it?
I've seen a couple. I came to the immediate conclusion that it didn't make any sense based upon observation that people actually see. So then I mean, you can send me the rest of them. I'll look at every single one of them with a granular fine-tooth comb. I mean,
I don't need to do that. You know how to do research. I mean, you come up here for weeks and months talking about maps and all the research you've done with maps, and then you fail to do that same. Hold on, don't unmute. Then you fail to do that same research for the things that you're questioning. And had you done that, you would have saw Joe Hanvey literally address that one point. He literally walks with the camera around the model, and he shows that that apparent light source that's supposed to be around the edge of Antarctica moves with the observer. He literally addressed your points. We have been telling you to go look up these different things. We linked you. He was right on stage. You had every opportunity to do that. And here you are, again, a few hours later, repeating the same nonsense that we addressed when you brought it up last night. What makes you different? Hold on. Here's my question. What makes you different from the anti-flat earthers whenever we present evidence to them and they ignore it? What makes you different?
Well, this literally just happened, and I took the time to do the research based upon the evidence that I currently saw. But now I'm finding out that there's more evidence that I need to go and see that I'll do between now and next week, and I'll go through that additional evidence on top of what I've already seen. What I've already seen is already fake. I mean, like even AI says it's fake. How do you explain AI saying that has over 50% probability of the time-lapse video being fake? It should say 0.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna let Shane jump in here to explain some of this other stuff in maybe a different way that's more digestible to you. But I just want you to realize that you told us a phenomenon was impossible that you observed in a demonstration that you observed yourself. You said it's impossible, but you acknowledge that you actually observed the demonstration. Now, you may not have done full research and observed and answered all your questions because you took 2 minutes to look at a clip. There's 80 videos, bro. There's mad things for you to look at. We're telling you this is the direction you should go in. Just highlighting that you said it's impossible, yet you acknowledge that you observed the phenomena on a local scale as well. That's a conflicting claim.
I will do an immense amount of due diligence on the videos that you claim between now and next week, and I'll have a more intelligent response after I've seen all of the available evidence. But what I've seen so far has got red flags all over it from every direction, from multiple different people, more people than you can count on your hands and toes, times multiples.
So does your behavior, bro.
Yeah,
like
real quick.
Supposed to wait till all the data and all the information comes out before they jump out the window with positive claims. So it's like you could put yourself in that position if you want to, but we're gonna see how you react if all the evidence come out and you can't refute it. Oh, I know Flat Earth Day wanted to say something, but
real quick, and then I got to mute up for a little bit.
Go ahead.
The fact that he asked the same question 5 times means he didn't understand the model. He doesn't have all the evidence. I want to track it back to every single person, without a doubt, 100% that goes on InfoWars is a shill. Please explain how that's a fact.
You'll find out soon.
Well, don't I already know because I'm a shill?
Are you kidding me?
I'll find out soon.
Yeah, you will find out soon. We have an immense amount of data and information that I don't think you're aware of, but we'll just wait for the 24-hour video.
Yeah, we got some data information you ain't aware of either. That's what we've been trying to talk to you about for the past, 8 hours. So
wow.
But
I don't think the real truthers don't like being lied to. We don't like being lied to.
All the other people who don't believe me also agree with me, so take that.
Pretty dog shit tier.
Shane, take it away if you feel like trying.
No, absolutely. I didn't realize who this guy was, and then as soon as I remembered, I was like, "Oh, I don't care."
As soon as you said
I'm sorry.
Whatever, I was like, "Oh, it's the fucking map guy with the missing latitude or whatever." Like, full
Yeah, we
dog
already.
shit tier.
I mean, I don't even know what his claim was, but he said something about 3,000 miles of sunlight. That's a crazy claim. I don't know what geometry.
How is it crazy when you're on the East Coast
and then when you're trying to figure out
California and you can't?
Please don't interrupt. Like nobody really wants to hear you talk, though. Honest. Like you're free to talk or whatever, but like you don't want to. That'd be tight.
Well, actually, he hasn't done all the research yet, so I am gonna allow Shane to finish and then let him get his last word, and then we're gonna rotate him until he comes and does his full research, and then he can actually debate it intelligently because we do got a few requests anyway. So go ahead, Shane. I'll let Benaya get his last straw man off. And then
Nice. Yeah, I was just going to say that the actual furthest distance anyone sees sunlight on Earth is like 6218, right? That's the actual math. That's the recorded distance according to time and date. If you want to do some sort of straw man, you should use that figure, and then we can listen to you, I guess, is all I was going to say. I feel like addressing it more makes it, opened up for response.
We can find out about the specific details based upon what's referenced in timeanddate.com. I just know that I don't see the sun in California 3,000 miles away. If I'm in DC or in New York and it's nighttime, the sun carries its local light with it. So to claim that this light is jumping more than 3,000 miles away when the sun is on the opposite end of a flat earth plane makes absolutely no sense at all, and no one will ever believe it.
Okay, one last point, because you keep on bringing up timeanddate.com. Do you know timeanddate.com says every sunrise and sunset is an illusion? But nine, did you know that when the sun, before it sets or before it rises, and we can see it when it's predicted not to be visible? You know that
I know when it's night, and I know when it's dark. And when it's night outside, I know that it's night. And when it's day outside, I know that it's day. It's not complicated. I know that when the sun is above in California and you're on the East Coast, you don't see the sunlight when it's dark on the East Coast.
Yeah,
you said that.
But engage with my question, because you're referring to like timeanddate.com. You say, well, time and date doesn't say this, doesn't say that. And I'm saying, well, what time and date also says is that every sunrise and sunset, that in the model that you're referring to, timeanddate.com, whenever we see that sunrise and that sunset, it says the sun isn't really there. Do you also hold that position? When you see this direct sun in the sunlight, that it's not really there. Do you also hold that same position as timeanddate.com is articulated? And I can go get the reference if you want me to right now.
I believe that sunlight coming directly from the origination of the sun is different than ambient daylight. But if you're claiming that you're seeing the actual origination of the sun and you're following it around you and carrying the camera around with it, and that origination of that light is going outside of the Tropic of Cancer, of which everyone knows that the sun travels around the Tropic of Cancer during that time of the year that they went, then that doesn't make any sense. How you can see the sun behind you, the same sun that we see in the U.S. None of it makes sense.
So, Benai, you know how to use a Nest, right? If I post something in the Nest, you'll be able to see it. I don't know. Do y'all see this right real quick before we get to the rest of this conversation? I don't know if it's popping up for y'all. It's not populating for me. It says your sunset isn't really there. Y'all see that?
Not yet. Sometimes it takes us a few seconds to get up there.
I mean, I'll just
It's up there.
While you're posting that up in Punta Areas, Chile, they
hold on. Before we get off, I just want to make sure I make this one point. I don't want this to get lost. You see that post up there, Benai?
Which one are you referring to?
The one I just mentioned. It says your sunset isn't really there.
Okay, yeah, I just bookmarked it. I got it. Yeah.
Okay, so you see the screenshot. It says time and date, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so this is coming from timeanddate.com. Now, this horizon right here is showing that part of the sun is obstructed. And they're saying that based on the time and date and the location, when they look at, and the radius of the Earth, right, the sphere Earth, they're saying when you make these observations of the sunrise and the sunset looking directly at the sun, it's predicted to not be visible. They explain it away using refraction. So you're saying, hey, your flat Earth model, the way that you guys are describing it, it doesn't align with time and date. Because how can I look directly at the sun and it isn't really there? Well, guess what? Even time and date shows you an apparent position. So you would have to appeal to the fact that you would see direct sunlight according to timeanddate.com, and it isn't really there. Do you agree with this observation too, or no?
Just to be straight up, I don't really know what you're trying to claim. I know that when it says I know when it's daylight and when it's dark, and what you all are trying to claim is that the sun jumped a patch of darkness and then the light went over that magically and then went in between him and the firmament. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not magic. We're talking about an actual position and an apparent position. This is the thing that we have been articulating to you the whole time. So now I'm using your own source against you. And I'm saying even in your own source,
proven nothing.
when you're looking directly at the sun, your own source says the sun isn't really there. And I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you agree that when you look at your sunrises and sunsets, according to your own source, is that sun there or not?
I believe that the sun is where it is on the circuit it's on during the season that you're in, whether it's the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn, or the equator.
Non sequitur, not non sequitur. I'll let you talk about the Tropic of Capricorn, tropical, whatever tropic you want to go to. I'll book you a flight to the tropic. Please address the point. Sunrise, sunset, according to your source, it's not really there when you're looking directly at it. Do you agree with that? Simple yes or no.
I don't even understand the question, to be real with you. Like, you're saying that you're looking at the sun, but you don't see it, and it's not really there. So, like, it's there, but not there. Like, what do you mean?
That's what. Okay. Do you see the screenshot that we're referencing right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you see it says refraction at sunrise and sunset?
Yes. Yep. Refraction.
Now, when you look at the horizon, do you see the sun?
Yeah, the sun is there. Correct.
Okay. The verbiage underneath that, it says here, the sun is already below the horizon.
But you can still see the sun carrying its local light with it, and when it's done going over the horizon.
Hold on. I know you don't like this. I know you feeling a little pressure right now, but hold on. So you agree that even though timeanddate.com says the sun isn't there, you just acknowledge that the sun is there.
No, what they're referring to is that you're seeing the sun go over the horizon, but the sun is in a different part on the flat Earth. And what you're trying to do is make it seem like the sun isn't really there, but it really is there. And when the sun is done going over the horizon, it turns dark because it carries its local light with it.
Benaiah, does this screenshot say the sun is there, or does it say the sun is not there?
It says it's already below the horizon, but the ambient.
So that means that the screenshot is saying the sun is not there, correct? Just a simple yes.
Saying that the sun is below the horizon, but you can still see it.
Right. So that means that even your source is giving you an apparent position, something that you can visibly see, but it's telling you it's not there. You use this same source to explain why that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. When your source says, hey, we use the same concept with your own citation.
It's incorrect. The way you're explaining it is incorrect based
on. No, it's not incorrect. I'm logically holding your hand.
We know exactly where the sun is at all points.
Not according to this citation right here. This citation says the sun isn't where you see it.
You're misinterpreting what they're actually trying to say.
No, you're gaslighting me because you don't want to be in contradiction. This is your source. Benai, this is your source. You said time and date. You were talking about actual positions versus apparent positions. I'm saying, well, even your own source is telling you when you're actually looking at the sun, it isn't really there. That was your whole argument. That didn't make sense. I just showed you your own source. This requires intellectual honesty. This is why people probably be like, yo, Sager, you be wasting too much time on the trolls. I'm trying to see if you have any intellectual honesty left. At this point, bro, your own source is contradicting your own position. You're making it seem like timeanddate.com is the end all be all because you don't believe in apparent positions of celestial bodies. And they literally require apparent positions of celestial bodies. You could be looking directly at the sun. And in this paradigm, according to this source, the sun is not really there.
You sound so stupid. The sun is there, and you know exactly where the sun is at. Oh my goodness.
He's a goober, yo. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, maybe this is the best thing for us that we could weed out. Like, all the incoherency. I'm literally showing you that you're contradicting yourself, and the only response that you have is that I sound stupid by using your citations and refuting your position by reading the words from your own source?
No.
Now I'm stupid.
Exactly. No,
I can't even believe that you feel confident. I can't even believe. I can't even believe that. I can't even believe that you feel this confident to even talk to me that way. I never called you stupid. Never called you dumb. Never called you any name whatsoever. All I've been sitting there saying is, yo, you aren't intaking any of the information that we've been giving you over the past, I don't even know how many hours. And then I start, and then I engage with your own source to show you your own contradiction. And you don't even have the intellectual honesty to be like, you know what, Sacred? You're right.
No,
I was thinking this position. Yeah, you keep saying I'm not right.
Horizon, but we still know the sun is directly above you. You still know the sun is directly above you. Just because it's below the horizon for this sailor in the photo doesn't mean that where the sun is directly underneath of somebody, or I mean right over top of somebody, that we don't know where that is. We know exactly where that is.
But now, is this sun in the screenshot an actual position or an apparent position? Crickets. Because you don't have no honesty. Crickets. I'm gonna ask you one more time for the audience. Is the sun in this screenshot from your own source, is that an actual position or an apparent position?
I think that according to the sailor, it looks like it's in an apparent position in the sky. However, at the same time, where the sun is actually directly above somebody, where it's like noon, then they know exactly where that sun is. And then at that point, it's not apparent, it's direct.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with Antarctica? Is the sun up directly above your head in the position that they were making the observation?
They in the time lapse video, it was slightly above the horizon. It wasn't above them, but then they have
so then that's a non sequitur. So when you're talking about the sun being above your head, that has no relevance to any part of the conversation. But I do appreciate you conceding the point that your own source requires a parent position of the celestial bodies. You should really take a moment to think about that, because it refutes your entire position from your own citation.
Yo, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is extremely important. So, you guys are, the apparentness, is obviously a factor here. But what Ben is referencing is the GP of the sun, which is in between the tropics, right? So he's saying like a sailor will see it, at apparent, but you can trace that back to its original position through the GP, which will be between the tropics. He's saying that you can't get that light distribution if the sun's GP, like, whether it's physical or not, has the GP that corresponds to a position on the ground that would indicate a physical object at that location. Now, whether or not the physical object is there or not, whatever. But the way that all these things work in the sky, that's what he's talking about right there. So while, your argument is valid, Sacred, it's not necessarily applicable to what he's talking about, because he's talking about in reference to, like, the apparentness in reference to the GP of the sun throughout the day. I hope that kind of bridges the gap there.
We know exactly where the sun is at every given moment during the day.
And you can calculate its ground position at any point. That's a more accurate way to say it.
Well, thanks for the accuracy, but we know where it is. I mean, when you go outside and the sun is directly over top of you, and you can geolocate where that is at any point in time. So to say like, oh, the sun's going over the horizon, that's apparent, that doesn't discount or take away from where it is exact. And that's what I'm saying. We know exactly where it is at all times. And what we've been told of the claims from Witsit doesn't match reality. It doesn't match what you find online of where the sun is and its circuit around the Tropic of Capricorn. And all of the footage that we've been given has holes all in it, more holes than Swiss cheese. It's ridiculous.
Listen, it certainly doesn't match what we expected with the AE map, right? But you saw it. So we need to deal with that. Saying that it doesn't exist and doubling down and arguing it the way that you're doing isn't very productive, especially when we don't have all the data.
Well, trust me, bro, isn't going to work this time for anyone. So, like, we're going to need an extraordinary amount of evidence for any real truther to believe this. So we'll wait for the 24-hour footage to get released, and then we'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb and come back with more info. But again, I appreciate you letting me speak. But we're just getting started. We have so much more. So have a wonderful day.
Liturgy.
Appreciate your critiques. Let's slide to Beast, and then let's rotate somebody.
Yo, listen, I just want to say one thing about this whole thing. Whether you believe Witsit or not, whether you think it was fake or not, none of that shit matters because we all know that the sky doesn't prove what the ground is doing. That's the true position that we hold, right? And just because we have this 24-hour sun doesn't throw every other argument out of the water. Like, what is going on? Like, the ground still measures flat, water is flat, there's no motion, relativity is dog shit. And Alan has a great presentation about the null hypothesis, which I believe everyone should pay attention to because it's very pertinent to this conversation. And yeah, I'm going to bed. Later, you guys.
Later, Beast. Catch you on the 2 o'clock Prezi for the checks.
Yeah, later.
Yeah, we were definitely supposed to get into that Prez. Let's bring through Flash and Chris. I don't know who's still up here. Is Taylor still up here? Ken still up here? Brian, you still up here? Galatrack, y'all still up here?
Yo, I'm up here.
Good morning. Good morning. Stationary Saturdays.
I'm tickled to death. I made it for the Prez.
Yeah, that's a fact. We wasn't really sure when we was gonna get to it, so hopefully we can do it in the next couple minutes. Let's see what Seeking Truth got to add. I think he was up here a little bit earlier last night. Welcome back, bro.
Good morning. Thanks for giving me the mic. I just have a question for Dave. Based on all that evidence we have, what are you thinking about your app? What you think you're gonna change?
Oh, he said he was gonna step away. I don't know if he's near his mic right now.
Okay, I'll drop. I'll come back if he's come back. Thank you.
Okay, my bad, bro. He may be back soon. Chris, good to see you, Chris.
Good evening. About that anti-arc turning of the sun in the South and Antarctic, if you look at the geology of our world, then you know that the America's plane has an anti-clockwise turning, and then you know that the Eurasian plane also has a clockwise turning. And everybody's always about that sun moving between the Capricorns, but that's an optical illusion. Because if you look at the sun analemma, you see that the sun goes around the smaller field and around the bigger field. And that's just the center field. That is the polar field that is in, basically we are in between that. Because if you see at the sun, in our hemispheres, it rises to 90 degrees at the top and comes over us. It doesn't do that in the Arctic. That alone should tell you that is a separate field from the rest. So basically, the sun doesn't move around the Capricorn and around the equator. It moves around the northern hemisphere and around the southern hemisphere, what we call it. But we are in between the east and the west plane, basically. We are surrounding just in the middle of that south and that north field at the center of disk magnet, basically.
Hello, everybody. What's up?
Oh, and about the torus field. If you look, by the way, look at the Horn torus field. But when they show you, you see the side view. But when you flip that field on the stop with the circles down, basically, that is basically the east and the west field of us, and that overcoupling. That is the connection between two fields, what makes it look like one field, but it basically are two separated fields that are with the Greenwich line in between.
I think the Shane models, like when they say light can bend, they basically deny refraction, the globers. And it's the magnetic north that really affects this light. If you move the model like to different heights, you can see basically it jumps the north because magnetic north does bend light, and the dome itself bends light because that's all proven effects, like with the acoustic up. So basically explaining why it jumps over a shadow is not like some unknown phenomena. We all know about magnets bending light now.
Yeah, but if you look at how light moves around a sphere, then it does exactly what it showed in the polar field. It spikes in the north and it spikes in the south, and on the side it keeps on. It's lower than on those tops, but it won't rise because that is the top of the field of the lower fields.
I mean, if I can share my own thoughts about the final experiment, we can still see they kind of cut off the camera feed. I totally believe it could be possible that they went there. I trust Austin, but we can still look like the other cameras, and all the CGI, the chroma stuff. It's just weird seeing this. They weren't really transparent. We never seen a live stream. That's just what brings up the skepticism. Folks were skeptical when Mr. Beast went there. Mr. Beast has tons of studios in North Carolina. They all question when he went there, but when we question the final experiment, they want to make us look crazy. That's a big deal. Even though it works in Shane's model just fine, basically being skeptic about this, it's nothing wrong. Folks were skeptic when Mr. Beast went to the same location and it didn't really look anything like what they're showing us right now.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with being skeptical, right? We just don't want to just, flat out just deny stuff based on pure bias, right? I think anyone who is skeptical would take the position as, I'm just going to wait until all the information comes out before I make a decision. That's someone who's skeptical. The whole, well, I don't have all the information and I don't really understand what's going on, so everything's got to be fake and these guys got to be Freemasons and all this extra stuff. I think that's a little overboard. It's a little bit.
You know what I'm really looking at right now? The actual paths when you can supposedly cross the South Pole, how they work on our map. Because those paths are definitely real. We can expect an experiment involving these crosses, but none of them really goes over the whole Antarctica. They just go coast to coast at one side of Antarctica. There's this will happen soon, believe me, we can expect them trying this, but it can all also be explained very well. It's not like it doesn't work like crossing the Antarctica. It works very well. In a flat earth, you just go around the wall. But I don't want to be disrespectful, man. It's really disrespectful, calling Dave a shill when he takes his time to come here. Even though Dave blocked me, I don't know why. Maybe he's listening, maybe not. But I'm just saying it's disrespectful calling someone a shill just for being skeptic or having an opinion that doesn't match as yours. Whatever.
Yeah, people are gonna have their own opinion. One thing I will say, I'm glad all the flat earthers are demonstrating this is not a cult. Clearly, everybody crashing out. But yeah, everybody's gonna have their opinion, man. I just wish that they would be a little bit more reserved until they could be respond intellectually instead of just emotionally. That's what it seemed like. It just seemed like a bunch of emotion. And I don't really understand it, to be totally honest. But yeah, I definitely agree with you, Flash. Some of the things that we are uh accustomed to, the fakery, seeing green screens or weird shadows and stuff like that. Of course, you got to look at that stuff critically, but it may not mean the thing is fake. It just may mean the globe is debunked by some of the observation or some detail that we may be overlooking. So let's stay tuned. Let's see what happens. Let's see what comes out. I'm interested.
If you look at my pin post, you will see moon rising, full moon from NASA gallery, time lapse, it rises in front of the horizon, That's just debunks the globe without going anywhere, From your home you can see moon rise in front of the horizon. That just doesn't work in a globe, That's simple mess.
Yeah, but if you look at how light behaves around a round object, then it's mathematical proven. It's been demonstrated how light moves around objects. So basically,
I
what
actually
we
have to
can.
interrupt you. It's not proven. Even Globers will admit that refraction bending around something is not proven. You know, it's just like their explanation. That's not really proven. You can't really say
Well,
refraction bends around Earth. That's like bullshit.
we know how light and how images move when you look through a water, and what we all have up there is a big water vapor that displaces, that basically drags the light with it. So what you're saying is total bullshit.
No, I'm saying that it's globe science that says if refraction equals 1, the coefficient equals 1, then the Earth appears flat. That's what globe science says, not me. You know, it's just refraction bending around anything. They say it's possible, but they have not proved it. That's just what I'm saying, you know, to debunk the
Yeah,
globe right here.
but if you look at how light behaves on a rotating field, it's exactly like that. So it has been shown, and that doesn't make it a globe model, because it all mathematics has a flat base. The bottom is flat. Oh, on top is it goes up and it goes down, but the base is flat, and that's for everything.
Sacred.
I heard my name. My bad. I'm like responding to messages and stuff like that.
No, you're good, sir. Have you heard at all my theory about why it is we see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Because I am one of the few flat earthers that said we would see a 24-hour sun before we went.
Oh, I think I saw Liliana tweet at you.
Yes.
Yeah. Talk to us. Welcome, Kat.
Thank you, sir. So my theory establishes two different points. One would be the apparent position of the sun that you are talking about, which refers to personal dome optics, which Shane's model demonstrates very well. You can blow up that personal dome really big and see the path of the sun as it would take through the sky as you see it. But the other thing that model shows us is the path of the GP, or the heat source sun, that is circling the tropics. I feel like my theory gives a logical explanation and combines these two interlocking rings that are demonstrated very well on Shane's model. So my theory is that the shape of the dome touches down at the North Pole, as well as touches down at the south around the outer ring. Kind of like Liliana was talking about, how there are infinite south poles around the outer edge. I just think that arcing is equal along every angle around the center north, 360 degrees. You have a similar arcing from north to south, but it's a wide, flat arcing. I think that center spout of the dome makes it a torus shape. So the top of it is going to be umbrella-like, but then as it touches down to the flat earth below, you'll have like a center pole that would probably be smaller. I have no idea its exact dimensions, but the concept to me came out of thinking between like a torus field, and how a circle can be turned on its center axis to create a sphere, but if you turn a circle on its side axis, it creates a torus. Jaron had also spoke about the shape of the dome touching down at the center north because of the height of, I'm not sure if it's the stratosphere or ionosphere, but the highest point is like 66 something at the equator, and then it's like 33 something at the midpoint, and then 23 something at both poles. And
I
so
actually think, like, basically, if you look at magnets, could explain this. Like, it could be like
so
the
if
magnets
there
that
was,
bend it.
can I finish, please, sir? Thank you. So I'm saying that the cause of night and day is because of the shape of the dome, and that the center spout of the torus, how it arcs at the top edge and the outer edge, is what is causing that gray shadow, that terminator line of night and day on Shane's model. The spout is not in the model, but I am thinking, and my theory is that shadow is showing us where the center spout of the dome is blocking the sun's light from reaching the surface of the earth. That's why when they were in Punta Arenas, the sun did set, but it set in the deep southwest and then rose again in the deep southeast, because they were viewing the apparent position of the sun as it circles around one's personal dome of vision. But the actual heat source or GP position of the sun is tracking around Capricorn up to Cancer. But at that point in time when they were there, it's tracking Capricorn. And they don't see the moon because currently the moon is tracking Cancer. Shortly in a few weeks, the moon will be out tracking Capricorn again. And they should be seeing the moon as well. I'm not sure how that's going to look because I haven't thought that far forward, but I know that's what the Firmament Tracker group on Facebook that a friend of mine helps moderate and run is claiming that they will see it then.
Hey,
I haven't thought so far as the moon.
Let me jump in for a minute. I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes, but I want to make a quick comment. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Whatever. I like everything that you're saying. I like the Firmament Tracker. I like Shane's model. And the guy that asked me a little while ago, what am I going to do about my app? I'm going to double down because my app actually, according to our Glober Flat Earth guy that thinks everyone's a shill that goes on InfoWars, the 12 noon sun is really the only real place that you see the sun. The way the sun works in our personal atmospheric dome, only at noon do you see the actual position of the sun. And then everywhere else, it's an apparent position. And even the 12 noon is an apparent position, but it lines up with the actual source of the sun, if you ask me.
Yep.
So
and to add on to that, Dave,
yeah.
and what's really important to add on to that, Dave, is when you are south of the Tropic of Capricorn, that is when the sun starts to antarc in your dome of vision. Whereas even though it is tracing where Capricorn is, it will antarc the opposite direction in your dome of vision.
I get it. I get it. So I totally agree. It makes total sense. So I am more confident that my app, from our position, when you look straight down at Joe's model, it shows the actual position of everything, right? So on my app, and we've done it with the sun tracking. Nathan Oakley did it. We had hundreds and hundreds of people on a live stream film the sun all the way around, and the sun circles around, just like it says in the Bible, just like our observations show. The 12 noon sun is where it really is, and then it goes around. So anyone that says, what am I going to do with my app? I'm going to advertise it more. I'm going to push it more. And this isn't a grift. This is actual visible reality. My app does not show what it looks like from outside of the shoreline of Antarctica. I don't even think people are supposed to be there. I don't think God wants us there, right? Because there's no life there at all, but we're forcing our way through it. I find something really wrong with that, and I don't think anything good is going on out there. But Shane's model and the Firmament Tracker show what it would look like from out there. So I think we're making great strides forward in learning what the sky does. Again, the sky doesn't dictate the shape of the Earth, but it does help us understand some things. And what Liliana, I just heard that, I didn't hear Liliana say it, but you just mentioned, she's talking about infinite south poles. I totally agree with that, no matter where you are. And Joe showed it in his model. As he moves around, that rotating vortex, that rotating star field, goes with you. So when you go far enough south, you will be at a South Pole, and every step you take to the east or west is still the South Pole, all the way around.
Correct. And I think that the theory part of my model in thinking is that it changes what we say causes daylight and darkness, or but with my theory, it gives us direct line of light to the surface of the earth, not to your eyeball, but to the surface of the earth. And that explains that shadow, the Terminator line of night and day. Whereas you have to turn to personal dome optics to understand why the sun is antarcing when you are south of the Tropic of Capricorn. And that happens in personal dome optics.
That 30 degree point on the equator and the Antarctic, that sun only rising maximum until 33 degree in the sky, basically shows you where it goes from the north field to the south field, and that's the reason I think that it blocks half of the light, because it changes field.
But I'm sorry, Chris, if you don't think that the actual physical heat source GP position of the sun is located between Cancer and Capricorn, then I completely disagree, because I think what we know of the AE map is true. I'm willing to double down on it. Just like Dave says, we know where that physical heat source sun is. And my model theory explains why it's seen, because without the center spout of the dome, I'm claiming we would constantly see a 24-hour sun on Earth.
But you forget that during one moment, during sun solace on the northern hemisphere, we have those stones standing, and that sun takes a path straight through it. So that basically should show you it is not going between Capricorn and the other one. It is going from pole to pole. Because the flux of the field, if you look at the anti-arc turning of the fields, that flow goes from south to north and not from north to south.
Think about this. In the north, at 80 degrees north in June, it is way warmer than it is at 70 degrees, 79, 80 degrees south. It's way warmer. And the sun is farther from us at that time. So in Antarctica, when the sun is 15 to 30 degrees off the horizon, which it supposedly was, it looked a little bit higher to me, and that's going to be interesting to see those measurements. But it's up in the air. So here in June in Connecticut on the East Coast, in June at like 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's 20, 30 degrees off the horizon. If the sun never went down, we'd all boil to death. The oceans would boil. We would all die. All right. But because we're still getting more heat than the Earth is releasing. But in Antarctica, it doesn't set for 4 months. It's 3.5 million miles closer in December than it is here in June. That there should be no snow. They should all be dying down there and begging for air conditioning. None of that
tell
makes
you
any
that the
sense.
heat really is not coming from the sun, that is a focal point of light and not a real source of the heat, because the real source of the heat comes from the earth and the land itself.
Well, the sun, I think the sun transfers the energy to the earth, and the earth radiates the energy. And I've done a spreadsheet showing how.
No, Dave, because when the clouds, the land is totally covered with clouds, and the sun is above those clouds and not reaching the earth heats up faster than when the sun is hitting the earth itself directly.
Well, couldn't that be the atmosphere kind of radiating the energy and not the light? That's interesting. I haven't looked into that. I got to look into that. But you could be very well right. But that's not That's not the specific thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about the path of the sun, the noon sun. Everyone, look at your app. If you see the sun somewhere and you know that somebody lives underneath it, call them, ask them what time it is and where the sun is, and they'll say it's 12 noon and the sun is directly above me. So there is truth to that. I'm going to add. I think I might add the firmament tracker app to my app, so more people can have access to it and can play with it and and see what they can discover. So I'm all down. This is all good news.
Part of what you're saying, Dave. Part of what Dave's saying directly is that the only place on the flat Earth you're going to see the sun, like at your direct zenith at 12 noon, is between Cancer to Capricorn. because that's the only time you're going to be directly under the physical sun at some point in time in the year. If you are south of Capricorn
in the
or
summer,
north of Cancer,
Hold on,
then
Chris.
you won't see it out at an angle because you are either inside or outside its circle of arc.
I agree.
Yeah, but in the
Yes.
summer, it comes straight over your head in the North Hemisphere. It doesn't, it
No,
arcs right over your head. It
no.
doesn't do that on the poles. It never does that on the poles. And I've always said it wouldn't do that on the poles.
What's it called when in Hawaii they talk about the Lahaina sun or whatever? There's a certain day of the year where you have a vertical pole plumb to up and down, and there's no shadow. That proves that the sun is directly above you, kind of like the Eratosthenes nonsense, right? But I don't believe that that happens everywhere in between the tropics. It doesn't happen anywhere outside of the tropics.
So correct.
Yeah, but that means that at the poles, that sun is not coming from up above your head, that light, it's coming from down. Because if it was coming from above the dome, you would have a hot spot on the top of the dome.
The sun is objectively outside the dome. This confirms the Shem model. It's always at the dome start, you know. And I think the
It
dome is
seems
just
objectively within the dome,
like a Christmas
not
tree. When you
outside of
look at
it.
the Christmas tree, it's dome symbolism. You have stars around it, Polaris on top, gifts below, you know.
I'll be back in 15 or 10.
You should ask yourself, why do we sometimes see at noon the actual sun, and at the other times of the day we see a reflection of the sun? That basically tells you that that sun is moving between all the fields. And beyond, because we wait a minute, because we only see everything come by from east to west. That means we are on the side of that field. That everything that isn't passing us from east to west. That means that there is another field on the other side, and everything moves in between.
I simply think that we are dealing with light and shadow on the face of the earth, and that explains the Terminator line of night and day as modeled by time and date info. And then when you are going to how the sun rises and sets as we see it, you are dealing with personal dome optics. And too many times we are trying to conflate the two with like coffee cup caustic math. But my theory is direct line of light. If something is blocking it, it's causing that shadow. That's why in Punta Arenas, the sun was setting for them, and why they saw the glow off further down south. They were underneath part of where the spout of a Taurus dome is blocking the light of the sun. This is like the Globers used to say, well, if it was a local light source, the sun would never set. It would always be 24 hours. The reason it's not always 24 hours is because of the shape of the dome and that center spout, as well as the outer edge. Because that outer edge, the way that it's a wide, flat shape, like Jaron has suggested in the past, that outer edge is what's causing the Antarctic to be in total darkness during the June solstice. It's the shape of the dome that causes that light. That is what my theory is. And then you have to switch to personal dome optics to understand how you see it in your apparent dome of vision. And when you are south of the Tropic of Capricorn, so you are outside of the true ring path of that sun, then you are going to see the sun Antarctic.
Yeah, we have to research.
And probably anytime as the sun moves inward towards Cancer and you are south of it, if it's still in your dome of vision, you may see it Antarctic too. There's got to be a point at time in which the reflection curves because of optics. If it didn't curve around your head because of optics, then it would do a crazy zigzag. If they were in Antarctica and we didn't have personal dome optics, the sun would just zigzag back and forth on just the northern hemisphere side of their personal dome of view. Yeah, because if they were in Punta Arenas and we didn't have personal dome optics, the sun would rise close to the north, then jot off to one side, do a 180-degree turn all the way other side, and then come back, do a 180 turn and come back and set back at north. It is personal dome optics that make it wrap around your head. Why they saw the 24-hour sun facing south. It's how it's projected into your dome of view. That is best explained on Shane's model and how that links, like two wheels linking together their gears, how that links with where the GP sun or that heat source sun is that's traveling the tropics. We know that is true of the AE model, especially because what we know of how the Arctic temperatures and the Antarctic temperatures are so different, the flora
Now you
and
make a
fauna
good
in
point.
both regions are so
Now you
different.
make a good point, Akat, because we have, if you look at Antarctica, it's made up of two fields, basically. If you look at tsunamis, normally a tsunami around an island, it totally involves the island and goes around it. It doesn't do that at Antarctica. That tells you that field is not the same.
Hey,
Regarding the personal localized sky dome, that you're talking about.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
island.
Hold on. I think Dave is still here, Liliana. You could speak. I think he may be running around though. I thought he said he might be back in like 10 minutes. I'm not really sure. But yeah, go for it, Liliana, and then we'll rotate some mics and I'll let the rest of you guys jump in.
Did you want me to say something?
I think Liliana had a question for you, Dave. And thank you, Kat. Like, that's really intuitive. Seems like you put a lot of thought into this. I think I shared your post up top. But Liliana, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey,
Okay.
Dave. Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, real quick. So I had an insight. So our North Pole, on like the our normal flat Earth map that we're kind of familiar with, it's a working map, and we can use it. So we have the North Pole at the very center, correct? So where is South? South would be all directions that are extending out of the center. So we have the Antarctic basin, which is, let's say it's a round ring. I mean, it's round enough, right? And so it's round, right? The Antarctic basin where the ice wall surrounds us, correct?
Correct.
So, yeah. So south would be 360 points, 360 degrees, quote unquote, opposite of the North Pole, correct? So south would be all of those 360 degrees. Am I correct?
Let me just say that, so on a flat Earth, if there was actual pole there, and let's say we're all standing, there's four of us standing with our backs to the pole, facing in four different directions. If we all walk away from the pole, we're all walking south. But the funny thing is, it's the same on a globe. If we were all standing there and walked, we'd all walk south, and we'd all end up on the island of Antarctica or continent at the bottom. So it's the same explanation of what south is.
No, hear me out. So my proposition is that there's 360 actual degrees of a south pole, which is why. So the angle of the relationship between 90 degrees south, which would have been 10 degrees further south from where Austin was, because he was at 79, which is almost 80. So let's just say that he went all the way to 90, just for the argument's sake, right? So the relationship between 90 degrees at any point of Antarctica, all the 360 degrees, so any point 90 degrees south, the relationship to the Tropic of Capricorn is the same angular relationship that the actual North Pole has to the Tropic of Cancer.
Correct.
Correct? So this is the reason everybody on that, close to the Antarctic, like deep south, they all see the star trails, and now we know that they're all seeing the midnight sun. Well, when they go further south enough, because the dynamic is the same thing. I mean, it's not exactly the same in all ways, like the temperature and all that stuff, but optically it's the same because we're dealing with a hemisphere that is on top of us, which is like our, basically it's the hemisphere of our dome of vision, let's say, right? So it's our dome of vision, and because it's a hemisphere, so the North Pole is 90 degrees away from all of those 360 South Poles. So do you get it? I'm not talking about latitudes. I'm not talking about zero being equator and all that. I'm just talking about on our flat Earth, if you take the very top of the dome of our North Pole and you make an arc, you will have 90 degrees before you hit the ground, where that would be basically the south, right? The extreme south, 90 degrees, extreme south.
180,
Right.
180.
Yeah, huh. So basically what I'm saying is that every part of those 360 points around the rim of the Antarctic basin is going to be able to see the stars make the circles. And they're also, if you're far enough south, you will see the 24-hour sun circle around you. Because, see, that guy who kept talking about, well, how can you see the sun? Because it's the Tropic of Cancer, is north, it's north. How can the sun go south of them? Well, the point is that the dome of vision goes all the way to 90 degrees. So if Austin was facing the North Pole, his back would have 10 more degrees of south that before the dome of vision closes down, touches down Earth, right? So basically, the dome is still behind him. So of course he's going to see the sun go around him. Do you know what I mean? Like it's going to be the same dynamic as if you were standing within the Arctic Circle.
Here's what I'll say to that. That makes a lot of sense and is definitely a possibility. And we have lots of possibilities. For us to claim that we understand the heavens above and the way the luminaries work, I think it might be something that we can never fully grasp with our physical human minds right now. But we are definitely getting closer to understanding it. But again, this is an awesome conversation. It's awesome things to speculate. There's many different options. Even Will McDuffie himself says it that, with a dome sky, there's lots of options for the way we see the sun. So again, it's a great conversation, but the earth is flat, measures flat, obviously flat. What is this place? Great conversation, but it ain't a ball.
Yeah, but the different, the
exactly.
different radiance in the different hemispheres tells us basically what the shape of the dome is of the sun.
Yeah, I think that this trip is going to really just shed more light, pun intended, on the nature of the dome and the way that the luminaries operate on this dome.
I want to throw one more thing out there. Flat earthers and globers alike. They're like, they should have brought an infrared camera. They should have used a solar filter. They did all of those things. They should have measured the height of the sun. They did all of those things. You only saw their live streams when they were live streaming. So all of that information is going to get released, and we can all analyze it. So I love what you guys are saying is that let's wait for the information. Let's analyze it. Let's find anomalies. Now, if you know what, here's another thing. If it's a fake sun or Joe's projected sun or the actual sun or whatever that we're seeing reflecting off the firmament, well, that firmament's a lot closer in Antarctica, so maybe it is more of a local light. Maybe shadows would diverge, not because they're faking it with studio lights and a giant green screen. I mean, come on, man. It's like and here, by the way, if you're not connected, friends with these people, talking to them, I could see how you could be super skeptical because of all the deceptions that have happened in the past, right? But to say it's a green screen studio, NASA has a giant studio, whatever. No, they're absolutely not. Those guys aren't lying. They were fooled. They were brought into a trap. However, that was pulled off. We'll be discussing that. It's amazing. So, again, the heavenly realm above us is fascinating. It doesn't dictate the shape of the earth. It helps us understand where we are a little more. But that's it. I actually have an interview. I don't want to mention the name because I don't want any trolls to try to sabotage it. But on Monday night, I'm interviewing somebody that talks about the construct of this earth, that is going to be mind blowing. That'll come out hopefully Monday night or Tuesday.
Oh, that sounds great. I think one of the reasons that they really didn't, even like NASA didn't really tell us that there is a 24-hour sun and give us a really decent demonstration of it, is that flat earthers have been around for a long time. Like my mom was trying to tell me about it, and she was 80 years old, and she was trying to tell me about it like, 10, 12 years ago. Actually, 14 years ago or 16 years ago. She was trying to tell me that in 2008 or somewhere like that. And I think the reason they hid this information from us is that they knew that the real flat earthers would get more of an idea of how the dome operates and how the luminaries operate if they did tell us, if they did come out and make it really, really public.
There's so many stories of people saying that their grandmother used to tell grandfather used to tell them the earth was flat, and then the parents would get mad at their parents, the grandparents, for saying stupid things to their kids. There's so many stories of people, we're just talking 100 years ago or less, that said that the earth was flat, and then everyone just dismisses them because of all of the mind programming as crazy old people. But the truth is in our history, and our history is all a lie.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, one last thing I'll say is that if we have a North Pole, it cannot be there without a South Pole. Only thing is, people have been thinking like, oh, there has to be just one South Pole. No, there's 360 miniature little South Poles.
I would say there's even more, because as you walk away from the north, the distance between each of those degrees gets longer and longer and longer. So you got to divide all of those lengths up into infinite numbers of positions. My understanding, my belief, in my opinion, is if you were at 90 degrees south, which would be the South Pole, you can walk the entire circle, and that would be the South Pole the whole way, every step of the way.
Yes, exactly. Now, when I say 360, it's basically degrees.
Yeah,
and
I know. I'm clarifying for the Globetards that are listening. She said there's 360 exactly. No, there's an infinite number of positions on a circle. That a circle has an infinite number of positions where all of them are equal from the center point.
Right. Yeah. So it would be, point something, right? So yeah, there's way more than 360, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do, but sometimes you have to clarify for the Globetardies.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the thing that flat earthers don't wrap their minds around. They think, oh, there's no South Pole. And that's what I used to think. I used to think there's no South Pole. And even for me, even I thought, like, how can the sun go behind you if Capricorn is north of you? But now I realize the sun is shining on the dome, and there is dome behind you when you're at 80 degrees. The dome is still way behind you, 10 more degrees behind you.
Hey,
and so, of course, it's
I got to mute up again for 10 more minutes. But my question that I like to throw out there, and then most people just gloss over it, is, all right, you say the motion of the sun in the sky determines the shape of the earth. Please explain to me how helium and hydrogen can collapse into a burning ball. It's gravity. It doesn't have gravity here on Earth, but its gravity can hold on to the Earth. It can hold on to Pluto and ignores the moon as the moon comes around the Earth towards the sun. And in a way, it doesn't speed up or slow down. How can you have a gas ball, right, in space? So basically, we have a Narnia object living in Narnia, and the motion of it in our sky, because of our Narnia beliefs, determines the shape of our physical floor. That's where the conversation should end. The whole thing ends right there.
Yeah, totally.
The answer is in the periodic table, I think it's like a literal shape of the earth. When they put like some elements above the other, they like literally appear. That's why like helium is on top, oxygen is like in the middle, and then all the gold metals are like deep below, like when they actually appear. But we have to research like different shapes of the dome. But the thing here is that the localized spherical cup sky that you all talk about also happens in the globe model. They just don't know about it. They never research this. We are the ones telling them this happens, even though it's like it's the same in both models. The spherical sky. It's also how dome views it. They don't even know about it. You only see like less than 1% of all sky, even in a globe model. they don't know about it at all. They think they see like half of the whole sky. That just like doesn't work even in globe science. But regarding the day and time conversation Sacred had before with Benaya, I just want to add like the fact that day and time is half an hour off on the planets, on the sun. It's like not really that accurate. Even for the globe, you can see discrepancies between few sites like day and night, and other sites they have like half an hour difference. So we can't really say that the globe model is so established and accurate as they claim they are.
Well, Dave, I think we've entered a very exciting new, phase of flat Earth. So now we get to explore this firmament a little bit more.
Yeah, we have to research like every shape that's possible because I think the Christmas tree symbolism is really not like based off nothing. You know, you have stars around it, it's cone, Polaris on top. This is very likely how they mock us, you know, in our faces. Everybody has a flat Earth model in their homes, you know, when they have a Christmas tree, and nobody really has globe anymore. They stop selling it in stores. You know.
Well, also, I think that the law of perspective, I think that I'm finding that it may have some limitations here and there. Like it's not explaining everything, you know.
Jump in, Nathan.
Hey, hey guys. Hey, I I am just blown away right now because I kind of jumped in. I was in last night and then went to sleep and wake up and you guys are still going at it, which is awesome. Uh, Dave, I'm telling you, dude, you are really like you're blowing. Like I don't even know what else to say except my mind's blown because I was so taken back by the 24-hour sun and was depressed. And like, what the hell? You know, how's that even possible? Which led me to I still don't know the guy's name. If someone can hook me up with the guy that made that dome with the flashlight that went around and would show that why there's a 24-hour sun, I'd appreciate it. But you know, it just opens my eyes up to that and to other possibilities, which makes it possible, which reaffirms the flat Earth. Because for me, the 24-hour sun was like the linchpin that held it all together. You know, like if there is no 24-hour sun, there can't be a 24-hour sun, in other words. But now, you know, with these other explanations, it makes it more, you know, it makes it better because now there's an explanation for it. Along with all the other, you know, there's no curve, you know, you can't measure curve, you can't measure movement or anything like that. So if anybody's got that guy's name that actually did that experiment with that plastic dome, I'd appreciate it.
Joseph Envy.
It was a joke. Okay, I followed him last night. All right, cool. What I did was I just went through and just started following all the guys that was speaking because somebody said he had a mic. So, all right, cool. Now that I know his name.
Yep, he's Joseph Hamby on YouTube. I told him to put his link in his YouTube link in his bio. Maybe he'll update that a little later. But yeah, hopefully he starts uploading some of that stuff to Twitter too, so we could just like pull it up real quick. He did take a screenshot though and put it in the chat. Last night he actually implemented a apparent moon, and it looks just like the moon. It's crazy, but it's not in the actual position; it's in the apparent position. So that's
So,
pretty cool.
right, and it's the reflection. You know, like the reflection and not the apparent. I've never even heard that, and I thought I was pretty well versed in the whole flat Earth thing. But the apparent versus the actual is I never even thought of that either. And it makes sense because I'm sitting here thinking, you know, I mean, this is not Antarctica, quote unquote, is not that far away from warmth. So how is it so friggin' cold there? And if the sun is there and it's closer there, how are things, you know, not melting? How is it so cold all the time? But if it's an apparent sun, that would make more sense. and it moving and moving the shadows. It just all makes sense, and I really I appreciate this whole group and this whole thing because it literally puts me back in everything. Not no pun intended, but back in perspective.
Yeah, if you look at that, the globe model says that the sun is 90 degrees at the pole during the pole summer. And the ice melts on one side, but on the other side it freezes on. So that basically tells you why it doesn't melt and ever.
Yeah, it makes total sense now, and that's I mean that's why I love this show and this whole movement, the whole group and everything. Everybody's like, it's just awesome. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. We appreciate you too, man. I appreciate you being patient, and finding some value in a back and forth that we have. Shout out to you, bro.
I also want to say that Harrison guy last night. I think he's a flat earther today, just from how he came in so hard, and then all of a sudden he's just like, oh, okay, put his guard down, and then next thing you know, he's literally divulging how much he's you know trying to find out about flat Earth. It's pretty cool.
Oh, you was in here all the way since last night. That's what's up.
Oh yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. I actually went to sleep, and you guys are going strong. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think in that moment he had like a little bit of maybe a bad taste from coming out of a different live or something like that. And I always try to handle those speakers a little bit more delicately because if they're coming again, if it's like they seem like they really want to know what's going on, but their approach may just be a little bit more aggressive or antagonistic because of previous encounters. Who knows? But I did sense that he genuinely had questions. And I feel like once we settled them down a little bit and had them like kind of focus on some of the things that we were saying and find common ground, because that's the other thing. I always feel like you have to find that common ground with someone who's on the fence.
Hey, I want to speculate on something, or I want to throw something out there to the hive mind and see if anyone could dig it up. So, without doxing anybody, I want you to write down this name, Ryan Kruger. And I don't want to say who that is, but somebody research Ryan Kruger and see if you can make any connections. Ryan Kruger is the name of somebody we all know very well. Not going to say who it is. I want you guys to make a solid connection and not say I led you there.
Google fingers going crazy right now.
I'm instantly getting Hollywood, but I don't know if I'm doing my right Googles.
Is everybody Googling right now? You don't have to do it right now. Do it over the next day or two.
Oh, 100%, Dave. I mean, you can't throw that out there and then not expect everything to go silent.
Well, it's good. I'm not, and I'm glad I'm doing it this way without telling you who it is, because if somebody comes back with the right name, then we know it's right.
It's Alan, of course.
It's
Yeah,
sacred.
I don't
It's
reckon
sacred. I have to admit it. No, it's not sacred.
I don't recognize the dude at all.
All right. Well, if it comes up, I don't know. We'll see. But we're doing a little investigation, and we'll reveal it eventually. But I'm curious if anyone can find it. And as far as Joe Hanvey, his work, I've taken a few of his videos and kind of enhanced them a little bit. And so if anyone hasn't seen them yet, on my DITRH YouTube channel, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole initials, DITRH, the last 4 or 5 videos are about TFE, which is the flat Earth, and Joe's models are in there, pretty well illustrated. You know, I want to say something else if I could. Last night, Witsit was getting handled by that Benian or whatever his name was, and he was tripping over his words, and I was kind of like, oh wow, man, I've never seen Witsit, you know, react that way to somebody, because he was asking him like where was the sun when he landed, which I think he should have known as well. He was doing that, but at the same time, if you listen to Austin talk, he was literally saying, "Hey, just chill out, wait until you get all the information that we have." Basically, to me, it sounded like he was saying, "There's some shit that we have that is good. Just chill the f out and let's, you That know." is exactly it. And also, again, not defending anybody, but those guys are sleep deprived. They're exhausted. They've been away from home. Jaron's got 36 hours of flights to get home because he missed his first flight, and all of his other flights are missed. Austin's probably just getting home now. I'm not sure exactly where he is in his trip. And these guys haven't slept. I also gave them some nootropics that help them forget what sleep is when they needed to stay up. I'm wondering if they took them. So I would say, I didn't hear Austin earlier. I would say he was at the end of his rope as far as consciousness goes, and he's just saying, chill, wait until the information comes out, and we're gonna wait, and we're all gonna analyze it, and we're gonna find so much shit. Half of it's gonna be wrong, so we have to be careful when we find something. Run it by some other people, get their opinions before you blast it out as a fact. There's so many memes with these shadows that are so wrong. It's horrible, right? And then I'm a shill for exposing something that's wrong. So just when you have something, run it by a friend. Have them give you their opinion on it, right? And then do what you want with it.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing, Dave. You were saying the same thing when I got on earlier. You were literally saying, hey, just wait, and I can hear it in your voice. It's like you're trying to say something, but you're not. And I may be looking into it, because I'm looking for something, scrambling for something to stop the 24-hour sun from beating in my head. Forget about all the other stuff. We can't measure any kind of movement or anything. Once that's the elephant in the room, so to speak.
Here's the
So
thing. Here's the thing. I didn't believe there was a 24-hour sun. A lot of flat earthers did. I'd say the majority didn't. Okay. Guess what? We're obeying the scientific method. We have a hypothesis. We test it. We're seeing something different. Now, does that mean that's what they saw? First, we have to, that's one data point. We need to send someone back there in a month. We need somebody to go over from Australia to that base and see the same thing. We need all of these data points. It's not scientific nothing, right? And so the observations of the sky do not determine the shape of the Earth. But again, those guys had solar filters. They had infrared. They had time lapses. And wait, and Liliana was saying about or the other woman was saying about the moon. It's over Capricorn now. Will Duffy's claiming that he filmed the 24-hour moon.
right, that's what made me come in and ask about the moon. Like, where was the moon at? I think I asked it last night actually,
I
and they said it
think
was in the
that
north.
didn't Stone say the moon was way far too north? They couldn't see it down there.
Right.
The moon is currently traversing the Tropic of Cancer, so it's doing the inner smaller circuit ring, and it won't be doing the Tropic of Capricorn until later this month.
So when Will Duffy releases a 24-hour moon, that's proof that it's fake. Would you say?
Well, so the Firmament Trackers group on Facebook is predicting a 24-hour moon being visible, because that's also similar to what Shane's model can predict with the moon.
But only when it's over Capricorn, right?
Correct. So right now, when they were down there, the moon was over Cancer, but the moon does its track from Cancer to Capricorn and back again in 28 days. Yeah.
Right.
So in 2 weeks, it should show.
So answer this the best that you can. Why they were there, it was over Cancer. Therefore, they should not have seen it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, Will Duffy is claiming that he secretly filmed the 24-hour moon, and he knew he was going to film it before he went there. Okay? So he announced that the day he left that he's gonna, no one's taken. I've never seen that, and I'm gonna film it. And so now he's gonna release a film. He already says he has it of the 24-hour moon. There is solid evidence that there's trickery going on. They're probably listening to this right now and won't release it. Say, "Oh, I didn't get it," because they didn't realize
So
that it
for
couldn't be
him
seen.
to see the 24-hour moon right then when he was talking about, you would have to be at 80th north latitude, not 80th south. Like
That's
you'll see the
interesting.
20.
That's interesting. Maybe
So
they
if
all
he filmed it, he could have had somebody film it like up north
right.
because it would be visible inside, like it would be visible at the 80th because that is within total darkness right now.
Interesting.
Yeah, Stone said that the moon is further north than it's been in 17 years. So it's that kind of, because I think it does an 18-year cycle, if I'm not mistaken, the moon, right? And so it hasn't been this far up north in 17 years.
That is what Stone was saying earlier, Lily, correct. And so it is like the furthest north in Cancer that we see it, or that it's been. I'm not sure if it gets further at some point in time, but we always see it traversing between Cancer and Capricorn, but it goes a little outside of the sun's orbit as well, and it's slightly off kilter. But that's modeled very well in Shane's model too. But what you have to remember is that that is based on time and date data from 2017. So where it's showing the sun would be on certain days or the moon would be on certain days of the year does not match up to the current position. But like Dave's app or I believe the Firmament Trackers group on Facebook has an app that shows and tracks where the moon and the sun are right now. There's another Facebook app. And so it shows the moon traversing more of a Cancer route, and then it will work its way out, and it will be traversing out around Capricorn within a couple weeks, like we know the rotation to be.
That's good stuff. Hey, I have a question. If somebody can answer this for me. So if you're in Australia or if you're in Antarctica, they said to use compasses and stuff. When you're using a compass, how is it, and you're on the bottom part of the ball, how does it not go crazy? Like how is it trying, because it's trying to get north, and if you're on a curve, if you're on a ball, how is the needle pointing to north absolute? How's it not just spinning around?
Because we're not on a ball.
Well, right, but how do they explain that? Do they say they make other compasses for the southern hemisphere? The reason why I'm
Well,
asking is my sister went to Australia for a month,
Yeah.
and I made her buy a compass from there, and she tried it, and it pointed to north and so on. Then when she came back here, it pointed to north. It didn't point opposite. So it was made in Australia. She purchased it in Australia. So if they make separate, if they say, "Oh, we make separate ones," then it wouldn't work here in Ohio. The same one in Australia.
Right. Yeah, I heard that guy, Tomb of Illumination, say that once. He was like, "Yeah, I have to check my New Zealand compass or something like that."
Hey, didn't we get sidetracked about 2 hours ago from Alan's presentation?
Oh, hella sidetracked, brother.
Oh, yo, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, can we do
All right,
that?
come on, Alan, step up, man.
Well, let's. I see Ken with his hand up. I definitely want to hear from Ken, and then we'll go through. Maybe Alan will do that for us, and then we'll rotate some mics and incorporate a new combo here.
Yeah, so I was going to bring up Alan's presentation because I've been waiting on it, but I did a little digging on compasses because a Globey told me one time my compass wouldn't work in the south, and I did look, And apparently, there is a difference between a southern compass and a northern compass. A southern compass could work in the north, but the thing is, a northern compass doesn't really work as effectively in the south. It's because of the weight of the needle. Apparently, the north pointing needle is heavier in the north, but the magnetic attraction is stronger. So when you go to the south, you're kind of farther away. They have to lighten that needle up so it works properly. At least that's what I was reading. I've never built one. I don't know the specs on them, but that's what I was reading. That there is a southern compass, but it should work in the north.
Well, the southern compass just means that the magnetic side of the compass is on the S part of the compass, because on a globe, it's the same thing. Compasses shouldn't work at the equator on a globe. But I found it was interesting that they were using compasses down there and they seemed to work. So what else is going on? You know?
Yeah, but
Right.
what I was reading was that they actually make the needle lighter. It's still the needle. You can make it, you can paint it and say, oh, it's pointing south. But what they're actually doing is lightening up the weight in it, because apparently it's the heavier compass needle that you have in the north doesn't actually work as well in the south. It's that weight, apparently. That's what I read.
That
That's
makes
what I
no
read
sense to
on it.
me. And I read that that gyros account for the curvature of the Earth. So there's lots of things we could all read. Just think about it logically. How does that make any sense if the Earth is a globe? Now maybe they have to lighten up the compass because the Earth is flat, and they change the S and the N on the compass. Who knows? But it doesn't really make sense on a globe. So
Well,
I
I'm
am
not sure
willing.
why. I just know that they say that it's lighter.
So
I can speculate on why it's lighter. I'm just saying, when I was looking into it, the difference between a northern compass and a southern compass is that the needle is lighter. It's not as heavy.
The reason why it would be lighter is the pull. You're so far away from the. I see what you're saying, that you're so far away from the north that the pull would be weaker, so it has to be lighter to show north, and I get that. So I'm willing to buy the same brand compass, and I'll weigh the two. I'll take it apart. I don't give a shit. I'll take it apart and weigh the needles and see if there is a significant difference. I mean, it's going to be like, you know less than grams, but I have a tool to do that, so I'll measure it. I'll measure the needle.
Well, there
Yeah,
is only one North Pole, so.
Ken Wheeler says something about that. He says that there really is not a north, because even a disk magnet, the strongest point of a disk magnet is the rim of the side of the disk, not the center. So basically, every needle just points out, not at the center.
Alan G, you gonna do a presentation? I stayed up all night.
Oh, Lily, what's up? Did you guys ready?
Yeah.
Alan, you've had 2 hours to pull it up. There's no excuse for this.
You got this, boss man. We've all been up all night with you, so
All right.
show us the snow.
All right, lads and ladettes. Let me make sure it's in the jumbo there. A couple pages back. If you go to the Jumbotron, go to the 3rd or 4th page, you'll see an Obsidian link. Click on that bad boy, and you guys can follow along. And of course, if you're watching, you can follow along on YouTube if you don't feel like manually scrolling. But if you want to manually scroll with me and go through it or whatever, maybe it'll be more interactive for you. I don't know. But the Obsidian format looks pretty good on the phone, so definitely check that out. Anyway, this is going to be the like a change in argumentation for flat Earth. So I'll go over what that means exactly. But before I get into that, I want to say a special thanks to the Antarctic Journey lads So Witsit, Jaron, and Elizabeth, shout out to you guys for going down there and putting this matter to rest and giving us all this data that we can go over and figure out what's going on. So this is going to be the null hypothesis for flat Earth. I'll break down what that means and how to do this argumentation. So regarding using the sky to prove the shape of the Earth, that was mentioned earlier in the night, and I would argue that you can't use the shape of this. You can't use the stuff in the sky to tell you what the shape is, but you can use it to tell you what the shape isn't. And we'll get into some mutually exclusive geometric scenarios that have to go one way or another to have an outcome there. So the null hypothesis, which is usually denoted by H naught, will be assumed to be true. And you'll try to find evidence to falsify your null hypothesis and then reject it. And when you do this, you typically also present an alternative hypothesis. So my alternative hypothesis will be that the Earth is a globe, and my starting hypothesis will be that the Earth is flat. So you assume that your baseline or that your null hypothesis is true. And then you try and falsify it. So similarly, if you've ever heard of the, you can't prove a negative, and we talk about that a lot with logic, where the example typically given is if you say unicorns don't exist and I say they do exist, the proof is on me to prove that they do, because you can't prove that they don't not exist or whatever, right? So same kind of logic there. So in the same respect, we could do this with null hypothesis. So the null hypothesis would be that unicorns do not exist, and the alternative would be that they do exist. Is there mutually the null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis have to provide mutually exclusive explanations or outcomes. It can't be either or in the scenarios, because you're falsifying one and replacing it with the other, or just falsifying it in general. So that's the purpose of that. So unicorns can't exist and not exist at the same time, right? And then when you get into logic and black swan and all that, you would just have to find one unicorn to falsify it, right? Well, the null hypothesis works a little differently. So you would have to find if you get into like the actual theory of what is it, like mini hypothesis, something like that, you would have to find at least 4 unicorns for it to be statistically significant. Because otherwise, suppose you find one unicorn, but it's like a genetic anomaly or something like that. So you would have to find at least 4 for it to be statistically give statistical significance to the confidence that they exist, right? That's where you get into your sigmas of confidence, where it's sigma 3 to sigma 5, which is basically 93 to 99.999999997% that you think the thing that you think is true, right? Like that's how much you would agree with it, right? All right. So following that, we got the hypothesis is that we're going to be working with here is that the Earth is planar, and measurements of curvature are dependent on the position of celestial bodies. So the logic that follows is that the Earth is planar and curvature will be optical. The alternative hypothesis is that Earth is globular and measurable curvature is independent of the celestial body. We've all heard the term, well, we measure the Earth as flat, or we measured the curvature. Well, which one of these, which one is it? Did we measure the curvature? Or did we measure the flatness? Well, we're going to see how we can compare the two, because when you make a measurement of something, it's with respect to what? What is it flat or curved with respect to? And in the case of the globe versus the flat Earth, it's going to be with respect to the stars, the only other thing we have for comparison for long distances. So, real quick refresher on visual space being curved. So we have 2 fields, the visual field and the spatial field. Spatial field is Euclidean. That would be where an object resides in 3-dimensional space, like in reality. That would be, its actual location. If you were to map it in like a 3-dimensional coordinate system, this would be its actual location. And then the visual field would be the apparent location of that object based on the curvature of your eye. So an object that's close to you and has reference to other objects, like the water bottle next to my monitor, next to other stuff on my desk, I can pretty much tell exactly where that water bottle is, and I can reach for it and grab it and have really high accuracy. But as you get further away and as you have less references for sizes and things, they scale differently and can appear differently. And as a result of that, that would be evidence for curved visual space to be a alternative for Earth curvature for a physical mechanism. So if we scroll down as I'm going through this, I've got some examples here of curved visual space. We've got some shadows that are being cast by what appear to be the sun setting underneath a globe, but then when you go on top of the shadow, it's just perspective thing. It's setting on top of it. The same exact thing is happening above the clouds. So the sun is always above the horizon. It's never below the horizon. And then we also have converging train tracks at a distance and power lines. All these things appear to converge toward the horizon, or they can appear to converge together. So two parallel lines converging shows that visual space is not Euclidean, right? There's like local, things can be referenced as Euclidean. You can approximate things like that, especially for short distances, etc. But when you get into two parallel lines at a distance, well, they start to converge, and that's an indication that visual space is actually curved. So how do we what happens when we take a theodolite and look at a mountain, make a measurement with no assumptions? We don't assume a ball, we don't assume a flat earth, we just got our theodolite and we got our mountain. We look at that mountain and we see that it's not as big as it should be. There's a little bit of it missing. Now, what do? We've made no assumptions. We've just made a measurement here. Well, when we start to narrow things down, what happens? Well, suddenly, even if you don't account for refraction, these measurements start comporting to Earth curvature. They're comporting to the radius of the Earth. Okay, great. So once we've identified that either way you slice an optical measurement, it's going to comport to the Earth's radius. Fantastic. Now that we've established the Earth's radius, how do we get to the Earth radius? Well, that's from the stars. So here we are back to the. So there's actually no measurement of the Earth that's independent of a reference to the stars. You start measuring something and you start talking about how the mechanism for the disappearance is that it's tilted on the other side of a ball and there's curvature obstructing it. Congratulations, you've just invoked the stars. All right, so with that said, there's no external reference to curvature or flatness that isn't the stars. So you can't use the stars to prove the shape or anything like that, or the sun, because it never goes below the horizon. But as we continue on here, 1 second, phone call.
Wild ass ringtone.
All right, sorry, dude. It's the default ringtone. I CBA to change it. All right, so where were we at here? Optics, measurements, curvature. Okay, so this gets into how curvature is substantiated through measurements of the stars. So what actually happened here is in 1777 there was a royal decree that everyone was going to have to start using this coordinate system, and people were like, how does this coordinate system work? What does it mean? Well, the exact dimensions of the Earth have to be known to use it to get accuracy out of it, and the only way you can do that is by starting with the estimations from Eratosthenes, which we'll get over. But once you have this radius in mind and these positions, you start doing trigonometry and you start following the law of cosines to derive positions to the stars. What that means is, what does it mean to do trigonometry and follow the law of cosines? Well, the law of cosines is just the ratio of the distance to the angle of a triangle. So if you make a measurement to a star, right, that angle you can compute the distance to, if you just make a couple of assumptions about the altitude, right? So with that, they take these measurements of the stars, they go out, they get underneath the star, or they travel to the star. When it's directly underneath them, they take a zenith measurement. When they're looking up to take their zenith measurement to confirm that they've completed their triangle, right? Because the law of cosines only apply to 90-degree triangles. So what they're doing here is when they get under this star and they look up, they're seeing that it's not directly in the center of their telescope. And they can't figure out why, and they need it to be, they need it to line up directly. Otherwise, they don't have a complete triangle, and the accuracy of their system is. And so what they do is they go, okay, well, maybe the Earth is curved here. Maybe it's a little oblate. Maybe it's a little flat here, so we're gonna have to tilt it. So this is where they started with this is how they came up with the reference ellipsoid, like the first iteration of corrections while they were mapping everything out. And it was going around taking these observations, taking these measurements, and then coming up with reasons to correct them. And that was noted in the supplemental nautical almanac. They talk about that. And so that's where the reference ellipsoid comes from. And then they get into the arc of the parallel, where they do geodetic surveying, otherwise known as astrogeodetic surveying. And again, that's just positions of the stars and going out and doing the exact same thing, where they have these expected zenith measurements and they can't quite get them to line up. So they come up with reasons as to why they've deviated. And then this time in the arc of the parallel, they introduced the geoidal model. The geoidal model is a gravitational potential correction model that intersects with the ellipsoid model. So the corrections that they made, assuming oblateness or sphericity, or deviations from sphericity, they now introduce a gravitational potential model to offset any further inaccuracy. So with the freedom to do all that, they established this perfect coordinate system that depends on incoming parallel light rays and physical objects and actual true locations of these objects, because that's what the whole thing depends on. And any deviations from that, they're literally calling Earth curve. Now, what's really interesting that we learned recently from the experiment with Arago and Airy is that starlight never comes in directly. It always comes in with a drift to it, but it does always come in parallel. So the fact that they don't have true positions for stars for anything, it means that like the approximations of accuracy that they could get with their coordinate system can only be as accurate as they could get their positioning underneath the triangle, or underneath the star, to confirm the accuracy of the cosine that they use to derive a distance. That's how they tell distances, right? They just do trigonometry to a star, and then distances are a ratio of the coordinate system itself. So that's, it starts to compute. But then when they get under the star, they're like, oh, we're just a little off. What do we do? Well, Aries, pretty much tells us that the idealized calculations that they're doing don't even exist. So like the whole fundamental backbone of the globular model, which is dependent on physical locations of stars and that deviate from this idealized position, is completely not a real thing. All starlight, everything in the sky is apparent. Everything really is apparent, but in particular, in reference to positions of celestial bodies, that's all apparent. Sun, the moon, the stars, wandering stars, everything. All right, so I kind of jumped around a bit as I was going, kind of a new Prezi, but what all I just went over there was the history of how they don't have any measurements of Earth curvature that are independent of positions. That's what the TLDR on that is. And they get into such egregious things like a deflection of the vertical correction, or and that's for the position of the stars. And then for horizontal optical measurements, they get into different refraction coefficients that they can use to basically turn a globe or a planar observation into a globe observation, which is basically turning the globe into a plane by introducing an increase in the radius with the refraction coefficient. So when they apply refraction, they're increasing the radius. So anytime you turn a globe measurement into a planar measurement, you're just invoking an optical equivalence, and nothing can be determined from that, right? If it's not independent from that, then we can't establish anything from that, unless it's in reference to the stars. All right. through, see if I missed anything. All right. I have a really good graphic up of the transformation that they do for surveying. I was talking earlier about geodetic surveying, position of the stars and all that. If you look at this, it would be like having this idealized triangle in the sky that you're following that makes a nice right angle to it. And then when they take measurements on the ground and they compare the two, they're off a little bit. But as I said earlier, it's because everything in the sky is apparent and the starlight already comes in like that. So these idealized triangles that connect don't exist. But this is what happens, and these are the corrections that they make. So when they find that they're off a little bit, this is where spherical excess doesn't come from looking horizontally and making a measurement. It comes from looking horizontally, making a measurement, and then comparing that to positions of the stars, and then correcting, taking the difference from that and correcting for it. And then if you need to make a further correction, well, guess what? The gravity might be a little strong in that area that day. So now we have to tilt our plug bob accordingly to get that measurement to line up. This is how they make the triangles match. And then when you take that excess, you can actually use one of Gauss's theorems to determine the radius based off of the spherical excess. There's a ratio there that you can extrapolate, and so they have like the exact amount of spherical excess that they need to put in these corrections to facilitate, the radius that they need to make this look like it's exactly as is, and that there's these idealized triangles and all this stuff that they're doing. And as you go through the arc of the parallel, an important thing in the table of context that you can read, or the index right there, is corrections to observed latitudes, azimuths, longitudes, and variations for pole rotation. And when you go reading through that, you'll find that those are all in references to positions of stars, etc. And if you're correcting your longitudes to the positions of stars, then I mean that's just like cheating. That's just like cheating, dude. Just have unlimited freedom to make any observation fit the coordinate system. That's exactly what they did. So yeah, then they throw out measurements that didn't even comport to it. So that they talk about in the book, they're like, these are just raw measurements. We're not doing any suspicious stuff. But anything that doesn't meet this criteria, we don't even put in as the raw measurement. And they have such a tight threshold that basically when it ends up happening, the spherical excess that they measure out of all this after they stitch everything together is less than the refraction coefficient that they use in the air margin of the instruments that they're using themselves. So it's just a mathematical calculation based off of this. That's all that is. So with that, we move on to our next evidence, which would be shadow sets. Earlier, it was mentioned that you can't use the stuff in the sky to prove what the shape is, but you can prove what it isn't. Well, on a globe that where the Earth curvature is physically causing the sunset, you would have shadow sets to correspond to that. So this would mean that objects casting a shadow would end up casting a shadow higher than the object casting itself. So for an example here, I scrolled down to the globe and flat Earth prediction for what the shadow sets would look like. So we have two pillars and we have a window, and we scroll down under that one. We'll see what the actual predictions look like. So as the sun starts to set due to Earth curvature, the shadow from the pillars starts to ride up the wall, and it exceeds the height of the pillars themselves. And the window in the back there that's casting a shadow on the wall against the window, the shadow on the wall ends up rising above the window that's casting it. And then abruptly, because 15 degree per hour rotation and a hard physical curvature barrier, the shadow abruptly ends due to that Earth curvature. And that's what people sometimes will try to say that, oh, that's what the belt of Venus is and all that. But it's not. It's because if it was, you would have shadows that end like this. It would be especially apparent if your house was facing west at the shore. So anyway, on a flat Earth, what would happen is the object would never have a shadow that exceeds the height of casting it. And as the sun starts to set, the shadows would, instead of increasing above the object casting them, they would actually slow down and then remain at like a stationary point below the object casting it, and then they would fade out. So we have Man of Stone, whose house faces west at sunset. He took a video time lapse of what happens at sunset with the same exact scenario in reality. So we have this model here modeled out on a computer to show you what would happen. It's not to scale or anything. It's just to show you, for practical purposes, the differences. And then we have the real life example from Man of Stone, who shows us what actually happens. So we have the window, we have the shadow being cast from it, and it rises up, and then it stops, and then it starts to fade out as the sun actually sets. So a video link is in the as you scroll down there, you'll see that it's embedded in there. You can play that out. You can watch the simulation and then watch Stone's video at the end. It's all stitched together in the same. So you can watch that. And that's a huge geometric fail for the globe if sunsets are caused by Earth curvature. That's not, if you don't have the corresponding shadow to back it up, you have nothing. Because if a celestial body doesn't set underneath you, then it can't be asserted that that anything in the sky being obscured by Earth curvature. It's always above us. Next, we have satellite orbits and circumpolar navigation. So what we have here, now this is an important one to look at. So if you're scrolling along or just listening in, if you click my name right now, you can bring up the live stream and just listen in. The audio will stay on Twitter, and the video feed will just follow along accordingly as I scroll through. So we have what it would look like on a globe. So we got the globe for, let's imagine a satellite going around the globe, going north to south. It's coming down, and then it's going back up. This is what that would look like. It goes north to south, North Pole to the South Pole, and back up, going around the ball, like many people say happens with east-west circumnavigation, right? But that works, east-west works equally on a flat Earth, right? Because it's just a concentric circle from an outward point. But the north-south would be a mutually exclusive deal. So we're going to look at some satellite projections that are given to us, some publicly available projections that are used from equirectangular projections, and we're going to put those on an AE map and see if when the proper transformation is applied, will the satellite orbit correspond to what it's supposed to look like if it is truly an object that is going around a ball and coming around the other side of it. So here's the globular projection. Here's what it looks like at the top. Then we look at the equirectangular. This is what it would look like on an equirectangular. Still, it would just be a line going up and down. And then if you transform that to an azimuthal, this is where you get the line that just goes across here and does this. Now, the important thing to note with this is that we're never going to see this again. So remember what it looks like. Okay. So we have, as we scroll down, we see the spirograph that is typically shown for satellite orbits, for the ISS, all these different things, right? So when you transform that, it makes a flower of life pattern that never does the straight across line that it's supposed to do. It never actually, what it's doing, they're doing giant figure eights to an outward rim and then circling back in. And what you'll find is that these never actually cross the North Pole directly. They always go like over it at like an angle. But yeah, when they get to the south, they just do a big loop and come back. So there's nothing that supports there's no publicly available data under transformation that supports globular theory in the terms of, going around the North Pole and coming back out. So I'm just going to scroll down now to the terrestrial navigation now. So meaning planes, boats, etc., hot air balloon, whatever. So we got some routes here on equirectangulars, and then when they're shown on the azimuthal, again, they're just going in a circle that's not corresponding to going around a ball coming out the other side. Otherwise, the transformation would look like a straight line. So here's some more of those. This is the famous Pan Am one when they were like, "Oh, we're doing this amazing flight from the North to South Pole. Come join us." Shout out to Pan Am. But when you plot that out, not even close, lads. Same with the One More Orbit crew who did the world record for the fastest circumnavigation around the globe in an aircraft. Guess what their route comes out to be? Doesn't come out to be a globe. They do the exact same thing. So there's never any globularity to be shown in any of these orbits or circumnavigation paths. We have a tweet here where somebody was questioning the same thing because they did these transformations and they were like, "Hey, one more orbit." Hey, it was like, "Hey, One More Orbit crew, what are you guys doing?" And the guy's like, "Oh, you know what? The marketing team is just doing conceptual images. That doesn't represent the accurate flight route. You know, the thing that we're publicly presenting everyone, that doesn't accurately represent what we're doing." Oh, word? All right, cool. So there's no real way around that. So you would have to find some publicly available data, do a transformation, or send it to me, and then we'll get the transformation done. We can see if it comports to the globular prediction. Because as of yet, there's not a single instance where one of these routes does what it's supposed to do if the Earth is a globe. Now, the summary of that is that this is mutually exclusive, right? Going around a ball and coming up around a ball, going to dictate a certain projection, supposed to be invariant under transformation, because that's the purpose of the coordinate system. You can plot something out on that coordinate system, transform it to the corresponding map, and with the necessary corrections, depending on what kind of map you're using, there'll be certain corrections that are applied. But when everything is applied, you get an invariant transformation that represents the same thing on all other maps that use the same lat long system. And none of these do what is required if the lat long system, if somebody was using this lat long system to navigate over a ball north to south. Never once been seen in the history of navigation. Now we have Battle of the Beams, which is where Germans flew planes at an altitude of 19,000 feet for miles up to 270 to 600 miles to do bombing runs at night. Used intersecting beams. As we scroll down here, we'll see the issue here. We have a radar tower on the right, and it's going to shoot its radar signal up, and it's just barely going to miss the curvature there and go up to the sky. And the plane's going to be at altitude here. Now, we're going to look at the discrepancy between why this doesn't work, but this is an overview of how it's supposed to look if you were to look at it orthographically. So here's a top-down view of the intersection of the beams that these planes are going to have to fly through to maintain line of sight. So the beam itself generates an equisignal in the middle point of it. So there's a left side and a right side to the beam that intersect in the middle where they overlap. Now the left side of the beam produces dot noises in its signal. So it sounds like Morse code. It's like beep, 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 beep. And then the right side produces dashes. So it's like beep, 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 longer coherent tones. But where they intersect in the middle, excuse me, you hear a coherent pulse, which is beep, just a single tone. Now they'll get in this beam and they'll fly at altitude for hundreds of miles, and this beam will be intersected by another beam where they will, when they hear the second coherent tone, but at a slightly lower frequency, they know that they are they know that they're in the location of where they need to drop the bombs, because the beams will will intersect over target. So scrolling down here, we can see a topographical view of some beam sites or some radar sites that were used to do an attack. We have Stolberg and we have Cleve. These are the first two radar stations that were used. These are their beams intersecting over Derby. We'll get into the measurements and what all this means specifically. So this is the radar, but before we do that, we're going to specifically work out how this radar system works and why it's mutually exclusive to a globe Earth. Now, one, this radar system is line of sight, so a plane has to fly through at a specific altitude, and this beam has to maintain a specific geometry for that equisignal for the plane to fly through it for it to have useful accuracy. So there can't be any diffraction, otherwise that's going to change the width of the beam, and the beam can't follow a tangent to the horizon, which would make it basically it would turn it into sky propagation, like kind of asserting that it's bouncing off of the ionosphere and then it's somehow just kind of magically working its way out to be over target and the planes are flying through skip zones. That's not what happened. This radar system, we're looking at a diagram of it. It's a vertical radar system that doesn't have any ability to be tilted vertical on a vertical axis. It rotates horizontally in a circle around a track, and it's composed of, I'm scrolling down now a little bit, so we can see a top-down view of what we just looked at from the side view. So we see these little red dots here all throughout this grid. And what these little red dots are, these are called dipoles. These are magnetic rods that are placed at certain spacing, 1/2 of the wavelength that's being used by the radar system. And these magnetic fields used by these vertical dipoles are going to change the beam geometry to make it into basically to kind of condense it into a point so that it can be shot out, kind of like all the bulk of the energy focus will be focused into a point that goes out horizontally. And you can adjust the beam width, in particular the equisignal, by adjusting the dipole alignment. So the dipole alignment was connected by a strut system that could be tightened or loosened, and that would basically change the configuration from like a U to a V shape. And the tighter you make that shape, the more you could adjust the equisignal of the overlapping beams, because controlling the like how much that's being focused in. So that's just a quick overview of the radar system itself. And then I'm just scrolling down here. We're just looking at beam geometry. So the output of those overlapping dipoles, and what that does to the radiation pattern. Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to clear my throat and get some water. What that does to the beam geometry, what we're looking at here, is we'll see that it brings in the focus to these two middle points right here. And these are dashes and here's our dots. Then this overlap point here in the middle, this is where the planes have to fly through. Now these angles are exaggerated. They don't represent, the beam width or whatever, because the beam width is actually pretty small, but we'll get into that as we go down. So again, here's an overview of what what would be asserted by the globe. We have a radar station. We got a target over here. This plane has to be at this specific altitude. How do we get this signal to get to this altitude so that this bomber can drop bombs over target? Well, it can't happen on a globe unless you basically, you have two options, right? You can invoke refraction. You invoke refraction, you would have to use a refraction gradient that's never been observed in the history of refraction gradients. And also you would have to have that refraction gradient, you would have to have the extremes of that refraction gradient over target simultaneously be a different refraction gradient for the other intersecting beam that's from a different distance, and how it's going to maintain its altitude for the line of sight to get there to intersect with the first one. You would have, like, it's not tenable, right? You would literally have to increase Earth's radius to like 15,000 miles. So instead of 3959 miles, it now becomes 15. That's, it's preposterous. So that's not tenable. So the other position that's put forward is diffraction. They'll say that the beam hits the Earth curvature at 30 to 50 miles, and then it diffracts up. Now, a simple way to think about diffraction is like radio signal propagation. It's omnidirectional signal. If it hits an obstruction, as the part that doesn't get obstructed passes the obstruction, it starts to just fill back out. Now, why is this a problem? Well, because we have intersecting beams that have to overlap that make a specific, that present a specific geometry to produce the equisignal. If that equisignal gets interfered with, in other words, if a beam hits Earth curvature and starts diffracting, and we have different overlapping sections of it, well, then the ability to use that equisignal is completely useless. And the ability to adjust the equisignal, like the whole purpose of that strut system with the dipole, is completely useless. You wouldn't be able to adjust the equisignal after it hits Earth curvature. It would be completely useless. So that's not even a tenable position, yet that is what an astute glober will have to go with. Because it's really the only explanation you could put forward. But even that's not tenable, because like I was just saying, if it starts diffracting and bouncing around, it's going to create pseudo equisignals, and which are basically anywhere where there's an overlap in the signal, it's going to start creating a coherent tone, and that's going to ruin the accuracy, throw the pilots off, and be useless. And that's exactly what the British were using to jam the system when they found out about it. They just started shooting out their own frequencies that were closely matching theirs, and where they would intersect, it would create fake equisignal. So any sort of distortion prior to getting to target is going to ruin this. We have the distances plotted out here from Stallberg to, from Cleve. I'm sorry, from Cleve to Spalding. Now, Spalding is 50 miles shy of Derby. So this is where the beams were actually measured when they were first discovered. So we'll take the distances first from the actual measurements for full continuity. So at 270 miles, assuming a altitude of 656 feet for the observer height for the radar tower, if the beam hits Earth curvature at 30 to 50 miles and has to follow a tangent to the horizon, basically turning it into sky propagation, you're going to have a deficit in the equisignal of 38,000 feet, because we know the bombers were at 19,000 feet, so that's a deficit of 18,000 feet. So that's, completely useless. You wouldn't be able to use that. That's not what happened. The bombers were at 19,000 feet. So if the beam is at 38,000 feet, it's completely useless, because you have to make up an 18,000 foot difference. Now, when we get to the actual distance of Derby, the full 334 miles, it gets a little worse. It's 60,000 feet for the beam to be over target, which creates a 41,000 foot deficit. Again, completely useless, because the major factor in this that I kind of skipped over was that the equisignal geometry was measured over Spalding with a maximum width of 450 to 500 yards. And because we know the starting wavelength of the beam, 10 meters, we know how much the divergence was, that angle, it's less than a degree. And for that to occur over that distance, it has to be directly line of sight with no obstruction. That's the only way this radar system. So as we continue out to cover the intersecting beam that was measured, which was measured over Beeston, which is 30 miles to east of Derby, which is where the original target was. We have 440 miles, and that creates a distance of 111,000 feet over target, which then ruins creates a 92,000 foot deficit, which is completely, it's just, again, not usable. You're just in an untenable position here. So as we scroll down, we have how this would work on a flat Earth. There's just the observer height of 656 feet. The target height is 19,000 feet. The radar, or the beam that comes out of the radar system, deviates from the ground at 3 degrees at some distance. We're not sure what the distance is, because when you map it out, or what we have reference to doesn't have a distance axis on it, but we have the geometry mapped out. But what we do have is the angles, right? So when you do the arctan of the angle between basically the angle between the plane and the radar system, it ends up being less than 1 degree. So we know that this radar system, just horizontally propagating out, would easily be able to hit 19,000 feet, at these distances work, and maintain this geometry as long as there's no physical obstruction, like, Earth curvature, for example. And just when you think it can't get any worse, as we scroll down, we see a German document of the Telefunken company that built the radar system. And for their testing, they actually flew at 13,000 feet, and they did up to 1,000 kilometers. So if the system was used at those conditions, and they expected refraction conditions to affect the system, in the summer and winter, to affect the accuracy, and it was super negligible. It was like a non-issue. They were pretty impressed with it. So I have the ChatGPT translation of the document listed below that. As you scroll down, you can read what all the sections are. So what they're talking about is just a translation from it. You can read about that and the details that they talk about. And then as we continue to scroll down, we got the arctan angles for the angle between the radar system and the plane, which comes out to 0.229189, just fractions of a degree, not even a whole degree. So when you look at the beam geometry over that distance axis projection, where it doesn't actually have a distance, it just has the angle of deviation from zero at some distance. We can, these and because these are the distances that it was used at, I mean, basically it literally only works on a flat Earth. There's no further explanation. We don't need to invoke any refraction, anything, any ionospheric stuff, nothing. It just works. Then next we have selenilian. Okay, real quick. So, do a quick recap on the nulls for that. So, the flat Earth, to falsify this would be that the radar system didn't work at these distances, or that that there was some explanation that could be provided. That you could actually use diffraction as a mechanism. So far, this, we've done the Battle of the Beams challenge, has been out for like 2 or 3 months now. There's been no refutation to it. No one's put any numbers forward to it. No one's tried to explain it other than just broadly stating ground refraction or something like that. So, the reason for that is because this is, mutually exclusive. That plane has to fly over a plane for this to work line of sight. And this is removing the idea that Earth curvature is the causal mechanism for things like a sunset or where celestial bodies go when they go to sleep at night, or when they wake up in the morning. Sorry. So we have the selenilian eclipse now, which is an eclipse that takes place between the sun, the earth, and the moon, except the sun and the moon are both in the sky at the same time when this. So this certainly isn't proof of a globe. They're in the sky at the same exact time, and also, like, the real icing on the cake is that the shadow comes in from the wrong direction. That's a huge problem. If the explanation given from sciencenotes.org is that refraction and this eclipse already happened and we're looking at like the aftermath of it refracted up above us, then the shadow has to be bottom up. So what we see is the shadow comes from top down. This is what you see on the left. On the right is what you should see. This makes absolutely no sense. Even if you grant refraction and you're like, hey, bro, you refracting out there? Cool, I'll grant you your unfalsifiable hypothesis. Because the only way you could substantiate that is if you had a God orthographic view like we're looking at now that isn't to scale. The only way you could verify that this, you'd be like, oh, yeah, there it is. I see the sun's under this slit. Well, I see from your perspective, the sun would be under you because you're rotating away from it. And, it would be under your horizon, but it's being refracted up. I can totally see it. That'd be the only way you could substantiate this. So if your argument is that, there's a celestial phenomenon occurring above the horizon, congratulations, that's our position. So there's no falsification of the model using objects in the sky. It can only be used to tell you what's not occurring. And what isn't occurring in the selenilian eclipse is the Earth isn't obscuring the sun to put a shadow on the moon. If it was, the shadow would be bottom up and not top down. All right, now we have a 24-hour Antarctic sun. Hot topic of the night. Now, it does provide globular proof. This is a prediction of the old glob, but as we went over, the whole glob is substantiated through movement and positions of celestial bodies. And as we went over earlier, we can't tell what is based off of the celestial bodies. We can tell what it isn't. So this one proof given for the globe is just the position of it, right? The azimuthal angles, the elevation angles, all match the flat Earth predictions, all the same, right? So there's no distinction there. The only thing that is required is a dynamic explanation chain. So Earth curvature is substantiated through deviations in star measurements to provide a physical mechanism as to why we see this, because you're on the bottom side of a ball. And the corresponding mechanism, so there has to be curvature somewhere. So where are we going to put it? Well, we already covered curved visual space, an optical phenomenon being shown in a celestial dome. And as I scroll down, I'll get more into how all that works. But basically, I'll give my hypothesis on how the 24-hour sun could work, but it's just, speculation and theory. But I'll present how I think it works. But more importantly, we're going to analyze this for evidence for or against. So, like Taylor covered earlier in the night, very elegantly, was the fallacies surrounding using one observation to falsify everything. As I said earlier, we're not doing just like, a regular basic logic formalization here, like propositional logic. Like we'll utilize propositional logic in here, but this is for statistical significance when this all plays out. When I finish this. So what we're going to be analyzing here is the fallacious nature of that claim as well as we go down. So the all or nothing fallacy, the hasty generalization. So the all or nothing. This could only work on a globe, as we've seen from the fallacious community Twitter notices. And this is why they have to be so fallacious and egregious with it and do things like that and talk like that and assert global dominance and correctness. Because without that all or nothing fallacy, once you introduce an optical equivalence, it's over, right? Once you realize that Earth curvature is dependent on positions of celestial bodies and it's not actually measured, then the only way that you could substantiate it is just to be fallacious. But then when they have the hasty generalization, they have their one observation, and they got just the one. Hold on one second. Nope. I'm still good to go. Okay. So they got the hasty generalization where they're like, okay, we have our observation. This must be due to globe. That could be the only thing that can explain it, irrespective of the fact that we have a guy that's doing his own thing with a possible model. We have Cat's explanation with a toroidal geometry. So basically something has to be curved. Where are we putting it? Well, putting it in the geometry of the old dome, the old toroidal field, right? It has to go somewhere. So that's where we're probably going to put it, right? Because it's definitely not on the ground. So for positions of celestial bodies in the sky, this is an old solar energy book from the 60s. You guys remember the 60s, sex, drugs, and rock and roll or whatever. I can't remember if that was the 60s or 70s, but anyway, one of those two. No, 60s is when we killed all the Vietnamese people. All right. And then we went to the moon and forgot. And then the sex and drugs. Okay, I was close. It's right around the end there. All right. So this is how this manual describes how the sun works so that you can determine how to align your solar panels. And I think Dave knows quite a few things about solar panels, so he might know something about the apparent position of the sun with this too. So anyway, look at these diagrams they're drawing. Do these look familiar, guys? Remember when Shane made up the azimuthal grid? Remember when flat earthers just told this magic fairy tale about an azigrid? This is in a book from the 60s describing exactly what we're talking about. So the sun, everything you see in the sky has no true position. It's always apparent for everyone, for the observer. And this is how it works. So you're all taking angles to an apparent position. that only, as Kat mentioned earlier in the night, that only has a true position between the tropics, or in true position being defined as that's where the GP is, and GP meaning not exactly 90, but pretty close. Right, as we learned earlier, they don't get exactly 90, but it's pretty close. But yeah, so other than that position, we see it in this projected dome, and that's how we get angles as we're further away from those tropics. That's how we get angles to the stars, or I mean to the sun. It's in that projected dome. So here's just a couple other images of that as we scroll down, just to really drive the point home. As the sun arcs across the sky, it arcs across your dome of vision. And then throughout the year, summer solstice, winter solstice, it's going to be at different elevations. And this is just showing that and how it's going to look for you. Pretty cool stuff. Like, no, I'm pretty sure they mean the sun's for a real object and you're aiming it directly at it. Well, if you're at the equator, maybe. Right? You might be catching a little zenny to it. But anyway, so as I scroll down here, I got the fallacies written out, but we already covered those. Scrolling down. So the Eratosthenes experiment that was done. There was one done in Antarctica. It's like, does this confirm the radius? Well, no. Again, here we're looking up at the sky to derive an exact radius that can be used for the computations that will be needed later to use cosines to positions of stars, so we can get distances to the stars, so we can walk underneath them to get a zenny and see if we're at the correct location or not. So all this comes from Eratosthenes taking measurements at Alexandria, where he measured a 7.2 degree shadow. If you 7/2, you divide that by 360, which gives you the circumference. It comes out to be 50. Multiply that by 800 kilometers, which is the distance between Cyan and Alexandria, which gives them the circumference of 3959. It's a little bit higher than that, but like a couple digits off. But that gives them their 3959 radius from there, from Sticks and Shadows. And the only assumptive thing they need to do there is say that this is due to the Earth, or due to the sun being super far away. You can do this exact same thing, assuming a close sun, and have the exact same radius, and have it apply anywhere that you can see the sun, where it will make a shadow. And as we scroll down, we see a local light source with 4 cans on a table, and they all have different shadows corresponding to distances away from the light source. So according to the same logic used by Eratosthenes, this table must also be. If you haven't heard of and if you've heard of Eratosthenes, maybe you've heard of his brother Cryptosthenes. And this is the ancient Greek that we may or may not have invented, who is the brother of Eratosthenes. And he says that Eratosthenes is wrong. And if you assume that the Earth is close, that the sun is close and local, that you get the same exact effect and it will be indistinguishable. And if you map everything to that, suddenly you have a reference system that's accurate to anywhere that you can see the sun. Very cool. Let's see. Next would be the rainbows, but I'm not super ready to get into that one. I added some stuff throughout the night that was brought up, so I'm gonna make some refinements to it. But the rainbow stuff, counter star rotations. So we have counter star rotations that would be like a mutually exclusive ball explanation, where they're like, this can only be ball explained. It can only be explained on a ball. I've even seen some flat earthers say it can't be explained. We have a video from No Fanfare with a literal demonstration of it, where he puts his camera under the dome, like, and from the observer point of view, as Stone was saying earlier, about how important it is to have that perspective from inside the dome to see what you would actually see. So when you play out Homie's video, you can see that counter star rotation. It's just due to perspective. And here's some couple pictures of some geometry. So I said I would get into an explanation, potentially how it would work for how the 24-hour sun would work on Earth. So let's see. Okay, so we have 2 star fields. We have the northern hemisphere, we have the southern hemisphere. At the equator, we see the 2 star fields diverge, one to the north, one to the south. right? If we break that into toroidal geometry, so the northern hemisphere would be inner donut, and then the outer donut would be, and then the outer donut would be the outer donut. Spoiler alert. um, everything would just be on. Everything would be split into that, and then at the equator, that's where you have your divergence. That's where your zenith to the sun is, and all that. Um, but as everything is projected in their respective hemispheres, then you see in your own azimuthal grid, which was shown earlier by the 1960s diagram, you're going to see these stars in a specific way, and it's literally just perspective looking out at these two fields, um, as shown by no fanfare. So following that, if we just keep the toroidal geometry, right, we keep the same situation. What you would have is, let's see, it would be like Kat was saying earlier, you would have some sort of physical sun above us. We would have a toroidal field, dome or field geometry, whatever, and that would, as the sun does its thing over the tropics, right, to produce the effects, the heat distribution effects that we see. We're also going to see it projected in our respective hemispherical domes, which is denoted by the two diverging star fields. So to keep you in the center of creation, you're going to see the same thing in the southern field that you see in the northern field, because otherwise you would be following the sun wouldn't be following you, and you wouldn't be the center of creation following that logic. So just an optical phenomenon due to everything being apparent, and then it's just with respect to which field you're in is going to dictate how it's going to move in the sky for you, complete its circuit around you, as it has a GP that corresponds to a position over the tropics, which also corresponds to the asymmetrical heat distribution in the north and the south. So there's much more habitable zones towards the north to the warmth of the sun. But as you get closer to the south, as you get further into the south, it's like a barren, frozen wasteland. So that would be the discrepancy between that. Would be the sun isn't actually out there; it's still in its respective spot, but you're just seeing it. You're seeing the apparent sun with respect to its corresponding ground location. And that's all I got so far, man. But to kind of tie that back, or to do a recap now with the null hypothesis for everything, what exactly was put forward was the falsification, like the starting premise, right? Earth, go back to our starting premise. Earth has no, Earth curvature. The Earth is planar, and measurements of curvature are dependent on positions of celestial bodies. So as we've just went over, curvature has never been the causal mechanism for anything. If it was, shadows would behave differently at sunset. Would be you could make measurements of Earth curvature that are independent of celestial bodies. Never been done. They literally go around and do surveying, find that it's super flat, and they have to actually tilt their devices up in different directions to get the measurements, or they'll throw out measurements that don't comport to a useful value that they can use to get the exact amount of spherical excess to get back to the radius that they need. They'll just throw all that stuff out. So none of these things have ever been substantiated in terms of curvature. So to say that the 24-hour sun proves that the Earth is a ball conclusively, you would have to ignore all of the other evidence that shows that specifically uses sky observations and celestial phenomenon to show that the Earth isn't the cause of the phenomenon. So if there's any questions, comments, I know I just went through a lot. I'm going to be available until 2 p.m. So if you have any questions, comments, refutations, or whatever, feel free to come up, or if you need clarifications or whatever. This is This is extremely important because if you follow this kind of argumentation, right, you can avoid ending up in the predicament that we're in now. Well, some people are in now, and like I'll own it myself because I definitely put forward the AE map, so I'll just speak for myself because I know a lot of people were actually saying that sky is independent of ground, which is super true. But my conceptualization of it was the AE map, and I was like, we can definitely make a claim here, but to avoid that kind of hubris again, using this kind of argumentation is definitely more beneficial because you can show, what something is or what it isn't based off of, falsifying the claim itself. If you can't falsify it, then that's a much better way to present it and to look at it rather than to make a definitive claim about it and then just be super wrong and have nothing left, right? So we've all learned from that now, and I think moving forward, this is going to be great, man. The things will get, much more professional, and we'll have more demonstrations for things. Hopefully, we know that this is an actual phenomenon that needs to be accounted for.
That was excellent.
Bro, I didn't know you was gonna give us every single like argument with the null built in.
Yep.
My man, Alan, bro, and he did it off the fly.
Yeah, I started off a little rocky, but I'm so tired now. But after I got into it, all right.
Hey guys, yeah, feel free to jump in. Give your comments if you got any questions. Obviously, like Alan said, he's gonna be building this up. This actually came from Dr. Heffron, Mike Heffron. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Dr. Mike Heffron. He actually check this out. He watched the conversation that Piezo had with McToon about Ares failure. He was so disgusted by McToon's performance that he was like, "Oh my god, you guys want some tips on how to debate this kind of stuff? Because this is actually super easy to deal with." So he did this presentation where he goes over the logic and how to use the null hypothesis and why they use it in academia. And basically, when you're writing your thesis, you you do it in this form because at the end of your research, if you end up falsifying your hypothesis, it's like, do you not get a degree now? Like, no, you have to be able to show something out of it, and this is how you do that. And you substantiate things, and you present alternatives. And when you falsify something, you move on, and you do that through statistical or recognition through the statistical significance, which I think is an awesome thing moving forward. And it's like, is the Earth flat? Like, do you believe the Earth's flat? It's like, I have a sigma 4 confidence in it, 99.99999, but it could be a globe, I guess. It's just a much better way to approach it, right? It's just like, I'm not like, I know it's flat because it's measured flat. Okay, yeah, but like in reference to what, dude? Like, you got to give some room for the globe to come in to falsify it, right? Because if you don't have something that's falsifiable, all you have is actual dog shit.
Exactly, pure pseudoscience, and this eliminates a lot of their tactics. It seems like we should all really get familiar.
Cuts right to the core of it and keeps it on the up and up. So it's like taking things to its logical conclusion, right? And knowledge is power. So you take the strongest possible things that actually mean something. You don't waste time on like, oh, what if I do a laser? Like, okay, well, it doesn't, in reference to what though? It's always the stars. It's never not been the stars. So when you take it to that, you can just cut around a lot of, time wasting art. Or not necessarily time wasting, but things that don't actually give a definitive proof for the thing you're asserting with your measurement, right? Like the example I gave earlier with the Adelaide measurements.
Yeah, no, that was excellent, dude. You went through all opportunities of kinematic equivalence, pointing them out as such, and then went on to things that are exclusive to one side or the other. And as you can see, as Dave started to point out, there's buckets, right? What applies to both, what applies to one, what applies to just the other one. And we clearly can denote things that apply to both and things that apply just to a non-spherical Earth. And also super illuminating was like all the things you have to do if it were planar to make it appear as spherical are all the things that you do in actuality with regard to coordinate system adjustments, corrections, adherence to coordinate systems, geoid models, spheroid models, ellipsoid models. If it was planar, you were making planar measurements, you would need to constantly correct to a previously determined geodetic model in which all Earth dimensions are obviously known, right? So very well put together, very well based on, dude. Thanks for putting it all together, Alan. That was epic. I loved all the visuals, but I might be biased.
Dude, a large portion of the visuals regarding surveying were taken from your database.
No way. That's crazy. It's almost like it was mine. I couldn't tell the difference. They look the same. No, it was epic. I like all the circumpolar stuff. I like the way you laid it out. We're like, here's what it would look like, because I remember the day we put that together with the QC of ether cosmology. And we were like, what would it look like if there was a north-south circumpolar navigation? And then I took the time to project it to various projections so we could all be familiar with how a straight line would translate. And then we began putting it together. And like, all right, well, here's what's never been done. You know why it looks weird? No one's ever seen this before. Okay, get a good look, because I'm pretty sure no one will ever see it again.
Get a good look. You'll never see it again. This is the only time it's actually ever been seen. So how about this, dude? When we were talking about that, or I wasn't there for it, but I heard the conversation. Dude was like, so wait, what does it even look like? Never,
yep. And we were like, oh, well, let's draw it.
It's always asserted, never seen. They only show you the equirectangular spirograph, and they're like, look, it's just going around the old ball and coming out again. And you're like, oh, okay, dope. I'll take your word for a television set. You know what's best.
I tried to draw it and it looked retarded, and I was like, Stone, what did I screw up over here? Like, what am I not doing right? And it was like, you need to do this. And it was like, oh, so it is hard to conceptualize, which is why once you have it once, you can just, translate it to different projections. And that here's what it looks like on a globe, it looks like on a Mercator, here's on equirectangular, and oh, look, and azimuthal. And you know that it's the same line, and you can see the effect of the translation absent the map, right? And that's what we do. But anyway, otherwise, excellent null hypothesis, dude. Like, how many propositions was that? Like 7?
Yeah, there's a few in there, and then there's going to be rainbows and a couple other ones that I'm going to break down more specifically. Just kind of threw it together.
Battle of the Beams. Battle of the Beams is excellent. It always comes in like you're announcing the reigning champion. Like, before I go into this has never before been refuted, never before been contested. No one's ever brought it. So he's an answer like
That's actually how I'm going to announce it henceforth. So
that's all the impression I got.
Alan, I have a question that the Globers might attack when you pointed out that the theodolite, assuming not globe or not flat, measures a but let's pretend.
That's not really that's just like optical kinematic equivalence, right? Like that's the aspects present in perspective on a flat plane, which you can demonstrate just like looking at a bottle going a mile away, looking at the bottle, lowering your eye line, you'll see the bottom of that bottle disappear in the same coherent manner. There's like equivalence of that, because when they can measure height with a theodolite down to the centimeter, and then they go away miles, and then they say, look, there's missing height now, it must be Earth curve. They specifically don't count for anything like perspective, compression, angular resolution, limits of human optics.
I got 100%. Is it true that a theodolite's only good like to 100 yards or something? Didn't somebody once say that it's only accurate to like a very short distance?
Well, there's theodolites, total stations. They all have different, parameters, and then there's that boy on Discord who pushes it to infinity. So, I mean,
I thought that even the theodolite people that say it's only good up to literally like 100 yards, or maybe it was even less than that. Some, not miles. No.
Yeah,
No.
the one I have is very short. Here, I'll go look at it and see what it says. Hold on.
Cool. Great job, Alan. Thanks.
Yeah, for the listeners, please support our wonderful learned colleagues and also Dave. That was a fantastic presentation.
Says the optical, it's the extended measurement range over 170 meters, 560 feet, and then over 6.2 miles, it says tops. So 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles. That's for super extended range.
Okay.
You guys sure I can't just be a glober and just shout 24-hour sun so I can ignore all that?
Well, I mean, you can, and they all are.
It is easier to do that. And how come I didn't accept a free trip to Antarctica?
It's kind of crazy. It's like no wonder that they always been trying to prove the ground with the sky, because of course the globe model matches the sky. Everything about the sky is the globe. It's almost like they one for one mapped the sky to the ground, and that's where the globe came from. Oh wait, no, it's exactly what they did, right? The reason that celestial navigation works, and what Alan pointed out so expertly, is the problem with the zenith of a star on the Earth is that it's never quite there, meaning they can't quite figure it out, so they just calculated it and assumed it. And that one-for-one correlation, this is very, very specifically necessary. That one-for-one correlation with that non-approved zenith, they just make up a ground position, and then that's the position on the Earth. And that position ties to the celestial position of the right ascension and declination of that star. And then the calculation for the differences get thrown into the almanac to correct it when you go back to navigate towards it. So literally they built the whole model on the correlation of that one for one, so that zenith is on the ground. That's how the globe is built. And then it turns out, well, that's not really right. We just made it up, and we just fudged it. And it's like, well, talk about building a castle in sand, bro. Like, you just entirely based it on a law of cosine's calculation of an assumption. And then you're like, well, we have to validate the assumption, and it fell apart, but we're still good, right?
But we're still good, right? Oh, man.
It's amazing.
Like a giant reification fallacy.
No actual ground position for a star. We just kind of assumed it, and actually that's what we based the whole globe on. Nobody look here, it's fine.
Well, I'm sure some of the squad want to.
But the
Sacred, I don't know how you guys do this week after week, but this is only the second time ever that I have pulled an all-nighter, and I feel like a freaking zombie.
Got to get an extra battery pack.
She's already using her extra recharge on her device to communicate, so maybe you can we have to get her an extra battery, I think.
Yeah. No, it was just a riveting show this time. I couldn't go to sleep. I was just way too excited.
Dude, I missed most of Witsit, but I have heard him. I've talked to him a bunch since he got back, so I felt like it was fine. Did all the people roast him? Did everyone attack him and call him a shill? Is that what happened, or did it go the other way?
While he was half asleep.
Yeah.
Still answered every question.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are like, look, it's proof. Look at the footage we have that it's proof. And I'm like, what footage? The footage from that one Glober who released it immediately? Well, okay. Well, why don't we analyze the flat Earth footage together whenever they release it? The infrared, the solar filter, the super HD, the actual time lapse, the corrected time lapse, the pictures, any photographs that they would have took. Why don't we look at any of that, and then we can collectively make some determination, and if needed, call each other shill. Whatever. I'm down for an investigation that leads a certain way. However, if it all coincides with what the Glober put out, minus some OBS glitches from recharge that don't OBS too well, then I think we should not discount new evidence, because discounting new evidence because it doesn't comport with your current worldview is exactly what the Globers do, and it's exactly the behavior that we all bucked in the first place to come here and unite against it. So it seems silly to pull that same card now.
First, you guys want logical argumentation, and now you want to jump to like this too.
Did you people know that there is outer space treaty?
Wait, what?
There is outer space treaty.
Oh, outer space treaty.
Yeah.
Hold on, before we get into that, does anybody want to comment on Alan's Prezi?
Yes, it is excellent. It's very good, fantastic job, and this is a result of that trip for Austin and Jaren, just few days, and I am expecting more and more and more, and maybe for months or maybe more than that. People will talk. The flat Earth will expand as they expected. I hear the presentation, and always when I hear your spaces, and I am old listener, I am amazed by insist of mention the argue of the Globers, like Aristotle. What model Aristotle was talking about? If the outer space first mentioned in 1662, it's first time ever, and it is a poem. It is only a poem by some European literature. This is the first time ever somebody mentioned outer space, the concept of the space. So what Aristotle talking about? Even not the geocentric, even not that model. The model of the Greeks and Arab after that is that the Earth is a ball, but it is soaked in water by half. This is the model. Nobody mentioned that the water can be curved. Nobody mentioned the space until 16 and something, the 17th century. So we have not listened to this argument anymore. The historical argument is not there, not for the Globers, never. They should not mention it, and if anybody mention it, we should stop him immediately by saying when the concept of outer space start appear in the history of mankind. This is the ad what I want, and I am listening. And thank you for, as I said, always there is a benefit. Always we learn something new, and this is the fruit of this spaces and argument and debate. Thank you very much.
Got that right, bro. Appreciate it, man. Let's go to Jeff and then slide to my man Orwellian. What up, Jeff?
It's raining here, so I'm going to rubber band or probably even be cut off. We've pretty much proven that the Earth has no curvature. Now, is a crystalline or diamond-like firmament. I don't believe it's dipped in the center, as they say. I believe it's a solid curved dome because of rainbows and how all the ancients have described it. Now, if you take the sun's path from the pole and then outward to the Tropic of Capricorn, what if it goes past Capricorn and actually rides the firmament? The sun actually is adhered to the firmament. That's why crystalline absorbs radiation, absorbs heat, so nothing will grow past a certain equator or longitude or latitude line, but it does in the north because the sun, if you look at a curved dome and then do a horizontal line in through the center, say you make the dome 6,000 miles high, the sun is at 2,500 to 3,000 miles high. When it goes to the center of the dome, it's lower, so the heat can radiate down and more plant life. When it goes further out to where the curve of the dome starts to go down, if it rides on the dome, it's immediately absorbed. Because when I saw the sun in Antarctica, it was reflecting totally different than it does outside of the Antarctic, doesn't it? You don't see all those bright, brilliant rays or that brilliance. That's not from the snow, the sun. So I think it rides on it and it absorbs it. So when it rides on it and goes all the way further across to the other side, it's reflecting through the crystal firmament to be seen. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
So you're saying that the sun is interacting with the firmament. The firmament is crystallized, and that's affecting how. Okay.
Exactly, because if you look, we're in the age of Pisces, right? Shouldn't the tropics be the Tropic of Gemini and the Tropic of Sagittarius? Why are we in the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer? That was the age of Aries 2,000 years ago. So how do we know that the sun isn't moving in and out or changing with the firmament? Because we don't have any accurate maps. We don't have the correct tropic names, because the age of Pisces, it should be Gemini and Sagittarius. Aries was Capricorn and Cancer.
Yeah. Oh man.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Oh, come on.
Has anybody heard that interpretation
How do I
before?
get a microphone?
They technically would only be changing like as if the sky is changing. But as we know it from history, what the sun and the moon and the stars have been doing has been mapped for the last 27 centuries. The last time that the sun did anything different was like in 713 BC. Since then, the last 27 centuries, the sun has been circling the same circuits that we know. The Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer should not change.
Yeah,
it's what we know of the A.E. map and where that physical light source is at.
Hold on one second, Alan. Did you want to say something?
No.
Hold on one second, Jeff. Alan, did you want to say something real quick? Oh, can Alan not hear me? Is he glitched out? Alan, I'm gonna remove you. Just request backup.
If they lied to about everything.
Oh, testing. There we go.
So how do we know that history in the sun's path? And you know, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah,
I was just
we got you, Alan. We got you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna comment on the maps and the positions of the stars or whatever, right? So everything that they use for the nautical almanac that they've passed down to us, starting from that royal decree in 1777, where the use of the current latitude and longitude system that we're using now was enforced. Oh yeah. So anyway, that all comes from what's called the first cusp of Aries. So they take the positions of the stars on a particular night on the vernal equinox, and then from that night outward, they do their idealized calculations, like I was saying earlier, how they do a cosine and then get the distance, go underneath the star, and then try to take zennies to it. And then, and then they measure like, oh no, we don't have the exact zenny measurement. Like, what do we do? Earth must be a ball. But anyway, back to the point though, like you were saying about how it's always been, the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what it should have been. I think Kat was answering some of that. My headset was cut in and out. But yeah, for the longest time, it's been about the first cusp of Aries. That's what they've mapped everything they do. They just took an arbitrary time at the equinox and then mapped everything to that forever in perpetuity.
Okay, we're coming up on the age of Aquarius, yes?
Hmm?
In the age of Aquarius, the tropics should be Taurus and Scorpio.
I feel you.
The tropics should always change according to the
Where the
do you
position
understand?
of yeah. Have you heard of a YouTube channel called Flat Fact? I think that's her channel. She has a really great diagram of exactly what you're talking
No.
about. Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I
let
watch
me link
Iwanan.
you. Oh yeah, I've seen a couple of his. Let me link you hers. She's got really good diagrams. That's exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I looked into this one time. I can't remember what the reasoning was as to why it's okay. But yeah, you would think it would change though.
Technically, it's only going to change if the stars are a belt going around a globe. Then you would have that offset and you would have that turning of like the precession of the equinox. But
Well,
this is
the
just
stars do have a precession,
speculation.
but on a flat Earth.
We losing
I
you.
know, but I'm giving what the flat earth argument should be versus what the globe argument is. That is where the precession of the equinox is the theory that like these band of stars is going around us. Part of this flat earth theory is that it's one circle of stars going above us. So the angle of observation to those stars only changes when you move around on that physical flat surface. It's not because the stars.
Okay, I just
it's confused. What's conflating here is the concept of being out in space and having stars that go above and below your feet, like the globe model predicts it would, versus a flat Earth and having all the stars just one half dome circling above us.
Oh, okay. I just put up in the Jumbotron, whatever you call it up top, part 7. It explains the movement of the stars. Okay. We have the 12 zodiacs, right? We had the age of Aries, the age of Pisces. Now we're going into the age of Aquarius. That's not according to the globe Earth. That's according to the flat Earth. Okay. They move in a precession. The great year is what? 62,000 years when it totally goes through the whole zodiac. Like, remember, between the paws of the Sphinx, they say was the age Leo, the constellation Leo. It's not there anymore because the movement of the stars in this precession on a flat Earth. So if you can take a chance, it's in Portuguese, but the guy speaks in English. The subtitles are Portuguese, and the title of this is in Portuguese because I came down to Brazil and I found a lot of interesting things. The government of Brazil proved the Earth was flat. They set out one department was battling against another department about, no, it's a globe, no, it's flat. So they set out and they did 7 tests, verifiable tests, and they proved the Earth was flat. There was no curvature in the water from 1,080 miles, which is like 3,880 kilometers. No curvature with over 1,000 miles. Okay, let me attend to my daughter and I'll be right back.
And you assume the sky is flat.
No. If There's a firmament above us.
No, I mean
Who knows how it moves beyond the firmament? But the firmament is curved.
I mean the female talker, speaker. I don't mean you. You in your idea, it must be curved. It must be curved.
Yes.
That's why.
Correct.
Some constellation we cannot see anymore. That's
Yes.
why I
Correct.
am insisting on that the map under our feet is wrong. It is wrong map. You see, Morocco is the far west, not America and not two Americas. The far west is Morocco, and this is fact. And after a while, it will be proven. The sea of the darkness is the Atlantic. All history said that the sea of darkness is the Atlantic. But this is the deception here. The Morocco is the far west, not east or not North America or South America. See, the map is wrong. If we know the map, I think we can prove.
But I believe the AE map is correct. I believe that there may be a slight difference in the shape of continents, but what we understand of the layout as Antarctica being the basin and a ring around the outside and the center north being middle. And with my understanding, the curvature is found then in the shape of the dome. And the dome is what we view the stars off of. The sun itself is within the dome, from my theory.
Sorry, I disagree with you completely. Why? Because the continent is divided for the states all the history, all time of the history. They divided it by meter, by 1 meter. They fight on that land by meters. So the continents is accurate, but what is another? Where is the other continents? Is the path of the sun? Can now we know after this trip that the path of the sun is proving nothing on the ground. It can be dark and another projection of the same sun after a huge distance of dark. This is possible in the sea without ice, without ice wall. This is possible. And why all the typhoons, all the hurricanes in this sea? It should be the Pacific is bigger. If the cause of this high speed wind is only whatever the difference of the temperature, it should be in the Pacific, not in the Atlantic. But all the huge storms came from Atlantic, came from an area not we don't know anything about. You
but
see,
what we know as flat earthers,
is deep. The deception is very deep.
But what we know as flat earthers of how the AE map correctly represents the climate differences between the Arctic and the Antarctic, because we have such different flora and fauna represented in the two, that leans heavily to stating that the flat Earth AE model is correct over the globe projection. I feel like some of the things that I'm able to explain with a center toroidal spout of a dome, and yes, it makes us have to reconsider what is causing day and night. And I am saying there's a physical thing blocking the sun. This would cause it to be dark in Punta Arenas for a period of time, but still be 24 hours in Antarctica. So you have to separate the concept of sunlight reaching from that physical heat source sun, that GP position that we see tracking between Capricorn to Cancer and back. That is that GP physical heat source sun. And if it
When
is
you see
able to
that-
reach the surface of the earth, you have daylight. And my theory and proposition is that there is a curvature above us in the dome that is not being physically represented in Shane's model. But if you look at Shane's model with a center spout, like my profile pic shows and has been presented, I kind of drew it in red slightly. I am showing how there is a direct correlation to where that shadow is. It is always opposite where that physical sun is located. And it is.
We don't know where is this physical sun. We never know.
But we do because of the tropics and the temperatures that we get. We know that the tropic zone is where it's hottest. That's where the population is located. So much of what we know that the AE model represents by temperatures and climates, and that circle temperate tropical zone between Cancer and Capricorn is the hottest area. And when you go far to the north, it gets colder. But if you go far to the south, it gets much, much colder. And I'm trying to say that the reason for this can be explained by the center spout of the dome. I'm not expecting everybody to jump on board, but I think it should be considered as a thought process, because this shadow on Shane's model, this terminator line between night and day, has a very interesting and opposite position of where that physical sun is tracking. Shane's model perfectly shows you how that physical position, that GP position, the heat source sun position, how that links to each and every person's dome of vision and how it changes.
My friend, I cannot speak my mind all because my English is limited. But what I can say, we are not objecting anything about the sky. But what I am saying is that the AE map, which given to us, which is as is correct, it came from the era of tyranny, not for democracy. It came to us and give to us by people who lives in much more tyranny regimes than now. So it is limited. I believe it is limited. I believe it is intentionally drawn with the concept of the celestial bodies, and this is the key. This is the key for the deception. You see, the history, even the history of Europe, even led to the cook, to the Captain Cook. Yeah, led to the Captain Cook journeys. They mentioned the Sea of Darkness. Where is that? The Sea of Darkness. It starts in the Atlantic, and it's disappeared in the 19th century. Disappeared from the books. The Sea of Darkness. So I am not objecting anything. I'm not rejecting anything about the celestial bodies movement, but I think they draw the maps so they convince both the dreamers of the space and the realistic of the ground. So they convince the much of the population after the.
Okay, well, hold on a second.
But what we get by the maps, all maps are projections of the graticule, which the graticule is the mapping of the stars. So in my claim, I'm just saying that there has to be an original lab frame at which those star measurements were taking. And I am claiming it was made from a flat surface, not a globe. And I think our temperature changes. I think the AE map holds true because of what we know of climate zones. And my theory is presenting an option where we stay strong on the AE map. We claim to know that we know the ground position or the GP position. We're able to position that heat source That's what Shane's model shows in the sun that's in the sky that's circling around within the tropics. But then it also shows you the apparent way that we see the sun within our own personal dome of vision. And when you are south of that circling track of that sun, then it's going to have to anti-arc in your dome of vision. That is why they're seeing it wrap around the back of their heads. That's the optics part there. And the best way to understand this is play around with Shane's map. Take and make that personal dome of vision bigger so you can see the sun's path within it. But understand that where we are on that map, that actual dome would be infinitely smaller than how it's being presented in his model. It's just enlarged so that you can conceive how that sun is going around your head or setting and rising. And especially if you look at this time of year on that model, when you are looking around like 350 days, of the year, and then you take and run one line of longitude and you start out, south of South America and you run up a line, you can watch how the sun goes from circling around their head higher at the noonday, lower back when it's, when they have to face south to see it. And then as you go up to like where they'd be in Punta Arenas or further north into South America, you watch that sun line start dipping under the horizon in that personal dome of view. I think that model is the best way to see how those two different views, the personal dome of vision view links into that GP positioning of where that the heat source sun is. So I get it's an optical illusion in the dome. It's like an optical vision in the dome. And
regarding the maps, I would just like
one
to
second,
add
Flash.
something.
One second, Flash. We'll get you in just a second. I want y'all to continue to build, but other people have been patient. I want them to be able to chime in as well. And Kat, I do hope that you post more visuals because I like the conviction that you speak with. So, hopefully you start sharing some more of your ideas on the TF.
I have a couple of gentlemen willing to help me make a video and try to model it out. So that should be coming soon.
Ooh, that's awesome. That's what's up. Yeah, please send it my way. Whenever that production is done. Definitely looking forward to seeing it. But let's hear from Orwellian. What's up, bro?
What's going on, my brother? Man, what an end to a year, man. There's been a lot going on. I missed a lot of intros. Sorry, Proud. Got a lot of IRL shit going on right now. A couple people passed away. So we're packing that up and dealing with that. But man,
Cheers to you, bro.
So I missed. Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. So missed Alan's presentation. Obviously, I'll catch up on it. But bro, like Witsit in Antarctica, like some of what Owen Benjamin was talking about, and them having that conversation. Like it's been one hell of an end of the year, and it ain't even over yet. This has been a fascinating conversation just since I jumped in here, man. So man, I miss the fam, man. I miss the fam. I miss you guys. This has been well over a year of my Friday and Saturdays for a real long time, man. And shout out to you guys, man. Community's always been what it's been. I don't think, if I'm being honest, I don't think anything has really changed. I think we've just, I don't know. I think we're getting to a place where now we can start to examine things in a different way. A lot of the Globetard chatter that I've seen lately, which is pretty hilarious, and I know everybody would probably agree. They're like, "Oh yeah, nail in the coffin." No, it's not a nail in the coffin. Like science it's not a hammer that you use to smash your opponent. It's a journey, and well, I guess I'm excited for the for the next phase of this journey. If I'm being honest, it's been wild, bro. It's been a wild year. A wild year.
Yo, Orwellian, didn't you hear, Brody? Science is final. The last experiment ever conducted was just done.
Well, they named it as such. TFE, right?
Yeah, sure
This
did.
is it.
Let the boys know where the flag is planted. The last one ever done. It's
the last
conclusive.
experiment would be circumnavigate.
Or actually circumnavigate the entire quote unquote globe.
Listen, Jeff, we all had our chance, right, to object. He got us.
I know.
It's the final one, bro.
Right.
We missed our chance.
That was one hell of a gotcha, bro. You know, and again, it's I appreciate that, Alan, brother. I love you. No. That's not the way it works, ladies and gentlemen. As much as you want it to, and as hard as you seethe when you're rejected by trying to, well, use science in that manner. Nah, we're not going to do that. We're going to actually use the method, and we're continuing to. So questions have been answered, but more have been raised. And that's really it. But that's not what you get when you look at the timeline. They're like, gotcha. Jason Bjorn, that motherfucker is so annoying, dude. Dude, this is a dunk. No, it's not the dunk you thought it was at all. And if you actually use the scientific method and opened your eyes and opened your ears, maybe you would understand that. But you know, here we are. This is the world we live in, fellas. What's that, Brian?
I think you're talking about BJ. You're talking about one of the flat earthers that only deflected to the globe side because they couldn't really understand the flat earth arguments. That particular anti-flat earther in question was actually crying about Shane's model like a couple months ago.
Yeah,
And
he
we were
was.
like begging him to ask a question or two, but he was like so afraid to leave his keyboard. I don't know.
Yep.
Some people leave out of fear and lack of intelligence.
Well, he dipped his toes in the concave Earth too, and a lot of other people did the same thing. So, like at the end of the day, I think a lot of the people that dipped their toes in the concave.
What a fucking G.
Yeah. A lot of the people that like flipped the script. I don't know if you guys saw it, but like I can't remember. I think it was him. He posted. It was like that Sam Smith getting that Sam Smith meme getting reamed out by some other dude. I'm like, bro, you flipped the script just so you could post gay porn. Like you could have just posted gay porn because it was like flat earthers getting slammed by concave earthers or some dumb shit. Like the fucking. I don't even understand how you can lose your ability to meme. Like some of these dudes were meme lords, dude, and now that's what you got. The fuck? For real? Okay.
Lost the grip touch. He realized a long time ago that the only way to gain a following was to post meme content. I think that's what it is. You know, all he really had was meme content. He never really had no science. He never really had no understanding of facts and logic. So, of course, he can spiral out now and post more globe memes.
Yeah, and he still don't really talk about shit that's, you know, of substance at all. But it is what it is. It's like that flat earther account. I think that account changed its name.
You see y'all ducking smoke.
Bro, you see the smoke signals come running, right? What the fuck? No, but I'm gonna land the plane here, man. This has been fascinating. I just wanted to let y'all know, you know, I appreciate y'all. I missed a couple of, you know, Friday night intros. Got some shit going on in the real world, but I ain't going anywhere, and I love y'all. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, it's good to hear from you. Flat Earth Fridays ain't the same without you, bro. I know IRL comes in, always comes first. But we're gonna be here, bro. If you need anything, just let us know.
I appreciate you, brother.
Dude, lost the ability to meme is like the new retarded. I think that's the funniest way to put it that I have ever heard. Really, like,
I was waiting for Shane to fucking grab a mic and pop back up. Yeah, how did that happen, dude? How do you go from being able to actually like coherently meme in a way that people comprehended and resonated with to that? Like, how the fuck do you do that? Oh, I'll tell you how. Dip your toes into concave.
Do you think that like the retardation spread from the toe up to the memeage in the brain, and then that's when it affects the inability to be humorous? Do you think that's how it works?
I don't know, but it
It's also
definitely seems
contagious.
infectious. Yeah, I was gonna say it seems infectious for real. Alan hit it right on the head, man. That shit seems infectious, contagious, both.
So like when you become unfunny to your friends investigate, and then they themselves become unfunny. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so what happens is there's a spiked protein, and they start exhaling it
Oh, and
on
it
their
it
friends.
sheds from the infected one. Okay.
Yeah, it enters their friend's bloodstream and then infects them as like a host cell. And then it starts to self-replicate from nothing, because we all know that from nothing comes everything. So from
Ooh.
nothing comes this, ultimate amalgamation. What are we talking about again? I can't remember. Oh, lack of sense of humor. It comes
Well,
like it
now
comes.
you're
It
making
comes
me
out.
nervous, dude.
It makes
If
you
I
like.
strapped on a thin cloth face diaper, would I be able to protect myself from being unfunny somehow? Because now I'm really nervous.
No, the only way to prevent infection is actually you have to get an inoculation to it, and the only way to get an inoculation is to inject aluminum into your body, pure unadulterated aluminum. And actually, you don't even have to. It's not even like a specific type of aluminum. Like you can just go to Kroger's or wherever your local store is and get some Reynolds wrap and just melt that down and inject it with a syringe.
do you think he was just pretending to be funny, or like do you think someone who doesn't have the emotional intelligence to do it in the first place can fool enough people to thinking that they're emotionally intelligent enough to make you laugh genuinely? And then, dude, I'm so confused by this.
Dude, you just confused them by saying emotional intelligence. Like, how are those two things similar?
Yeah, that's true.
We're
They're not
talking
gonna
about
understand
a
that.
guy that doesn't understand the concept of point masses, guys.
That means you'd have to have
Talking about-
enough control over your own emotions to use them to deceive people, to portray certain microaggressions and certain things and tweaks to give the illusion of an emotion you're not feeling. That's what that would mean. And you're right, that's way too much for that, dude.
Yo, that's so crazy, Shane, because the reason why, which was claimed why he didn't press you guys about your model and your claims, is because he didn't want to divide the community. And then
That's hilarious.
hopped on the timeline to do exactly that. Fucking retarded.
And he was like, you know what I'll do? I'll divide the community, just be a shithead.
I'm just gonna shit everywhere and hope that divides people.
Oh, do you know what? I actually forgot. I gotta take Battle of the Beams off the Prezi. BJ did refute it. He called it by misconstruing it with a Wi-Fi signal. So if you treat the system as completely not analogous to what it is, you can actually refute it by just,
Boom, gotcha, bitch.
But just straw manning it and pretending.
It's like that model thing. Like we welcomed him with a friendly tone. We were like, "Come ask questions, please. We're holding this event, right? It's gonna be specifically for people like you to come. Like, please come." And he was like, "No, it's all wrong." And we were like, "Okay, well, that's retarded. Like, we thought you wanted to have an honest discussion." And he pulled one of those, so we just dismissed him. Right? So
Shane, I don't know how you're wrong, but I know you're wrong.
I don't know how you're wrong, but I know you're wrong. And that's just the fucking coup de grace. That's the fucking icing on the cake for me, because that's how they act, dude. I mean,
all right,
at the end of the day,
so all the top cavers, right? Let's do a quick analysis. Are they all unfunny now? Have they all lost their ability to meme? Yeah.
All of them
unfunny, it was that contagious.
Miserable, shouting at the ether wind.
Very angry, yeah.
And the other half think that I'm faking my voice.
That's hilarious. I can't even believe that came up, bro. He's faking his voice. My answer.
I thought we was the conspiracy theorists. You
right.
Let me chill out.
My answer to Shane's question is, like, I mean, at the end of the day, they thought we were just going to pack it up and cry, right? And we're over here laughing because we do this shit for fun. We do this for fun. Did you motherfuckers forget why we do this?
They must have forgot.
I don't know how you could forget. I don't know how you could forget, but they must have forgot, because we do this for fun. And that's the thing. That's the joy of life, right? We're living life. We're over here living life. We still got IRL shit going on. We do our thing, but we do this shit for fun. And they're over here like legitimately hurt, becoming unfunny miraculously overnight. Like, what the fuck, dude? Is this real life? And I'm laughing, and you're laughing, we're laughing, but that's what they do. Unfucking believable, dude. I could not have predicted this. I could not have predicted this with a magic 8 ball in 1988.
Dude, maybe only people with souls can meme, and that when you go concave, you lose your soul, thus your ability to meme. What do you guys think of that hypothesis?
Holy fuck, that's a hypothesis.
Well, technically, we can't blame concave Earth. Some of these guys have officially jumped back to globe in their mind. Oh,
Well, I don't know.
mean,
I don't even know how you do that. I'm trying to envision. Holy fuck, that's a hypothesis.
Just stretch before all those mental gymnastics, guys.
Hey, I'm glitching like crazy, so I'm gonna bounce out of the mic.
Did we all just echo, or what's going on?
Yeah, it got wild. Like it literally, the space just replayed like 30 seconds ago for me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Time loop. Then we did it. So all right. What happened was we caught a pocket of wild and spinning time dilation. Yeah. And it hit us all at the same time, and then we all kind of
we found it.
Reacclimated, and now we're all good. Everyone good.
Bro, we found the temporal pocket. I'm elated right now. I'm so happy we found that motherfucker.
Well, we measured it, right? But then all the measurement instruments specifically contracted in the exact corresponding amount, so it's undetectable. But we know for sure it happened. Like, you were there, I was there.
We all experienced it. We just can't explain it. All right, I'm gonna land the plane, man. I love y'all. For real. Like, this, this is like the bee's knees for me, man. Every Friday, I love y'all. Means the world. Let's just keep doing what we do, man. And hey, all you unfunny dudes that somehow became more unfunny, like, seek help.
Or maybe reflect on the point of social media again. But back to where your roots are, you know what I mean? People are like, I need my views, and it's like, who cares, dude? Who cares about you? Nobody cares. I thought it was to be funny and spread humor and, like, you know, have ideas that spread between people that are naturally good. And no, you just want to collect. Nobody gives a shit about you, bro.
Yeah, that only gets the endorphins going so hard. And wait until you get a rush from harvesting some virtue.
Well, I heard it's best gathered with friends and vigorously together.
Oh yeah, dude. A virtue jerk, they call it on the street.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
A virtue jerk. Do you know how many fucking weird terms? I'm gonna have to go back through your recordings, Alan. We've come up with, dude. So many terms that have been created.
Oh, you've never heard of
at the expense of people that are miserable. It's so funny.
Dude, in my bookmarks folder, right next to the retard in the Superman costume called Funny Responses, there's a one that I always put up that's called virtue jerking, where I went ahead and defined it and then put it in an AI video where I asked the professor like what it was and to use it in context. Here, I'm going to put it up in the nest because everyone should enjoy.
Well, what was the one that I came up with about those goofy sun images? Was that it was solar ejaculations.
See, that's another good one.
I have a general question. Can I ask, if you don't mind?
Yeah. We're done being funny. I just wanted to. I'll land the plane here, man. I just you guys mean the fucking world to me, dude. I love it.
General question for all Americans. What is your reaction for the Operation Blue Beam launching?
None.
Wait, did you ask about Project Bluebeam? Is that what you're asking about?
He's insinuating that all the New Jersey drone settings are in fact Project Bluebeam, but let's. Yeah.
Already launched. It is already launched. It's
all right, well, I'll bite. Okay, so Operation Bluebeam is obviously real. Those of us that have researched it know it is. I don't think all the drones floating around in New Jersey are Bluebeam, but I think that they may be trying to kind of soft land us into rolling something else out. You know, if we start looking at a quote unquote alien invasion and seeing weird shit in the sky, blue beam for sure. Because we know, those of us in this community that know that there's a firmament up there, there's no space, it's fake and gay. That's not a thing. I think this is kind of a soft launch of blue beam, but I don't think, I think those are actually our equipment. I think that's United States government equipment up there.
We flat earthers, we should be more worried about it. Can be serious because it is possible from the
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
From the space, outer space, which is fantasy, it's not possible. But from outer space, horizontal space, it is possible.
So you're talking about from outer lands?
Yes, and it can be huge, and the government jump to admit that they know, they are certain that there is aliens. This is for me, it is enough that they are no more secret about this, because it can be sudden anytime, a huge invasion.
So I don't believe that demons are demons. Aliens. I believe that aliens are demons. This is all within our realm. I don't think that anything comes from outside.
I was you 100% until this journey for Austin and Jaren, because the possibilities is open now. You see that area, that like a bucket. That a place we don't know about it. Never. We hear what is the Union Glacier. We hear, but we never see any video from there. Did you see any video from that area before this? For 10 years, we search flat Earth, and we search every single article about Antarctica, or video, or even a photo. We never hear about this glacier, and we see it, a reality. This is dangerous. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I am very happy to join you again, inshallah. And we'll see you, inshallah, next week. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, I appreciate talking to you. I'll give you a follow, and yeah, definitely take care of yourself, man. It's a wild world we live in, and you know, it's always fun to get together and talk about it.
Yeah, appreciate your AR. I think it was Flash and then Chris, and we'll try to rotate some mics. Might be last call soon. Saying.
Is this it? Maybe.
We can hear you, Flash. What's up?
Yeah, I had to go to store while I was waiting for this. But what was the Brazilians that guy was talking about? Because that was like half fake, half real, you know. So no Brazilians. Let's go back to the first globe model. You know, it was delivered like from a flat map from the Urbano Monte in Venice. That was basically like the first globe model. It was made from a flat map that just doesn't distort at all, you know. So every time they say that like flat Earth is made after the globe, they just mean that the first globe was made after the flat Earth, like in 1500s, man.
Is somebody talking?
I was just about to say I can't hear Ken.
Oh, am I up or not?
Ken is not on the mic. Go ahead, Chris.
You're freaking
Yeah.
me out, proud. Okay.
About the equator zone. If everybody keeps talking about the equator zone, but if you look at the research of NASA in 1962, they measured the electrons of the magnetic field of our world, and they came to the conclusion that it's two inner fields within a bigger field. And if you look at a disk magnet at its fields, it has a gap halfway that field. That gap is our equator zone basically, and that bouncing between each border, it looks like that because the sun on a lemma, there is a difference in height in it. It goes from low to high, just as our world. Antarctica is the highest ground in our world. The North Pole is about the lowest ground in our world. So it shows us, but there's a torque in that field, and that's because if you look at this magnetic field, it has a center field where the north part is a little bit smaller than the south part, but it has a big giant field on the east and on the west. And I've said it before, I think that is Mars and Venus pushing into the system. Because that equator zone is a point of inertia. That's the reason why NASA always sends its rockets up into the sky, because that's the only point that goes in between the fields. And that's why heat accumulates it, because it's pressurized in between the fields where heat accumulates, and at the border it gets cold because heat evaporates.
Okay, is anyone? I don't think anyone's talking now. Elon, what is going on?
I was talking, he might be blocking me.
No, I heard you. I just couldn't tell if anyone replied to you. Okay, good. Maybe it's all good now. I see Shane is having issues, but maybe he's coming back. I was asking Chris, I don't know if this really aligns with your point, but I was asking Witsit, like, if he could feel a difference in the atmosphere, if he could potentially feel like, I don't want to call it a frequency, just arbitrarily some random feeling, some random tingling, but like, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the energy is in the air. Like you can physically feel electricity in the air on a regular day, not ether included, just depending on
Yeah,
where
but
you are.
if
Is
you
that just
look
like
at that image of that sun proud, you see the sky, you see the waving in the sky above going around that sun. That's why I think it's just a focal point of light. It's like a burning point. It's piercing through the field.
He said it was hot. He said he could feel that sun beaming. And it's funny to me because when I went up north from where I am and where I've always lived, it honestly felt like even though the sun was higher and always like in the sky, it was like off. Like it was just used for a light source and not a heat source. And it was the oddest feeling to see the sun in the sky, bright as hell, and then to like not feel the warmth of it. So that
Yeah, but
he's
if you
like, yo, I was close to it and I could feel the heat beaming off of it. Like that's
yeah, but
like
if you
pretty interesting.
look at a beam that is pushing through an atmosphere, that causes a lot of friction, and friction is heat creating basically. As when that is focused in one point, that's the same thing as when you have a sun pointing at a glass, when and it's directed at one point, that creates an enormous heat and that creates fire. That's what it is doing. Nature shows us basically what it is.
But I think, Chris, nature shows us that this path of this GP point sun, this heat source sun that we know between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, is some of our best arguments as to why the flat Earth projection of maps is the correct lab frame from which we originally mapped the stars at.
Yeah, but that's because it goes out from a center field to a outer field, and that's because basically the poles, it's a connected field. Basically, it's like a blowtorch going in and going out and creating the torch in our field. And I think that's why you also get the turning of the light over our world, because we are in between the poles basically.
But the physical position of the southern pole isn't a pinprick like it is in the north. It's like Liliana was stating, as well as Flat Earth Dave, that the South Pole is every location that is 90 degrees all the way out the south perimeter, the outer part of Antarctica, where it would be the technical South Pole. There are infinite South Poles in concept because they are, and what is connecting them is the arcing of the dome overhead.
Forget those.
And so that arcing is evil from the North Pole to the south, every South Pole. That arcing is even, and that's how we get that toroidal shape in the dome.
Yeah.
And then we would have the lights and stuff circling above it around the center polar axis.
But that's why it's so
everything
important.
circles around the polar axis between the North Pole and Polaris. Whether it's the sun, the moon, the planets, it's all circling that axis.
Yes, Kat, but on the ground, it doesn't do that. On the ground, we have a separation between the east and the west.
No, it does do that, though. That is what the AE map is showing, that it does do that.
But if
and this is backed by the temperature climates that we have.
Yeah, that's all good. But if you look at how hurricanes and tsunamis act on all of our world, on our east and west plane, it goes around it. With Antarctica, it just only goes around the west coast of Antarctica, not the east coast. That shows you basically the separation of the two fields. And that center field of all maps lies now on the side of our world and not in the center of our world. That's what I've been saying. We have four corners in our world and we have a 180-degree field only. That means we have a horn torus field flipped on its side. And there is another horn torus field next to it. And many of those torus fields together make the flower of life. And that light is shining through that basically like a crystal. The other guy was totally right about that.
But I don't understand how you're not seeing how this physical location of the heat source sun is between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. This, to me, is the heart of what we know of the AE model and why it works.
But you pass by that.
So to claim that
you go past by that, by the physical sun. We have a summer solstice going directly over our head and giving us exactly that same heat as we have on the equator zone.
But when we are at the summer solstice, we know that the sun is circling the Tropic of Cancer, and it is at its highest altitude above the flat Earth. And then it lowers as it circles around and goes out to the equator. And then it keeps circling around and goes out to the Tropic of Capricorn. And that is when it's at its lowest elevation to the surface of Earth.
The reason why you see it circling the equator zone, because that is the point of inertia in the field where the light can move freely around.
And I am simply saying that that is the location of the physical heat source sun, like the AE map shows. For me, the circling of the sun between Cancer and Capricorn, like Flat Earth Dave's app shows, like Shane's app shows, like the other gentleman who created the one that has multiple observer points at the same time. All of these are showing the physical heat source GP location of the sun doing its circuit between Cancer and Capricorn. And Shane's model shows us how that positioning of the sun relates directly to the position each of us get to view from our own personal dome of vision. And that creates the optics of how it crosses behind you when you are in Antarctica and they see the 24-hour sun.
No, that's just the light circling between all the fields, and every field is a field at its own, which gives that same light circling again around its own field. That's what you're seeing. It's a bouncing, it's a reflection over reflection over reflection.
My theory does not claim reflection, reflection, reflection. I don't need to claim areas or layerings. I am talking about direct line of light from the source to the face of the earth. It's just a different, but it equates to what we know of the AE map. I just like my theory because of how well it backs both what we know of the AE map.
It works because that same field uses the Antarctic wall within the field. If it wouldn't do that, it wouldn't work. That's why it works, because it gives it a total view of the top view of the field. It doesn't give you that the field is really also in that sort of made up like that, if you get what I mean. Because we don't have everything. We have everything flat, but we don't have everything level. We have a topography that goes up in our world and goes down in our world. So if you look at how light behaves over a surface and how it goes out to the sides, it explains exactly how it behaves.
But you are talking about how light behaves within one's personal dome of vision. And I'm saying we also have to separate that from the GP positioning of the sun. Because the GP positioning of the sun has so much facts that relate to it that give us its correctness. That is why the Arctic and Antarctic are different and why we have the tropic zone.
I'll make it simple. It is light bouncing around in between the worlds. If you look at the star projector, that is one light coming from a center source from the bottom. That gives you all the lights in the sky and all the movement in the sky. When you have a field turning around that stationary flat plane, that field will drag the light everywhere. And where the fields are close to each other, that light gets stuck, and that's why you see it.
Yo, we got some hands up. So we're gonna tag a couple people in and see what they got to say about the rotating field geometry. See if we can get to the bottom of this. Miss Star, what's up, brother? See you over there. And then Taylor's up next. And then, like, Flash doesn't have his hand up, but he hasn't said anything for a while, and I'm concerned about him. So we'll check in on him after those two talk for a minute. We'll see what's up.
Hey, what up, Alan? Thank you. I will be pretty quick. just because I like the show to go off the way that it does, and this one has been quite fun to listen to for sure. I can't believe some of the shit that I've heard is just wild. I will say right out of the gate, like, it's pretty obvious that Will Duffy's little TFE was a psychological operation. Now, does that mean Witsit's an agent? No. But it is definitely a psychological operation. And you can know it's a psychological operation because look at how fucking heated and how emotional everyone has been. You know, like everyone's emotions, even like people who, you know, we can make claims about what's really going on, but the truth is this is just a data point and it makes it more mysterious. I think that Witsit was right that if the sun would have set, he would have been a fucking hero, right? And because it didn't, it makes things confusing, and everyone's just scrambling to try and make sense of what's going on, as if they had any clue before. Like, it's just pretty ridiculous how emotional everyone's getting, trying to defend and hold their word. It's like the cog dis is just thick right now, and it's crazy. People saying things that they as if they know for sure this is what it is. This is he's an agent. I know for sure this whole thing's fake, and this is how the flat Earth AE map works. And like, dude, like everyone's got to chill. Like we don't have any of the information yet, but Will Duffy, his task is working. I mean, it's working because we're all in here. We've been in here fighting, you know, and it's just we need to step up, really. You know, we need to step up. Sorry, I'm getting yelled at, but we need to step up and start acting like the people that we are rather than telling everyone how it is and what it is. Like, it's okay not to know right now. You know, that's what I want to say to that. It's like, it's okay not to know, but stop being so goddamn hard on each other. He's winning when we fight about what it is. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's just my opinion about the matter. I'll land it there. If anyone wants to say anything to it, that'd be fine. But yeah, like,
I mean, did they
Definitely a
track
food for
anyone through Dave's
division.
app, man? They could.
what was that?
If they had like Dave's app, you know, we could have like tracked them. But I don't know if anyone even tried looking at it. Is it like, why didn't they like download Dave's app and that's it? Like, you know, it's legit. I think something like that. It could have been done. I'm just saying. Like they advertised the price as a few thousand, and it ended up like being like 30, 40,000. That's what shocked me. And
Yeah, it could have been that, but the reason it wasn't is because it wouldn't be as effective. If the point was to get everyone in an emotional uproar, then Duffy is winning. He knew that he could have tried to circumnavigate. That was said to him over and over. He knew that the sun in the sky didn't prove the shape of the ground. That was said to him over and over. We all said this to, like, Eric Dubay said this to him. You had Dell say this to him. You had John Hanvey say, you had everyone tell him that, like, this thing was not going to prove that it's a globe, and yet he still went ahead with it because that he wasn't trying to prove a globe. He was trying to get us in an emotional uproar, and it worked. Like, it worked. So, you know, will it backfire on him and make flat earth bigger? Maybe, but you know, it's the classic divide and conquer, you know. That's what
that's
I
what I
say.
think. You know, that's why they chose Vitsit, just for us to like turn on Vitsit. But it's not like
Yep.
happening. You know.
Well, Witsit was the only one that was willing enough to stand up and do it.
But
You know,
that's what
because,
bothers me. Is there like anyone to like the client? Have they really offered it to anyone else like at all? You know.
well, I don't know if you go back and you watch, like, he did offer Eric Dubé, he did offer Dell, he did offer John or Joe Hanby, like he offered. Everyone declined him because everyone said this doesn't prove the globe.
He offered everyone. He wanted the biggest flat earthers there. He took a vote, so it wasn't even him picking, it was the flat earthers picking who go. Like they
Yeah.
did everything they can to make it so they're, like, oh, we got our best guys there, and now you don't believe them, and that's exactly what's happening. And to not believe that this is an operation is super naive. Just Google right now, the final experiment Antarctica. It is the biggest news story worldwide it's on the New York Post today. It's everywhere. And it's all Jaron making his statement, oh, I was wrong, and they don't say what he's wrong about. And you can't get this much publicity unless this is an operation.
But Dave, did you see them on your app? Like,
Yeah, well, the thing of the McToon was involved in the hack of my app, so the friend finder was down literally until yesterday. So the friend finder's back, but I wasn't able to do it because the friend finder was offline while we updated the security.
Hey, Dave, since I got you,
Yeah.
how are you handling this whole thing with other flat earthers? Why are you throwing up so many 666s, bro? Come on.
Dude, I have to figure out how to simulate, like when I say a circle, a pipe with my hands, I have to figure out a way to do it that isn't 666. It's so obscure, that stuff. That guy. But the only problem is I really don't care what people say about me. People can say whatever they want, but he's got over 500,000 avid followers, and he's just doing exactly what he's complaining about. He's doing what the elite want. He's dividing the community. That's what they want. Division, 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 right? McToon gave Jaron's son a birthday present. Isn't he so kind-hearted, right? No flat earthers gave his son a birthday present. McToon is a friggin' demon, and he's playing Jaron, and Jaron thinks he's sincere. It's disappointing that people can't see through what's going on there. I mean, these guys are well oiled, well organized. And it's been going on for years. And this is the biggest operation they've pulled since the moon landing.
Yeah, I would agree. And what's funny is that I actually do believe that the whole thing was real. I believe Witsit was there. But like we talked
It
to
was real,
Witsit.
like witnesses at Sandy School place and
Exactly. Right. Yes.
witnesses in New York
Exactly.
City. It was
Exactly.
real. It was a real event with patsies. Right? There's
Yes.
nothing negative saying negative. Austin and Jeremy are supposed to go there. Just hey, I don't care if it's a setup, whatever. We just want to make observation and analyze it ourselves. That's cool. But they brought them there into something, which is I have some speculation on how they did it, and how Joe's model is partially right. And by the way, my stream on Sunday starts at 3 p.m. now. 3 p.m. on Vic Adrazi's channel. You can find the link. If you have the app, just go to the interview section. It'll be there, or it's on the Flat Earth Podcast Facebook page. It'll be there. I know it'll be on. I'll tweet it on Twitter too.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like the event took place, but
yeah,
as far as like it didn't even matter if they faked it or not. Like the whole point is like they're succeeding in doing what he was set out to do.
Right. They
And
ignore every time we say it, it doesn't matter, but they just keep calling it the final experiment, the final experiment, and I mean, anyone that thought that the mainstream media was not gonna strawman twist and just do what they do is insane. That's the definition of insanity, is doing the same thing again and again and again, expecting a different outcome. So look at the amount of articles out there. It is insane. It's crazy, and all of MSN, New York Post, right? It'll probably be in the Wall Street
Australia
Journal on
News
Monday.
Daily.
yeah, you got that one chick.
It's
What's her name?
everywhere.
Yeah, that one chick. What's her name? Fuck. Matt Walsh. That chick. She's even reporting about it.
That Matt Walsh, that chick.
Never said that.
You're talking about Candace Owens?
No, I was talking about Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Matilda Walsh
Yeah,
or
Matt Walsh,
whatever.
that chick.
Well, yeah, that one
Yeah,
chick
I mean
that's
the guy,
asking what a
his
woman
moon
is.
landing video. His moon landing video is when he jumped the shark. His What Is a Woman was pretty good, but
Well,
his moon landing rant.
what better psychological operation to pull than go ask the United States what is a woman while you're actually a woman playing as a guy? Like,
is Matt Walsh a woman?
I'm not saying that's just a small
I don't know
head,
this.
you know. A friend of mine pointed it out that that's a really small head for a man.
Just be careful when you play to this person is that person or this man is that woman, which is true in many cases.
I know,
You
I'm
do tend to
teasing.
go insane. Case in point, Flat Earth. What's his name? Flit is Flat Earther.
Yeah, well, but that also speaks to the point of like people now definitively calling out, you know, and making definitive claims about the AE model and this and that and the firmament. And it's like, to me, yes, it does speak to that. It's more likely there's a fact that there's a dome firmament, whereas before I was a little bit more unsure. But I'm not going to make any definitive claims that that's what it is. This is what's going on, because that just causes more division and fighting between us. You know?
I agree. There's more and more evidence. Did you see and Joe Hanvey's model? It's a video on my channel. When he does his circling sun and zooms in on it, when it goes out south, it kind of gets squashed. And if you look at McKeegan's video of the circling sun when it's
Hold on, we might
it
have to
gets
start calling
squashed.
McQueen. Whoa.
Yes.
We
McQuegan, and
prefer
then I call
McQueen.
it. We're gonna call it McDuffie's failure eventually, but he's now officially a McDuffie. He's in there with the best of them.
Yep, McQueef and McDuffie.
McQueef. I like that.
I like the mix. Okay.
All right, McQueef.
We just label it. But yeah, mix from here on out.
So
yeah, it's all pretty crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's just
yeah.
We all
And
need to
you know,
calm down.
when I see something that here, I just want to give you when I see something that disagrees with something that I currently believe, I don't go, no, that's impossible. That can't work. It's stupid. I go, can you explain it better to me? Do you have a video I can watch? You know, where you get it? I'll let me look into it deeper, right? You know, if you say that the AE map doesn't work, like show me how it doesn't work, right? And I don't see it. I mean, I'm actually more, not that I wasn't confident before, but the AE map is for the noon sun is 100%. You know, I mean, as accurate as we can be with that map that we have.
Your app, Dave, correctly models where the GP positioning of that heat source sun is.
Exactly.
What we know,
Thank you.
yes. And what we know of that sun circling the Tropic of Cancer out to the Tropic of Capricorn and back again all correlates with the AE map being the correct lab frame projection that we viewed the stars from in the first place.
Right, but there's a huge problem with that, Kat, and I'm not trying to be rude. You know I love you with all my heart. But the problem is we don't even know if those maps are accurate. We don't know if Antarctica is a continent or a
We
ring
don't
of
know that.
ice.
We're
We
not
have
talking
no
about
idea.
We
Antarctica.
don't.
We've never been out there to go see. Witsit went to Antarctica, and we don't even know like what part or where that's, you know.
But
Yeah, we can find it.
hold on a second. Neither do they. My app doesn't talk about Antarctica. Look at everything inside of the shoreline. You know, in towards the inner Earth, in the Middle Earth, the northern Earth. That's what it's modeling. I don't think people were meant to be in Antarctica. You know, as far south as they are. I don't think God wants people there.
No,
Well,
yeah.
Google Earth even
Proud.
has it on AI. Like all
Yeah,
the pictures of
proud.
Antarctica are CGI and AI, like even on Google Earth. So they need a real
Yeah.
picture of it too.
Well, proud
Yeah,
ass.
the sun's light
Hang on,
reaches
Kat.
out there, but the heat doesn't. That's why we have it frozen all the time.
Yep.
So even though it's a 24-hour sun viewed like Witsit and them did, the sun is physically where we know the GP position to be as Dave's app shows it.
Right. And then the other thing, you know, we all said you can't go to Antarctica. Well, that's not what we said. You can't freely explore Antarctica. And then Will Duffy, gaslights us by going, look, no, I just made a call and we go to this 80 degrees south. Sure, you can go to their little places where they have total control over what you see. If you go look at Union Glacier on a map of on Google Earth, if you can trust it, it's literally a circle, a little small area of mountains with, and they're in the middle of those mountains. Beyond them is massive ice plain, massive ice plain, and they didn't put them there because maybe they wanted their vision blocked by surrounding mountains. I don't know, but again, you can't. And then Jaron pointed out, he goes, well, you wouldn't want to. I can see why you're not allowed to freely explore because you would die. Well, meanwhile, there's 3 people walking across Antarctica right now, allegedly, right? Independently. So they're going to use that against us too. They're going to all go on the media circuits shortly, but it's still so the truth, the bottom line is freely being able to explore the outer lands of Antarctica or the middle of Antarctica on a globe is not allowed, right? Doesn't matter that if it was allowed that you would die, it's not allowed. So therefore we don't know if you would die. We don't know anything.
Yeah,
but
that's kind of
basically,
my
Dave,
point.
when you look at tsunamis, how they behave, they show you what, because those tsunamis only hit that island, so-called island on the west side. They never come around to the east side. That shows you basically that that is the end of the field, our
Yeah.
field. It doesn't
Well,
mean that there are not other fields out that side of wall, but our fields end there.
well, are you saying? I mean, I know that when a tsunami hits Australia, it'll wrap all the way around Australia. When a tsunami hits anywhere, it'll wrap around, but it doesn't wrap around Antarctica because it can't. Because it's the edge of our pond, so it kind of just spreads out and dies. It doesn't wrap around to the other side because there is no other side. Is that what you're saying?
There's no other side, that because the fields end at that point.
The
That
the
doesn't mean
the
that there is not another field on that side, because if you look at a magnet, that point of inertia, that is basically a gap in between the fields. So it's fields with a gap, field with a gap, field with a gap. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know what you're saying, but the thing is, forget the fields. Just think of a tsunami, big tsunami, and the nature of a wave will wrap around any island. Well, Antarctica is not an island. Antarctica is the shoreline, so there's nothing for it to wrap around other than just to spread out left to
Yeah, but
right. It's not
if
gonna
it was
wrap
a
around.
if it was a shoreline, then that should still wrap all around it because it still has something to bounce on it, and it
Well, it
doesn't
does.
do
It does.
that.
It does spread out like halfway around the world. The big one that hit there, I have it
Yeah,
on
but
the.
that's what I'm telling you. That's the way you see that we have an east and a west field. We are living
Yeah.
on a piece of the east and of the west field at the center of the north-south field.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I just think it's
Dave,
not.
Chris does not believe that the GP location of the sun is where your app says it is. She believes that there's 2 interacting fields, and that causes this circling of the sun or something. But she doesn't believe in how your app and Shane's models the GP location of the sun circling between Cancer
No,
and Capricorn.
I'm telling you, you're missing half of a field because if you look at the disk magnet, that big east and west field is not in our world. That's what I'm saying. But it
You
is
think they're
still
like two
part of the
suns?
it's still part of the great circle.
So you think there's
So
like two
long
suns,
as,
or what?
yeah, sorry, go ahead, dude. I was just gonna say that, like, so long as we're arguing beliefs, Duffy wins. Duffy is winning. So long as we're arguing amongst ourselves about what we think we believe, that none of us can actually prove.
Yeah, but this is not believing. NASA
I know.
measured those
Well, I
two
do
fields.
understand what
We
you're
have
saying.
data
I do.
that
You're
proves
talking
that.
about a physical magnet, yes, and I don't think I don't think you're wrong. I think there's a disconnect in what you're saying. I think there's a disconnect in conversation. I don't think it's being fully understood, and that's okay. What I'm saying is that so long as we're talking about beliefs, we're not going to get anywhere because that was
The
part of this
GP
whole thing.
location of the sun is not a belief, though.
It is because well, you're putting your faith into a computer model program when the
That's not
reality
true.
is
That's not true. We've done sun tracking where people all around the Earth, in between the tropics, track the sun on a live stream for 24 hours,
yeah, I
and we
believe that.
mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I'm not
so the
yeah,
GP is the true position where we see the sun.
right,
Yeah, but
but
that's
we
the
don't know if that's
reflection you're
even the
tracking.
actual
That's not the
physical sun.
actual sun. That's the reflection of the actual physical sun, just as Mr. says. It's not
I get it.
tracking the reflection of our sun.
Right,
Right,
that's
but
what I'm saying.
the 12 noon if it's directly above you, that is that's where we're seeing the projection of the sun, or the whatever you want to call it, the projected sun. But the real, that's in line with the real sun, and it's only after that does it come out of line.
That gives you a direction from where the origin light is coming from. That's what you can get from that.
That GP positioning of where we know the heat source sun to be above the AE map between Cancer and Capricorn is true. That's why Dave is standing solid on his app. That is why Shane's model correctly predicts a sun in Antarctica. We are
Wait a minute.
talking about two different things. That GP positioning of the sun between Capricorn and Cancer is circling and always making that circuit around the center north. Shane's model shows us how that GP position directly correlates to any ground personal dome perspective. That is what that map does. It shows us how those two circlings interlock like wheels of like the gears on two wheels.
Yeah, but the flow of the field is going from north to south and in between the east and the west field. That shows you basically that it is not going around the equator, that is just light reflecting around in the big circle basically.
That's it. We're getting a tape measure and we're gonna fucking stick it from the ground to the sun. We're gonna end this thing right here, right now. Let's get a big ass tape measure. Let's put them together. Come on, guys. We're gonna do it.
Yeah, but
We're gonna
if you
build a
look
big
at
ass ladder, and we're
But
gonna
the fact is
measure
that
the
the
sun.
GP is an
if you take a 360-degree circle, if you have the radius and you divide it, it's four 90 radian circles. That 90 radian is the top of the field that our sun reaches. That basically tells you that is the highest point that light can go in our world. And it goes back down again. It makes that sun analemma because it goes from one field around the other field, but because it is going between the two fields of east and west, both fields get a reflection of that sun. And why is it one anti-clockwise? Because one field is anti-clockwise and the other field is clockwise.
But no, we don't need fields. We don't need you're conflating two different things here, because we know the GP is an approximation of the sun's. Can I get this out, please? Okay.
Yeah, but she's
the
not
GP
conflating two
is
different
an
things.
approximation of the sun's position that can be treated as its true position, irrespective of the apparent sun as seen outside of the tropics. Okay, what Dave's app, what Shane's model shows us as the GP, the approximation of the sun's position, that heat source circling around, it shows us, Shane's model shows us how that circuit that it's doing up above in the dome correlates to what you see in your personal dome of vision.
It shows you
now
exactly
optics,
that. The reflection
personal dome
you
of
see
vision
in your
optics
personal dome of
explain
vision, but
why
it
it
doesn't mean
has
that
to
that
curve
actual sun
around
is
the back of
actually
your
there.
head in the south.
Yo, you guys can't talk over each other. All right, continue.
The thing you need to separate, Kat, is we live in our world is magnetic dielectric, and light behaves a certain way in that thing. That means when you have a dielectric field, when you have a Horn field, that dielectric flux field will be on the side. When you have a donut field, that direction of flux will be at the center, and that's where you're messing up.
But what we understand of temperature of tropical regions, of the zone between Cancer and Capricorn, what we know of the Arctic versus the Antarctic in temperature, in flora and fauna that exists there, all of these things lend credence to the flat Earth AE mapping being the lab frame versus a globe
Now you're
projection
saying
being
it
the
right.
lab frame,
It's a
because we had
total
to
lab
have an
frame.
original placement for where we view the stars. Yes, you can project it onto the globe and many other map projections, because what we're projecting is the graticule. But what we know of what Dave talks about, that noonday sun being overhead, what we know of temperature zones, how the AE map perfectly maps out the GP position of the heat source sun. That is different than how we physically view the sun, its apparent position within your dome of vision. And those two things have to be separated, because one of them causes how you see the sun to rise and set within your personal dome of vision. It's why it wraps around you, antarcing when you are in the south, why they see it wrap around the back of their head. That is all about personal dome optics. And this is modeled very well in Shane's model. It will show you in that personal dome, at whatever position you put it at any time of year, the angles at which the sun will rise and set within your personal dome of view, while at the same time showing you where the GP position of the sun is.
But
these things are very correct. I don't think we have to walk away from the AE model. I think Dave's app is correct.
Yeah, can I? If you look at the path that the sun takes at the solist, when it is highest in the north sky, yeah, it takes a certain track. That beam of that sun goes directly to old hieroglyphs, those old Hennepin stones, in a certain direction. They go straight through that cat. Huh? That cannot happen when that sun is circling at your equator zone. That is a reflection you're seeing. That is just showing you the highest point of the field, of our field.
I disagree, ma'am. I'm sorry. I believe that the GP position of the sun is correct the way Dave's map models it, the way Shane's map models it. I think that there's a lot of evidence that backs that this GP positioning of the sun that is being modeled is correct.
That general
regardless of the shape of the dome.
The general positioning system you're referring at, that gets to get updated after a certain amount of time. You should look into that, Kat.
Love a bill with the ladies. Appreciate that, Chris.
Yeah, there's only one way to settle this. We're gonna have to have a good old fashioned cat fight, pun intended, because Cat's name is Cat. But no, there's only one way to settle this. We're gonna have to have a null hypothesis off. So next week we're gonna have to reconvene, and it'll be the battle of the toroids, the battle of the fields, if you will. All right, we'll have a null off. That sounds dope as fuck.
Null off.
I
maybe
still
they
think
should
we should get a
still
tape
their
measure.
each other's position. Oh, sorry, mister.
Sorry,
Make sure you take in
let's
Ken
really
Wheeler's work when you
move
go
on.
into the toroidal thing. Because he knows his.
Oh, that's a great idea, Proud. Let's end on a steel man of each other's positions and a hug, and let's fucking dip. Or, whatever. So, I mean, whoever wants to go first, I'm not gonna push you guys into each other. All right, I'm gonna push you guys into each other. Cat, yeah. Do something. Please. For the love of God. Hello? Testing 1, 2. I see thumbs, but I don't hear any audio. All right, give me 2 thumbs if you can hear me, Taylor. 1, 2. All right, that was very concise and clear. Oh, wait, now she's hold. Okay. Giving me very specific instructions. That's a hand up. Just go ahead and speak. If anyone, hello? All right, that was very concise and clear. There we go.
I'm about to drop Alan like
That's the
gravity.
hand up.
Yeah. This whole time I thought he could hear you guys. I wonder when it cut out.
Position of the heat source sun is not correct on Dave Weiss's app. Chris's position, as far as I know, I don't know how to explain these fields she's talking about, but she does not believe that the GP position of the sun is between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. The way that Dave Weiss's app models it out, the way that Shane's model online models it out. That is as much as I can steel man her position.
No, that's not my position. But I think I know what your position is, because you're arguing that that's the GPS position, but that is a focal point of light. And of course, you're going to get that a good position, because that is a focal point of light that is electromagnetic radiation focused in one point. So you can always track that. But that doesn't mean that that is the actual sun. That still is a reflection you're looking at.
Yeah. So to be clear real quick, can you clarify what she got wrong about your position? And also she was specifically saying though, because like this point's kind of confusing because it's like, is it apparent or is it real? Whatever. We're just referencing that zenith angle that can be produced by an observer in the tropics. Now, like obviously it's always apparent, but there is a corresponding
Yeah.
zenith that can be observed at any time of the year, which is like what would be in reference to anything outside of that tropic area would be like in reference to that general area where there's a corresponding zenny, irrespective of the time of year.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that solar high, that sun has a physical barrier that it is crossing on the ground at the moment that it's at its highest point when it rises to the land. So basically, you that is basically around the Greenwich line that shows you basically where that light is going to the north field and from the north field to the south field. And that's also what you see with the sun on Lemma. And there is a little torque in that field. But I'm not saying that that is the actual sun. That is still just a reflection of the real light coming from beneath our worlds.
Word.
Taylor was up, then Flatbox.
And by the way, and why that you see it that way is because it goes around the polar field basically. And why do you see it? Because it goes from one field to the other. At that point where it crosses, that is the where light splits off to both spheres and goes around it. That's why we see a circular sun in our world.
So I was just gonna mention that if I was a glober after this whole thing, the last thing I would want to see is the flat earth community calm and intact and moving on and not freaking out. I mean, that would just trigger me as a glober. I would be like, oh my gosh, how aren't these people like, that would be the number one thing that'd make me so mad, because I'm like, okay, we went through all this trouble to show them and they're just unfazed. Like, they're strong in their beliefs. You know what I mean? So I think that's really good. Some really good advice, and we can maybe take from some people in here, like Mister that gave this advice. Like let's just, no matter what, let's just remain calm, move on, and let's just we can be speculating here and there about what could be happening, but the last thing we should do is run around like chickens with our head cut off. That, like, if I was a Glober, I would think we totally won.
Amen.
So yeah, let's just try to, like, I don't. It doesn't matter. Let people freak out. We can just control how we act, and the last thing they want to see is us happy, moving on, and calm and collected.
Bro, all this is just temporary. Don't let people's like panic have you thinking that this is gonna be
Literally.
something that's going to
That's what they
drag
want. They
out.
want the division. They want the sporadic nature. They wanted to be able to say, hey, flat earthers were shown that a 24-hour sun exists by their leader, and look, they're still denying it. They're discrediting the source now. So our main thing is to tell everybody, like, hey, you don't even have to believe the evidence. Just wait till the evidence comes out. Like, you're jumping the gun before Wixit even released anything. We had so many flat earthers coming here tonight screaming at the top of their lungs into the ether about footage in a 24-hour video that Wixit posted that Wixit never posted. It's like, bro, can you guys wait?
And guys, she's being sarcastic when she says leader. Okay.
Y'all, let's just take the high ground. Even if there is people that are freaking out, like, let's set an example for how we should act.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, this has kind of sounded like the loser's locker room at some points of time, and that's not cool. Like, we need to definitely pull it together.
Well, I'm
Boys,
happy because the light did
I don't think you
exactly
guys
what I
heard. We're
thought it
having
would
our
do.
first no hypothesis cat fight next week, boys. We're elevating. It's already happening.
I want to let Flat Bob jump in. Canadians on stage, and we do got Wixit back. So cool beans, cool
What
beans.
the, bro? What is you doing awake, bro?
Oh
What just?
man, good
Oh, you
question,
so
bro.
real
It's
side.
Aaliyah's birthday, so she got up saying "dada." So
Oh, happy birthday, Leah.
so that was like she got up at like 8, so I slept for an hour and a half, I think, and then I went back to sleep, and then to get up, I go grab a couple things. So it is what it is.
Well, thanks, witness. Glad you're home safe, buddy. Good work.
Thank you. I do want to. I did. I asked her to grab the mic when I heard Taylor. I got to reiterate that I tried to do a stream beforehand. If someone hasn't watched it, maybe they should check it out, right? Because like that's the kind of like mentality and energy that flat earthers should have, where it's like these are all just positive things. So if they've limited our understanding of the realm by limiting our accessibility to it, then the fact that because like what flat earther would spend that much money to go to a proved location in Antarctica when there could be clouds? No one. We would have been sitting here for another 20 years, right? So someone else did that. There happened to not be cloud, and we got to see it. Just that point alone, that's good. If you're like a truther, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? And then, I mean, I don't know. It's literally everywhere. The only negative that's going to happen is people panicking. And then they do get a win.
Yeah, and even if other people panic, let's just make it a point to stay calm, stay happy, and we're gonna be the flat earthers that make them mad by not caring and being like, consistent in our beliefs and like strong to what we know is true, and just not letting anything just tear us apart. Because if we know that an observation in the sky can't prove anything on the ground, then why would we freak out unless we think otherwise?
It's actually a perfect opportunity to teach like the average person. Sorry, there's like a car close to me because they don't think like that. They don't understand basic logic. They don't understand the idea of empirical measurements and stuff like that. So they, the average ignorant person, which I've learned the average person doesn't know anything about logic, nor did I. It's not like you're given a logician as a teacher when you're in school, and that's for a specific reason. They teach you what to think, not how to think. And so this is like a great opportunity where someone that's ignorant of the subject will be like, oh, well, okay. I mean, how could a flat earther even deny this, right? Because we'll just read an article and they'll be like, they'll affirm the consequent and they'll have a false claim of exclusivity and they'll straw man. And you just explain, like, yeah, that's just affirming the consequent. And, physical empirical measurements of the surface are independent of that, right? And they reverse engineered the globe model from the sky. So if there is some type of effect that happens at the arbitrary line called the equator, where things begin to look like they kind of like tip towards being quote unquote inverted, and they made their model claiming, oh, perspective stops existing, and now we're physically upside down making that happen, and it took them hundreds of years to build that model. Of course, it should match, right? So it's like it's a good opportunity to teach people basic logic and the actual arguments of flat earthers, what the actual evidence is. There's no measurable curvature. The earth measures flat. This is, physical falsification of the claimed globe radius. So that's like a huge dub, in my opinion. Their big home run is just like fundamentally affirming the consequence. It's fallacious. Like that's their best argument. Then okay, run it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I have a question to that real quick, and maybe you can help me with this. So, when a flat earther saying that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, would it be affirming the consequence to say it's proves firmament because, like, what? How do you say it? P therefore Q, right? Like,
Yes, it would be affirming the consequences. Yes.
so okay, because like,
Wait, let's just fill it in, right? Like if there is a firmament, there would be, let's just say, I don't know, like a refracted 24-hour sun. So 24-hour sun, therefore there's a firmament. It's affirming the consequent. It's the
yeah,
same thing
right.
with if the Earth's a globe, there will be a 24-hour sun. There's a 24-hour sun, therefore it's a globe. It's if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. And that's ignorant, of course, because like you can make up anything, right? Like if you especially if you know what Q is, imagine if you know what Q is. You know what I'm saying? So you can just say, fairies, then Q. Oh, look, Q, fairies. It's like stupid. And
Yeah,
flat earthers won't
and
do that
that, I
either.
mean, they're
And this is
disregarding the idea that there could be other explanations. Like, they're completely disregarding the idea that other flat earthers predicted a 24-hour sun. So either way, it's not mutually exclusive. So it's just ridiculous.
it's also a
And
false dichotomy fallacy.
exactly. That's exactly right. It's yeah, it's that too. It's like a false dilemma, aka false dichotomy, aka all or nothing fallacy, where it either has to be one way or another. It's like one extreme or the other. So this is another fallacy it falls under, because if it's like, okay, there's a 24-hour sun, therefore the only option is a globe. The only answer to that is a globe, which is false.
And let me help you guys out even more, right? Their strongest argument with this is Occam's razor. So they can say, it looks like we're viewing it from an angle or upside down. Occam's razor is we're upside down, or whatever.
Well,
They
actually, Occam's razor's on our side, because what it actually looks like is a sun flying around in circles in the sky on a stationary flat plane.
So
If we
that's what
were
I
to
was
go
about to
Occam's
say. Yeah,
razor,
that's what I was about to say. Like if they
yeah.
invoke Occam's razor, which is the only thing that they can do, which is what some of them have done, right? Like the simplest explanation to me is this: Occam's razor. They can't invoke Occam's razor and remain logically consistent at all to claim the globe model, right? Because Occam's razor dunks all over the globe model in every other conceivable way. So it's like, okay, cool. Let's use Occam's razor and see what. Let's tally up the points. That's another win. You can trap this if utilized properly and logically. You can utilize this claimed proof to just absolutely destroy the globe in debate. So that's what people should be learning how to do if they don't know how to do that. Not learning how to come up with convoluted Masonic actor stories.
Yeah, but we all saw you blink 33 times and do the partial handshake of the accepted traveler. Yeah, dude. So, like, you're not going to pull that Masonic shit and get away with it.
Yo, Alan, I wanted to tell you that little AI image you made, they already took the bait.
Dude, respect, bro.
They started sharing it.
Nice, dude. Have they seen the one of you as the magistrate, or one of you as the Warhammer 40K God Emperor? have they seen though? Have they seen you as an astronaut on the moon playing with a train set? Because if they haven't seen those and done videos on them, I'm gonna be pissed. Because those are high quality images that are really funny. If you guys can't make if you guys can't make Masonic videos about that, then like, you know, what good are you?
I know it's frustrating, but for the people that are denying it happened, what I would do is just say, you know what, you can believe what you want. It's hard to do that, and it's frustrating because these people might be willingly denying evidence. But just say, look, believe what you want. It's totally fine. You don't have to believe it happened. Like, and I feel like that would just ease tensions a little bit, because like placating to that and just trying to go back and forth with them, I don't think that's even fruitful. They can believe what they want, period. They're gonna believe what they want. So that's just kind of what I would respond to that whole thing.
Well, but I will say though, like a lot of the people that were saying it, once I've talked to them or replied to them, or they've jumped in one of these rooms, they're like, ah, dang, okay, I jumped the gun. I think I need to retract. And so the reason that, it's a little trickier, that I normally agree with your approach in like every situation, but I'm not like doing it from a personal perspective. It's just from like a community, like optics perspective. And which doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Truth will always be the last thing standing. It doesn't matter, but it's just sad to see some of these people that they probably do like truth. They probably do want to expose deception, and they're just like kind of traumatized from the amount of deception that they've uncovered, and they're like just freaking out and paranoid. So I'm trying to be like, yo, bro, this is the worst thing you can do. If we all just sat back and kind of laughed and like, that's so funny. They really thought that like looking at the sun was going to prove the ground. And now everyone in the world's talking about flat Earth. Haha. Then we win. It would be hilarious. It would be hilarious. Like the Globers got so triggered by my stream before I went to Antarctica. So triggered. I wasn't like, I hope we don't see it. I think we're not going to see it. I'm like, I think we're probably going to see it. This is awesome. And they were like, triggered. You know what I'm saying? The worst thing you can do is like act like it really was some type of death blow or something. It's literally not.
Bro,
True.
that's
And
literally
yeah.
how I felt. I literally felt the same way. And Prado was like, no, say you got to come down to earth. Like people are really freaking out. I'm like, there's no
Yeah,
way.
especially because there's no evidence out right now. They definitely got to be a little more patient.
Like we was really going at it. I'm like, bro, we
Calling
just
them
had the
out and
most
telling them to
littest.
relax,
We had
stop
like the
jumping
most
the
littest
gun,
Platter Friday space.
or at least articulate, why they have an issue with it. What seems fabricated? What seems fake? This is my issue and why.
Yo, I jumped on here when I was taking off to go there. I was literally in here when we were going to Antarctica. And then I shared my screen with Discord. So I do get it though. Like I'll give you guys the feedback. I told you last night. I'm still kind of delirious to be honest, but um, it's like the Insta 360, so there's like a 24-hour, I think, or 25-hour consecutive footage where you'll be able to interact with it. Like turn it around, look at every square inch. These Sherlock Holmes got some work on their hands. You got 25 consecutive hours of 360 degrees to investigate. So that should be fun. Um, but prior to that being released, maybe look into the Insta 360 cam and how lenses work before you start talking about shadows. And anyway, like you have to open that up through the Insta 360 app, the files. And so we're waiting on to hear back from them to help us get that huge 1 terabyte file. And then there's another one that's 3 days, and that's a time lapse, 3 days time lapse. And we're waiting on them as well. So that's supposed to be like 24 to 48 hours as of like yesterday, midday yesterday, I think. So we should have that pretty soon,
Hey,
which is
Austin,
pretty good.
a question. Duffy was talking about it in one of his last stream. He said, I was talking about the files that he has, and uploading just takes forever. And then he has a 36-hour time lapse of the sun, and the file's so big he can't get it off his camera. But then in the next sentence, he said that he gave the file to the people at Nikon or Canon or wherever, and they're working on it, trying to get it off. Is that what he meant? And if he did, like, how did he get the file to them?
Yeah, but it's 360. It's not I kind of Insta 360.
Yeah.
And
And
yeah,
so
good question. I'm assuming through the app.
wait, and
So,
the other thing is he said that he filmed the 24-hour sun. Did you guys? I mean, moon. Did you guys see the moon at all?
no, 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 no.
But he claimed. Good.
He's saying that he's got some dude stationed at McMurdo where they're supposed to see it. I don't know what today. Not oh maybe today? Maybe today. Supposedly gonna film it
Yeah,
for him.
they should see a 24-hour moon from right now. It would be the first week of every month and the last week of every month. So from the first quarter up to the first quarter phase, when it crosses the equator, it would stay in the sky with the sun. And then from the third quarter phase to no moon, it would stay in the sky with the sun. And then in the winter time, it would be the 2 weeks in the middle of the month from first quarter to third quarter. So your waxing gibbous to full and your waning gibbous to third quarter would be visible for 24 hours, theoretically, in the modeling that I've done.
What do you mean? Do you mean the month, or do you mean in the moon cycle, the first week and the last week in the moon cycle? Because that
Yeah,
doesn't always sync up with the month.
yeah, in the moon cycle is what I mean.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, because the guy claims that he sees it, right? So
Hey, Austin, did you I know you guys took measurements of the height of the sun. Anything stick out strange there?
um I don't think so. I think that there's a couple times that it may have been a little over what the globe allows, but I'll have to go back and check it, right? Because I was trying to use the Theodolite app, which uses this artificial horizon to lock on. But you can actually get elevation angles in footage. So we should be able to fact check all that with the solar filter. That's the best way to do it. But I mean, it looks really high. I think it may have popped up into the 40s or something, which it's not. It can't do that. I mean, if it does that, it literally is a geometric falsification of the globe. But
Did you guys
yeah,
film
I
it?
don't
Did you
have
guit
any
like
different.
angle it and film it? Like, if it was up that high, did you guys
Yeah,
document
yeah. Well,
that?
because like if you have the horizon and the sun in the frame, then you can get the elevation angle. You
All
know what I'm
right.
saying? So
Did
yeah,
you look at the sun at midnight, which was the lowest part in its circle, I would assume,
what's
with the
that?
solar filter?
Yeah.
Did it look the same shape? Did it look the normal, or did it look squashed or anything?
If it was different, it wasn't very different.
Okay.
But I'm gonna be very upfront with everyone. I was like delirious, bro. So
I already said that about you. I said you're not operating on all. Did you guys take any of the neurotropics that I gave Jaron?
no, I never even heard of such a thing.
Oh, okay. It's a thing that makes you that the fighter pilots use that makes them forget what sleep is. So if you need to stay up,
Oh man, how did I not know about this?
I gave Jaron a whole bunch of them.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
It's called a neurotropic. It's actually like they're saying it's like the new wonder drug, but basically it makes it so it does not speedy or druggy or anything. It literally turns off the sensor in your brain that tells you to sleep. Like if someone says sleep, you're like, what the hell is that? And you're up for 24 hours, 36 hours easy.
What are the side effects or reasons why you
None,
think Darren
none.
wouldn't
The
have
side
taken it?
effects are you get jet lag because when it goes away, you don't know where you are.
Damn, bro, I did not know.
All right.
It does sound sketchy that you just said that it tricks my brain into being retarded, but um, yeah, well, hindsight, I guess.
Yeah, how is also like there's 8 different time zones from Chile to Deception Island or wherever they take you, which kind of looks like straight across. But there's 8 time zones. So when you guys got to Union Glacier, how do you know what time it is?
Oh, we don't.
All
You
right.
know,
And
they just tell us what time it is.
and then you guys were using a compass. You guys had regular north compasses and they worked?
Huh? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I personally had like 3 different compasses, and they were all pointing south or like just off south the entire flight.
Your direction was pointing south, but the compass was pointing north.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, but the compass worked. The compass spun and pointed in a consistent direction the whole time you were there.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. And I also had a floating compass that worked.
What about after you guys landed and then you didn't live stream for 4 hours when they flew you over to that special green screen studio? Did the compass change there?
Oh, no.
Okay.
And we just
And
drove
nice way
over
to
there,
nice
man. It
way
was like a cool.
to revelation of the method there with the two armed guards to your left and right. You should hear all the people that are saying that was just revelation of the method. You were telling us the truth.
Oh,
Amazing.
when I said that they were holding me at gunpoint?
Yeah, yeah. People are like,
Yeah.
he's telling us the truth. That's what they're. That proves he's a Freemason because he has to tell us the truth.
Well, yeah, I did that on purpose,
Yeah,
just trolling people because people were acting so ridiculous. I was kind of
I
pissed at that time,
I
because
would
I
get
felt
it.
like I was doing so much. Yeah.
Dude, I would have done.
So,
I would have trolled harder.
speaking of Antarctica and trolling, I'm gonna head off, lads and ladettes. I got a check presentation with the Ether Cosmology Check lads. So I'm gonna go talk about Aries failure for an hour or two. And then if you guys are still live, I'll come back and restream and pass out. God bless,
You
guys.
linking up with Plocky?
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Plocky Podcast, man. Some little head said, "What up?"
Yeah, dude. Internationally now, it's about to be super well known in the greatest detail since the 1800s. How they tried to measure the motion of the Earth and completely provided evidence for the opposite. So now they throw out that null hypothesis, if you know what I'm saying. But anyway, we'll be back next week. Do a little follow up on the null hypothesis, see how that's playing out, and then obviously we'll have the cat fight. So tune for that.
Much love, brother, man.
Later, dude. Thanks for going to Antarctica and freezing for a while to have everyone get mad at you and freak out. I bet
Yeah, no problem.
I bet you it's been super dope for you.
One of the best life choices ever. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what they
I would do it
say.
again.
Sometimes life is like a box of chocolates or whatever. So later, lads. All right. I'll be live in about 10 minutes. The link to the YouTube stream should already be up. I expect everyone in here that's typed in the last 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 37 minutes to be in the chat for the new stream when that goes live. Otherwise, you're all banned and fired.